Topstep opening call. I've been waiting all morning for this.
I've been waiting all weekend for this. Welcome back to TopstepTV. Looking at the calendar, I think we got a full week ahead of us today. No interruptions, no days off, straight up Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and a lot going on here today. Welcome back here, folks. Glad to see we got so many people here in our TV chat, YouTube chat. Hello, traders, friends, family, and everybody else. I'm Ernie, and he's Bert. Welcome to Opening Call. Yes, this is Opening Call, and let's get ready for a great day here today. Be part of the Topstep team. Participate in the chat, and remember, respect. Okay, stay positive. PMA, a little positive mental attitude to start the week off. I'd like to say hello to our good friend. Yes, that handsome guy next to me, John the Hoagland. Johnny, good morning. Welcome back.
Thanks, Eddie. Good to be back. Good to be back with you. Good to be back with everybody. Happy Monday the 13th. Ooh. And at least it's not Friday the 13th, but glad to be again with everybody. Opening call is always our focus here is always on seeking accurate context in these markets. Always remembering risk management and remaining patient in our trading. Got to say good morning to the top of the chat. I saw Dan Trader in there first again this morning. Chris Flores, Bear Goes Long. Lacey says good morning to everybody.
Hello, Lacey.
As well. Anastasios, Thomas, Slippers, Yabbersmack, Man Cave Trades, Walter, Mike, Buddha Goalie. Good to see you. G. Bo, Flippin' Ticks. I love that name. John Jones, Mark Landers, and each and every one of you, welcome to TopstepTV. Glad you're here.
Nice. I look forward to that. Yes, the Yabbersmack and Slippers. Slippers. I'm wearing a pair of slippers. I've probably gone through about maybe, I don't know. I've been wearing slippers lately because I'm old now. I used to just wear socks.
I call most of my stops slippers.
Slippers.
Yes.
Oops. Watch out for the banana. All right, let's get busy here. News here, let's get going. U.S. stock futures, remember those? Well, they edged lower today as investors looked ahead to a week highlighted by key economic releases and fresh corporate earnings. The Dow contract slipped, dipped, and whipped by about 113 points. We're going to call it about 0.3%. S&P shed, like the hair on my head, 32 OJ points. 0.5%. NASDAQ 100 fell by 160.8. Well, the biggest here for a while here. Main averages retreated in the prior session, dragged down by the strong U.S. employment rate for December. Expectations sort of got dented there for the future potential Federal Reserve interest rate cuts this year. And I forget who it was. Was it one of the banks said, no, they're not going to do any cuts this year. But I'm sure that I'm not sure. But anyway, let's continue. You can't. My gosh, you can't be. The addition of 256,000 rolls last month was well above expectations, while the unemployment rate decelerated slightly to 4.1 from 4.2. Johnny's going to be talking about some of the inflation data later this week. One of the potential revival of inflation, one of the key risks facing stock markets, Wednesday's CPI market down. We'll remind you, don't worry about it. Over in China, China's trade balance expanded by more than what was projected in December. That was sort of pushed on by stronger than expected exports as local companies braced for the U.S. trade tariffs under President-elect Trump. Now, that's coming up here pretty soon here. I think, the 20th is his due date. Yes. Also, country's trade balance grew to $104.84 billion last month compared to the expectations of $100 billion. This is information that was shared with us here today, Monday. The reading also rose sharply from the $92.44 billion seen in November. That's what I've got right now, John. And what do you got for us here today?
Well, not a lot of economic numbers due out today, Eddie. We do have at 10 o'clock Central Time, the New York Fed inflation expectations number due out. Usually not a highly impactful number, but you never know. A lot of eyes are on inflation these days. At 10:30, there are 3- and 6-week bill auctions. Taking a look at the rest of the week off of the O'Connor calendar. PPI tomorrow, 7:30 Central Time. Big number. That's going to be one to watch. Maybe impactful, of course. We do have one of the talking Feds, a couple of talking Feds tomorrow. Schmidt at 9 a.m. Central, Milt Williams at 2 p.m. Central. That's really about it. A couple of bill auctions, bill and note announcements, nothing impactful there. But Wednesday, mortgage applications. We have barking at 7 o'clock in the morning, right as those right after, about an hour after those mortgage applications come out. CPI, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Empire State Manufacturing Index, the same time. We have cash carry due to talk at 9 a.m. Central on Wednesday, and the EIA Petroleum Status Report due out at 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday. A couple more talking Feds. 10 o'clock, Williams speaks. Goolsby also speaking at the same time. They're usually not going to be talking over each other, but apparently that's going to happen on Wednesday. We have a 4-month bill auction. The beige book comes out. Hopefully, Andre will be here. We'll send him to the Federal Reserve to go get the beige book for us. Thursday, jobless claims, retail sales, Philly Fed, import export, business inventories, housing market index, nat gas. We got a 4 and 8 week bill auction again. And then Friday, housing starts and permits, industrial production, Baker Hughes rig count. And that does it pretty much for the known economic numbers due out this week. However,
yes,
guess what's coming?
What?
Earnings season will be back upon us very soon. Wednesday, a couple of the big banks are going to be announcing their earnings. That's going to be JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Citibank, BlackRock, Wells Fargo. Earnings season begins on Wednesday. We've got that to do it for a couple of weeks, of course.
Yes.
And that is what we're looking at as far as economic numbers. This morning, the VIX is up about almost 9% this morning. VIX up 9%, back above 20 at 21.21 last I checked. That's going to make our good friend Nick for a tick very happy. Dollar index creeping up towards 110. It's 109.83, a little bit higher this morning. We haven't seen these levels since 2022 in the dollar index. And the yield on the 10-year pretty much steady this morning, 4.77%. That's what we've got as far as economic numbers.
Yes.
Eddie, back to you, dude.
Where's the crude?
A little expensive.
Where's the crude? You mentioned we got to speak of Schmidt, right? Didn't he play third base for the Phillies? I think so. And then you mentioned Empire. You know what? Over the weekend, I caught one of the remember those commercials? Hudson 32700 Empire?
Yes.
That was a number, right?
Yeah.
I didn't think they were still in business. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Hudson 32700.
Those anyway, really worked.
They do. It's like burnt, etched in my brain. But anyway, last week we saw the 77s in crude. Once oil prices climbed strongly today, we did see that topping off here at 76.50, 76, 78. My God, man, had a good weekend. I'm sorry, I'm a little blurry. 78. We were hitting 78s, man. Is 80 down the road here? I see it sort of down the road. But U.S. crude futures climbed 1.7, 77.04. Brent 1.8 to 81.80. Both contracts rose by about 6% since the middle of last week, when the water sanctions on Russia oil were first sort of put upon them. New sanctions included producers Gazprom, Neft, and as well as almost 200 vessels that have shipped Russian oil were put on sanctions. The move may push China and India, the world's top and third largest oil importers, respectively, to source more crude elsewhere, boosting prices and shipping costs. So just be aware, if you have one of those oil ships that you are running, be aware. But anyway, that is it for the crude, dude. Let's get to tip of the week. We got a new tip of the week for you here, and it is focus. Hocus pocus. Remember that song, Hocus Pocus Focus?
Yeah.
You know what?
Good
That
song.
guy is still singing that.
I bet he is.
He is. There was a concert, like I think in December, and he's still jamming that out. But anyway,
Apparently, I'm still singing it as well.
That's a great song. Check it out. Hocus Pocus by Focus. Why focus? Why focus on one setup? Why? Well, you know what? We talk about mastery. Talk about not complete mastery, but repetition of one setup builds confidence, and it's going to sharpen your execution skills. All right. Uh, Sometimes that one setup doesn't work. It's you got Plan B. Some of us do have a Plan B. Some of us might just call it a day. Consistency. It eliminates the noise of trying to trade too many patterns, leading to better results. Efficiency. It simplifies decision making. Please remember that. Simplify. Don't get too hard. Don't have too much on your plate, especially when you got setups. Something's not working. You might just need to fine tune that, but keep that in mind. Johnny, what do you got for focusing on one setup?
Well, I think this is wonderful, especially for newer traders. And I mean, if you've ever listened to Linda Raschke, she basically says you can create a career around one setup. One setup. If you find a setup that you've tested, it's worked. It's you can expect a reward over risk. You can expect an expectancy of whatever the accuracy of success is. I mean, really, you can just be patient, wait for that one setup, especially if you're a newer trader. Doesn't even matter if that setup is in the same product. You find that same setup in different products, you can try and take that setup. And again, as a newer trader, even as an experienced trader, I mean, there's fewer experienced traders than Linda Raschke. And when she tells you you can be successful at this, only looking for one setup, you better believe it's true. Keep it simple,
Right.
master that setup, and hit it every time it shows up.
Wow. There you go. Thanks, Johnny. I'm being corrected here on Empire's number. It's 588-2300. What was I thinking? Hudson 32700. I don't know.
That was Bushnell.
Bushnell?
Bushnell.
Oh yeah, Bushell. That's right. That was
Bushnell.
Bushell.
Another carpet
Right.
company, right?
Carpet company.
Hudson
Yes.
32700. That's
All
back
right.
when the
We were
area
kids.
code was all 312 around the entire Chicagoland area. Now there's like 8
Yes.
of them.
Right. That's when we had rotisserie phones.
Yes.
Anyway, hey, stay tuned today, folks. Don't run away. Don't walk away. Don't fall off your chair. Stay in your chair. Stay tuned for Topstep VIP. We got a scouting check-in today. Every time you check in, remember, you get another entry into our VIP draft starting the 27th. That's coming up, man. And we are drafting 500 traders. Yes, 500 traders. And those lucky 500 are going to be getting 3 months free in the Trading Combine, 2 free resets, a private team chat room, exclusive access to your coach. Yes, you'll be able to sleep with your coach. Special events, no activation fees. So stick around. And Johnny, let's get to them charts because I know people are waiting for them. What do you
All
got?
right. Yeah, let's take a look. Daily in the E-mini S&Ps. All right. In the longest of time frames, nothing has changed. We're still putting in higher highs and higher lows. In the medium time frame, we're in a little bit of a reversal pattern here. Not necessarily looking at a bear market here, of course, nowhere near that just yet. Just kind of finding an area where the market has struggled to the upside. We're seeing the market pulling back. I think we've got a ways to go before we're going to really change any market state in the longer time frame. Of course, we've got a long way to go before anything like that. We're going to have to break down through 5,700 for anything like that to kind of start to mean that, we're looking at a serious pullback. Now, we've got the 5% off the all-time high, 58.70. I've added the 10% off the all-time high, and we start getting to that level, then I'm starting to think we're really starting to break upside market state in the longer time frames. And we could see, a deeper pullback. Do I see that happening? Not necessarily. Do I predict it? Absolutely not. I don't predict anything. All we're talking about is the context of the markets here. So longer time frame, still upside. Medium time frame, a little bit of stutter stepping here going on. And in the short time frame, we have a downside trend going in the shorter time frame. off the high. We had, some kind of hanging around up there. We had a pretty deep pullback, pulling back. We're holding this trend line. We tested down to and through the weekly kickoff from last week. What was it? What was last week's weekly kickoff low? 58.55, 58.55. So we didn't really close below that, but we've now extended the weekly kickoff low down to 58.12. It is largely based off these swing lows back from over here, as well as a naked point of control from back there in the March contract. You can see that the market is already tested down to that level in the overnight session. We added 3,200 new contracts to the downside on Friday on decent volume. All right, so the downside auction is presenting as relatively healthy when we take a look at volume, when we take a look at open interest. Both of them increased at lower levels on Friday, indicating a probability of some sort of continuation to the downside. We're seeing that now. We are actually below the election night gap in the March contract. We're below the 5% off the all-time highs. Things are looking scary. And what is it? Why is this happening? Well, uncertainties. Markets don't like uncertainties. Employment, stronger than expected. Inflation, stickier than expected. Rates, continuing to leak to the upside. We're probably maybe going to see one rate cut from the Fed this year. Maybe one. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here. All right. So overnight inventory, a little bit short, up against the weekly kickoff level, 58.12. Now, these weekly kickoff levels are zones. Nothing is finite in futures trading. Rarely are you going to get a level that is going to stop right at it and turn around and head the other direction, or that's going to stop and then continue. Everything is a zone. Overnight inventory is short up against an important inflection level. Weekly kickoff levels, remember, are levels where we believe, or at least I believe, that longer time frame traders will be forced to, need to, or want to adjust inventories, whether that's getting to a level where they've been looking to buy the market to bring the market back to the upside, or being forced to adjust inventory to get out of some longs or increase short risks below that level. We may see something like that happen today. The worst case scenario is there's no decision. The market just kind of waffles around the weekly kickoff level, which does have a tendency to happen. Sometimes it takes time for the longer time frame traders to make any decisions in and around those levels. I like the fast decisions. It makes for faster money, makes for faster losses. The thing I like most about these weekly kickoff levels is they do help you to limit risk. So overnight inventory to the downside, yes. Do we have a gap below Friday's low? Yes, we do. To close the gap, we're going to have to bring price back up to 58.45 quarter. If we can't close that gap relatively early, I would look for more testing of the weekly kickoff low. If there are buyers there, the more often we head down to that level, the more bids we're going to take out. And at some point, the market may find some directional activity to the downside. But when we look at the overall picture, lower highs, lower lows in the shorter time frame, I think we're still going to be looking for opportunities to the short side, unless something serious changes and we see something else happen. We need some good news, folks. We've got enough uncertainties. Now it looks like instead of rallying on the lack of bad news, we've got a little bit of bad news in the markets, and we could use a little bit of good news, of course. Good news is always welcome in my book. This is the NASDAQ daily. Again, longer time frame. Still higher highs, higher lows. We're above the 200 session moving average, testing the 100 session moving average as we speak. The longer time frame is still to the upside. Medium time frame, more range bound, I think, a little bit than the S&Ps. We are holding below the 5% off the all-time high. The market has come off a little bit further. I think there's a little bit more space to the downside before I'm worried about any kind of new big selling coming in. And again, I'm looking at that big selling coming in probably somewhere around that weekly kickoff low, 20,532. Okay. Good volume on Friday, adding 3,500 new contracts. Okay, the auction process doing well, not killing it. Would be looking for much bigger open interest increases if we were seeing a whole bunch of new selling and new shorts coming into this market. What do shorts do? Well, sometimes they get trapped. So I don't know what's going to happen. We're going to take a look here. So again, we're well below that 5% level. I've added the 10% off the all-time high. That level is 20,205. Wow. That's a ways lower. All right. Uncertainties again are the things that are causing these markets to pull back. And it's, I believe any pullback, any break, anything that happens in the equities is an opportunity to pick up some bargains. And I believe most people are looking that way, as there is that natural tilt, I guess you could say, in equities to continue to push higher with lack of bad news. So any pullback offers opportunities to buy bargains. Some bargains are going to be bigger than others, ladies and gentlemen, but we're still looking at these markets as acting pretty weak and seeing downside auctions actually presenting as relatively healthy. Here's Friday's range. Initial balance high and initial balance low were the extremes of the day. It was a normal trading day in the NASDAQ on Friday. We don't see those very often. A normal trading day is when the entire day's range is established in the first hour, and then the market just kind of bounces back and forth between those highs and those lows. So we had a normal trading day. Overnight inventory is a little bit short. We are opening with a gap. To close the gap, we've got to get back to the IB low from Friday, which is 20,874.75. If we can't close that gap, that's telling us that the market is attempting to accept pricing at lower levels. Maybe the opportunities will be to the short side. The profile on Friday was, again, a normal trading day. Normal trading days have a tendency to use a lot of the market's ability to facilitate trade. The market's job is to facilitate trade. It makes sense that the market is looking for new levels to facilitate trade, seeing the market pulling away from the overnight session VWAP here, holding that level. Sellers are in control. Let's see what happens on the open. Now, let's take a look at crude oil, which has been rolling to the upside. Speaking of rolling to the upside, it is in rollover. I was thinking probably that the volume this morning would have been bigger in the March contract. We're still seeing it slightly higher in the Feb contract. So weekly kickoff high in the Feb contract, 79.10. Weekly kickoff low, 71.80 in the Feb contract. It's a little bit different in the March contract. If you've already moved into the March contract, that's okay. But your weekly kickoff high is 78.30 in the March contract, and your weekly kickoff low is $71 in the March contract. On Topstep X, we are still trading the February contract, which for the time being still maintains more volume. I'm looking to see if we can make that change to March tomorrow, a little bit early in the rollover. And you remember a couple of weeks ago, I kind of predicted that, the way that the market was moving a lot of positions into the March, April, May, and June contracts. All right, enough of that. Volume to the upside, big volume, big increase in open interest, adding 26,000 in open interest. Now, that has a lot to do with rollover. If we were looking at volume and open interest, I would say yes. The upside auction on Friday, the breakout that occurred above last week's weekly kickoff high, was huge, and it's looking more and more like it was attempting to continue in that direction. Let's take a quick look at the 30. Let's take a look at gold real briefly, and we'll be in for fast market. So Friday, the market opened with a gap. It tried to push higher, pulled back, but still value was higher. There was a gap that was never closed, indicating that the market, even though the day session pulled back, was holding and bringing up higher value. Higher value means acceptance of higher pricing. The market was attempting to accept that today. Overnight inventory is largely flat. We have not seen rejection of Friday's range yet. Value, looking at basically 76.90 on this platform, is value high. That might take us relatively close to the initial balance low from yesterday and settlement. So if we get down to that level, it looks like it might be an interesting spot. Acceptance of value takes us all the way down to, let's just call it 75.65 approximately on this platform. We do have weaknesses in structure down below. We've got a gap from Thursday to Friday. We've got a naked point of control from Thursday. We got a naked point of control from Wednesday. There's a lot of things for this market to target back to the downside. So we'll see how that plays out. And briefly here in gold. All right. Range bound in medium time frame. big range in medium time frame. Friday's breakout to the upside above the weekly kickoff high did bring in 10,000 new contracts and open interest. And I would say that right now, all of those new contracts, all those new buyers that came in here on Friday are down money. They are getting smushed right now. This is a long liquidation event, bringing us back to possibly the lower range of the area of balance. A lot of trap longs in here. I believe that is the reason we're seeing this pullback right now. Not only that, we're seeing pretty strong dollar action here as well. 30-minute chart, overnight inventory, short. Did we open with a gap? No. Last week's low, or Friday's low, the initial balance low, 26.8690. Really kind of centering around that. It's going to be somewhat pivotal, but possibly something that could get us a little bit chopped up. We do have a naked point of control down to 76, 78.40 that has been targeted, but has not yet been able to be reached. What doesn't happen can be as important as what does. The profile on Friday was a P-shaped profile, which is usually indicative of short covering. We did have a number at 730 that pushed the market lower. The market held higher. Again, value was higher. A lot of new longs came in, a lot of trapped longs. Let these trap longs get out of these positions and look for a new opportunity if that's the case. So that's what we're looking at, folks. Happy Monday. As always, make sure you remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. Always take a deep breath before you get involved, and always pray for peace. Let's have a great session today.
All right, fast markets coming up here next. Two of our best live traders are kicking it off this week. Number 1 ranked Coach Dakota. Number 22, Jerome. So stick around. We're going to be right back. All right, let's get our single-digit temperatures in the gates here. And say good morning to John again. Johnny, opening bell coming up here very shortly.
Thanks, Eddie, and welcome everybody to Fast Markets. I'm Hoag, and with me we have two of our best funded traders. We got Dakota, number 1 on the list. We got Jerome, number 22 on the big list. Good morning, everybody. We're getting these markets just about ready to open up here.
They are open.
You see, Dakota's got the bear behind him. I thought maybe he'd have a Packer behind him, but no, I guess they didn't.
Yeah, done for the season.
They didn't do it. But sorry about that, Dakota. There was
we're done for the season. Done for the season. The bears in the market are not. That's for sure. You could see. Last night I was looking for this market to break down towards 800, 700. We got that. Waking up this morning with the market low, touching these 690s. One thing I'm watching though is if we look at the higher time frame, like the hourly chart. Let me go ahead and I see I haven't shared my screen yet. There we go. It'll take a moment.
While you do that, we'll say good morning to Jerome.
Yep.
Jerome, how are you, doctor?
Good morning, everybody. Doing very well today. How is everybody doing?
See you. Doing good. Doing good.
Likewise.
It's staying warm.
Very nice to be back here.
Great to have you back.
Mm-hmm.
Take a quick look.
We're ready for the summer.
Crazy market tonight, right? Today.
Yes.
First full week
Had a big
back. I think we got a
flash.
lot of people playing today.
Yeah, a lot of folks back in the markets today. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's been a while since we had a full week, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm not quite sure what to do.
I know. It's like, wait, today's Monday. We have a full week. I should be sharing my charts now. There we go. There we go. So here's
Gotcha.
a 4-hour chart. And I mean, 4-hour chart, this is just so it kind of zooms out. But this is something I'm watching. It is we made a higher low from October to the beginning of November. And so I'm curious to see if this is going to hold up, this trend line. Yep. So this is something I'm paying attention to. How much weight am I going to put on this? I'm not sure yet. If we start to consolidate and then we start to find some buyers around this zone, this level, then sure, of course. It's always easier for after hindsight where it's like, wow, we just bounced off this and we rallied. And then we could always go back to hindsight and say, yeah, that was simple, easy, straightforward. However, if we do keep breaking down, the next level I have here in the NASDAQ is going to be like these 4 to 300s, these 20,003 to 400s. And so I don't think we're going to get there today. Anything can happen, but yeah, well, what a crazy market to start off with. We are selling off, and yeah, you see that nice sell off last night. We broke through Friday's lows, and we're seeing continuation into this New York session. What's the opening range out? Is that the high, Hoag?
No, actually, opening range, it looked both sides and just about even extension on both sides. Right now, the regular trading hour range in the NASDAQ is 43 points, and it's about opening range is about, well, it was extended by about 10 points on both sides. So no real indication of strong sellers or buyers off the open here because of that. Boy, I'm really liking that level on that 4-hour chart, Dakota. You know, if you start to see some sort of a 3-bar reversal or something like that in a shorter time frame up against that level, that might be something that would get you into that, wouldn't it?
Yeah. This is one where it's hard to buy it when we're selling off. And then it's easy to look back and say, wow, that was such an easy level, right? You just buy the dip when we hit the trend line. But then doing it in real time is very difficult in a market like this. Now, we don't have any news today, correct? Or at least any planned news. We do have.
We were just going to talk to Eddie about that. Eddie, what are the economic numbers due this morning?
Well, you know what? We got a minor one coming up in here in about 25 minutes. CV Employment Trends Index for December. Scrolling down here, 10 o'clock, we got the New York Fed one-year consumer inflation expectation. 10:30, we got a 3-month, 6-month bill auction. And 1 o'clock today, we got the Fed budget balance. And that's about it. Back to you, Johnny Hoag.
Nothing really all that impactful. So,
right.
I don't think anything to hold off for.
Not until tomorrow. And typically when there's no news, we kind of drift in the direction of the trend. And usually it's up, right? Usually no news takes the market a little bit higher sideways. And so far, since that sell-off, we are technically making higher lows and higher highs on this smaller time frame. But does that mean anything? Nah. Usually higher time frames play a bigger role. So if we fell and we start breaking below these, 720s, then we could see a continuation down. Maybe we had a little bit of a double top here on the 5-minute, but technically as of now, higher lows, higher highs until we start to break these 730s, which, I mean, it can happen in a moment.
Sure. Jerome, have you traded yet today?
Yes, took a short overnight. I'm up 1,500 on my live account.
Nice.
I locked it until 9 minutes. 9 minutes left until my lockout. And watching what the market wants to do today. I did a sort of like reasons for the market to go to the upside, reasons for it to continue to the downside. I like Dakota's level because I can clearly see the market go down to 20,500-ish. 502.75 would be roughly exactly down 2.5%, and 20,397.25 will be down 3% on the daily. So if we are to continue like going down, I can see the market going there, and I can see as well the market going back up. The bullish daily flip, so the daily candle being red with almost no top wick, so it's a 10 points top wick. If we
Here we go.
retrace back 300 points and flip bullish, that can be very bullish. So I have a potential trade here, but that would need a lot of volume, right? So it is more likely we go to the downside, but ACH. So we'll wait, and I'm ready for both scenarios.
Hey, tilt right
Here
now.
we go.
75% short in the NASDAQ. 75% short in NASDAQ. Tilt.
A little tilty there.
They're getting paid. NASDAQ selling off.
Well, only 27% is in the money right there.
What do you think about the overnight low, gentlemen?
It looks like we're going to break it. It looks like we're going to test it.
Yep.
Oh, this thing could start getting scary again.
Well, it is Monday the 13th.
Monday the
13th. All right, taking a look at some of the other markets. Crude oil just kind of still range bound inside its overnight range. Gold still just kind of weighing around the IB low, Friday's low session. Just looking for some sort of decision to be made there. S&Ps approaching weekly kickoff low already in the S&Ps, which is 58.12. 58.09 was the overnight low. So possibly an interesting opportunity around that weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps. But we've got space down below before we're going to see any weekly kickoff low in the NASDAQ. That's down at 20,532.
You know what, Hoag? Maybe we see 20,400s, 20,300s today. Anything's possible. If we keep breaking, if we could break below these 680s, 670s, I mean, what else is holding this market up?
On the 30-minute time frame, it's been all lower highs, all lower lows. You know, we've got that weekly kickoff low, which is basically based off of a naked point of control at 20,532. There's another naked point of control down at 20,298. And then 10% off the all-time high is 20,205. Think we could see that today?
That would be crazy, but yeah, ACH.
ACH.
If we had Jerome Powell, it would have helped, but
Bitcoin is, not doing so well. Bitcoin
hammered.
Yeah, it broke below 90,000 for a moment. Are we going to see Bitcoin below 90,000? Will it hold below 90,000? I want to see it hit 88,000. Is this what it means?
And then what?
So correct me if I'm wrong and my oblivious. I've heard traders talking about Bitcoin halving. Does that mean it does? Is that what this is doing, where it goes to like 50,000? Is that what halving means?
Like a stock split?
No,
that's not what Bitcoin halving means.
You speak about the mining halving, but that's already happened months ago. It's every 4 years. But I don't think that's the reason of this fall. There's a lot of FUD with the American government, the DOJ, Department of Justice, that have seized, I think, $3 billion a couple of years ago from a website, and they claim they had approval for selling these, and so that's the last days. That was the main reason people were FUDing and selling. So that's like a catalyst. That doesn't mean we're going to fall off. It means weak hands are selling off. People are getting liquidated. So that's the main reason, I think.
Hey, Dakota, your answer is in chat regarding halving. rewards for mining halves. The speed of mining is you're going to cut that in half. Thank you, Maximize, and thank you, Ken. So
interesting. What did that make price go up?
Because the demand is lowered. So every 4 years, the amount of Bitcoin you get from mining is reduced by half, by 50%. So let's say you get 0.0025 Bitcoin for one transaction. 4 years later, you get 225 instead of 250. And so the demand increases and the offer gets lowered. So price and demand, the price increases for that.
Interesting. Okay.
I need to know.
There you go. There you go, Robert. Thanks, Robert. Here we go. Here we go in the NASDAQ. I seen the 200 contracts get filled just a moment ago at the open. There's 150 sitting at like 700 evens, I think. And another 100. I mean, there's some big contracts sitting at the bid. 150 sitting at 700. 130 sitting at 695. I'm not going to be surprised if we go and we fill them.
Stop just short of the overnight low just there.
But I won't be surprised if we get back up, take some liquidity, trigger some long orders at the high of the opening range or around 765, 66, and then we flush it down. If we flush it down here and we miss it, I mean, if I miss it, I'm okay. But if we go back up, I will be looking for a juicy short.
Ooh.
Juicy. Those are my favorite kind.
Juicy juice.
Unless we have a very, very aggressive momentum, and then I'll ponder like the decision making. But 767 looks like a nice place to try something.
Buyer stepping in right there. 50 points.
Yep.
Right off that overnight low.
Yep. That was quite the move.
Overnight VWAP on this 30-minute chart, I mean, it's just really been every time it gets near it, sellers have just been coming in since basically
some big buyers in Dow right now. Dow taking off here. Good morning.
All right, here we go. The market changed on a dime. Turned on a dime right there. As soon as those big orders started getting on the bid, that was 80 points. Crazy. 80 points now. Right ACH, back near the highs. At the highs of the New York session.
So I'm still locked out for 40 seconds. I can't initiate a short, but that would be the
you
zone
like the
I'm
short
looking
here.
For. Yes, that's the
you
exact
said before
zone
you liked
I'm looking for. Yeah. I'm locked out until 45, so 30 seconds left. I'm gonna see what I do, because that's the move I was potentially waiting for, a pushback up to take some liquidity. Now, are we continuing this move up, or are we going down? That's the question.
That's a strong move. That's a strong move.
Mo, does that strengthen that momentum off that low to give you a little bit of a caution to try to look for that short?
Yes, but it's still juicy. So,
my favorite kind of short.
What's so attractive about this short?
That would be where the pain is, right? Coach Dakota taught us this concept. Where is the pain? So I think it's easy to see the market go back up, and it's harder to see it continue going down, like down 2%, perhaps 3%. Doesn't mean it will happen, but
why not?
That's where the pain is.
Not?
So
why not? We break.
That was the short, perhaps, but do we enter here?
I mean, to take out the high, we're looking at 788. Looking at about 30 points of risk to short it here.
Yeah, but we would already be in that short.
Should already be in it, huh?
Yeah. The call was at least 67, the level I was looking for. So
look at this market right back down.
Look at this. Good call.
Oh,
good call, Mo.
That'd be hard to buy these 40s. do we buy this pullback? Is this a retracement from that original move, or are we gonna get faked out on that bounce?
We'll see. If we have a flip though, in the 5 minutes, that would be a nice long. I mean, we had the short. I would probably have partial the trade. And if we flip back up, that could mean buyers or stronger, and we have wood sellers, but we'll see. Not sure yet.
Yeah, this is where you buy if you believe we could push higher, right? Right now, like these 440s, 740s, this is where you buy it. Well, now it's 20 points higher. Like that was the pullback. Yeah, like this is, if we're looking at the immediate, like what's happening right here, right now, and not looking at anything in the past, we have a nice 80-point rally, and now we see kind of a 50% retracement. And so if you do believe this rally and this momentum can continue, then this is that pullback to about 50%, 50, 60%.
Half back.
Where you buy it. Yep. And you look for this market to continue right back up. It's a hard thing to do after everything that's happened overnight and the day before. But if we're looking at what's happening right here, right now, that's the play. Like this is the play. We have a whole bunch of buyers just stepped in. We've got a pullback. We're having some consolidation here in the 40s, and then you buy that pullback. And if you're a fib trader, as you could imagine, you could just pull up a fib retracement and see that's probably around 50%, right? What is that? 50%?
Yeah, that's
61.8, whatever. It's about there. So this is an opportunity to buy for the bulls.
Do you like it?
And here you go.
Yeah, of course I like it. 20 points ago.
Yeah, right.
So Dakota, today I do the shorts, you do the longs, and we fire when we would call it. Let's go.
We'll be even at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm still going to show patience. Nothing too crazy is happening other than that. Like that was a good example of who cares what's happened in the past, who cares what happened overnight. If we're trading the immediate price action, that was it. Like that was the little trade. Even if you're going for 20 points, this isn't one where you're like, I'm going to look for this to rally all the way up to these 800s or anything. It was a 20-point trade.
See money, take money.
A push towards. Yep, exactly. And
crude 71% short crude.
So we get perhaps the flip on the 5 minute, but there's only 40 seconds left. So when the flip happens at the end of the closure, I don't take it into consideration. So we'll see if this sustains. If we can break the high of the opening range, which is 785.5, and we have like a break above, a pullback, and a re-break, that would be a nice opportunity to get long. I think I would be looking for an entry like that, for example. If we break the high, 785, we close above, we get back in, and we re-break the high, that's where I would long. Like I have the closure, the pullback, and the re-break. Correct.
Got it.
What about a short? What about a short, Jerome?
I would short once we clear these lows, I think 726.5, something like that.
Let's watch gold here. I think gold's got some momentum on the upside.
Let's see.
Keep eyes open.
Let's monitor this level. That's the previous low, and we had this level confirmed around like 3 hours ago. We had sort of this level validated, so we confirmed it again here 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, and we'll see. If we go back there, there's a chance we bounce from it, but it's less likely. So 25.75 potential short entry. And if we have a huge move down and we break the low of the range, which is 702, well, we would get break even. but that's if we go down. So we have two potential trades, to the upside and to the downside. So we're ready.
I'm liking the short side because I just want to be able to say, Jerome.
It works. It's scary.
Oh. Dakota, you were kind of sighing there like you missed something. Are you still liking this long here?
I do. I do, Hoag. And I was sighing because I missed it. I'm not going to chase it. I mean, here we are having a higher low from what I was pointing out. And yeah, buyers are stepping in and pushing this up. And if we could break below these 780s, the hard trade right now for me is to just buy it right now, playing for a breakout to the long side. If we could break through these 780s, we might even return to these 830s. And pre-market right here, we could come up and test these highs very, very easily, these 830s, 840s. If we could break through that. It's a tough trade though, going against all this momentum and all this selling pressure.
All right.
The best trade for me is to wait
just yet
for the news, wait for the new 4-hour candle to open, to see if it creates first a top wick, a bottom wick, see if we can have a flip with volume, and then we take the trade with confluence, with everything we've been waiting for, which is either the break, the closure above the high, the pullback and the re-entry, or the break below 725. So we'll see.
All right.
Where's the pain for you, Coach Dakota, here? Where would be
it's in my head? It's all in my head right now.
The pain in the ass.
Yeah, there's the break. Yeah, that was it. I had my finger on the button. Here we go. We got news in what, 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes?
Yeah, 6.5.
Yeah, let's just wait after that. I'm not seeing an amazing setup. I know it sounds like FOMO, but this is just me thinking out loud for everybody in the chat to kind of go what's through my head and what I'm thinking. And sometimes these ones hurt. Say, hey, let's buy the pullback, right? This is this is a good example of
session VWAP.
This is a good example of who cares what price does? We care what price is doing right here, right now. Not our opinions, not our feelings. And dang it, Hoag. How's that 4-hour trend line holding up too, huh?
Probably looking pretty good now, huh?
Mm-hmm. Well, next. Move on to the next one.
Gold, 70% long. 61% of the money.
Oh, man, that was that was a buyable pullback if I've ever seen one.
I open my mouth and the sellers come in. Good morning.
If we buy one, the market gets down, the legend says.
Five minutes remaining.
On a minor number.
Here we go.
New York.
I'm gonna be very patient today on my side. Hopefully it's gonna pay.
Yep, it's always better to miss it and wait for the next one if you're not 100% confident.
You're heading for a gap close. Back up to 20,874, 875.
Not yet, Hoag. We need this market to give us an opportunity to get in.
Yeah, right. Boy, that move down and the inability to take out the overnight low was really just a cheap trade.
I know. Yeah, 130 points up. Yeah, that is
By
one
the
of the
dip,
most
he
beautiful
said.
examples of price action is a
Half back.
leading indicator. It's the leading indicator no matter what you think. I mean, yes, VWAPs, moving averages, this, that will help with a decision, but price action always comes first.
Yes, sir.
Do you look for a short up here, Jerome?
Yes, sir. But I'm gonna still be patient. There's a big chance I wait the next 15-minute candle to open and close, and then I will decide. If the next 15-minute candle has like roughly is the same candle as this one, so has a nice bottom wick, a nice green body with almost no top wick. So I'm gonna wait for this candle to close, because this is a sort of pattern I sort of saw a lot have happened lastly, and also a couple of months ago. Market changes, right? It's dynamic, but so we have 3 15-minute candle. So there's different patterns. So either you have 2 candles that close like doji, or 2 candles like that with huge wicks, a body on the opposite side, and then so let's say, like, I'm going to show it to you, for example, like Friday, for example, we have 3 red candles, 15-minute candles with bottom wick, almost no top wick or none, and then at 4:15 my time, so it's 10:15, you have a reversal. So then it did a W, but you had a nice sort of 200 points bounce back,
Wow.
220 points. And this happened exactly the same way on Wednesday. So, but with a different pattern. So you have 2 sort of doji or very low body candle with bilateral wicks. And then you have a 15-minute candle, the 10 a.m. candle opening with a wick, and then flipping down with a huge body, and then you have the reversal. And we had a 175 points reversal. And these 2 patterns, they happen once a week usually. Last week we had it twice, so that's very unique. Will it happen today? I don't know. So I'm not biased and not married to this bias. I'm just pondering the thinking, right? So this 15-minute candle will likely not close with a huge body, so the pattern is invalidated. So that would be very nice if we can get back into the opening range and break 726.
Is that a minute
We have
number?
what I've been... Yes, 20 seconds. We potentially have the pattern I was waiting for. So a closure above the high of the opening range, a closure back in the opening range. So I'm waiting for this one. And if we have this one, a rebreak to the high exactly. And then I will go long. So we'll see.
Okay. All right. Let me know. We're ready when you are.
I'll do, for sure. Number is out.
This number that's due out is usually not going to be all that impactful. We never know.
We did get a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute to the downside. Still nothing for me. Patience.
Coming out at 109.70. They were looking at 109.45. Like Johnny said, not impactful.
Thanks, Eddie.
Thank you, John.
Thank you very much. Little housekeeping, folks. If you notice that hashtag fast markets up there, find us on Twix, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, and send us your memes, your successes, your charts, whatever you want to send us. We'll put it on later on, as always.
Yep. I have my poll running from the Topstep VIP League team name. The team name.
I saw that.
It's from everybody, from the traders. You guys are the ones that picked the team names, and you guys are the ones that are voting for it. It always amazes me how people are on there that talking negative, but yet won't provide their own feedback. Where they're like, yeah, these team names suck. Says people who don't even make any suggestions. So voted for everybody here. I'm excited. It will end today, and I'll have a VIP team name by the end of day today.
Here we go.
I saw that. I have not voted yet, however, Dakota.
Oh, good, Hoag.
I'm leaning on Pop.
Yeah, I think so. That's the one I'm liking as well. Pop Squad. Process over profits. But you never know. You just never know. So far, that 3-bar reversal's paying. Entry is 788. This is a hard one. The question is, do we buy this? Because we did come down to basically where we broke out right here in these 780s. These 780s. That was the breakout low level, breakout zone. That was the high of when we first opened, correct? And we broke out, went up to these 840s, pulled all the way back down to these 780s, and buyers can be tempted to step in here again.
I can hear Jay talking about that first 3-minute bar and how we top of it and found buyers there. We're above session VWAP, below overnight session VWAP. I can just hear Jay saying, yeah, he likes the long against that first three, the high of that right around 780.
Yep. It was acting as resistance. It's acting as support right now. We broke through
Jay,
it.
if you're here, let me know if you're thinking the same thing or if I'm whistling Dixie.
Still no trades for me. I could see it. I could see it happening. These 80s becoming support, but it's still not good enough for me because we just got that 3-bar reversal on a 5-minute. Patience.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. That's the key, patience.
So
gold 74% long here, still 51 in the money. 71% long here, NASDAQ 70% long, ES. This is a tilt, and remember the tilt displays the trader sentiment for all Topstep sim traders, and this data is for entertainment purposes only and should not be used as a buy or sell indicator.
Thanks, Eddie.
Just a little FYI. Yeah, a little FYI.
So I got some information from Mr. Cook here, and he says he doesn't love those buys only because the VWAP hasn't left that range yet. Here's what he's talking about. So this 3-minute bar. There's that 3-minute bar. VWAP, it actually, looked like a good short for a while there, but now it seems to be holding. But he didn't like the buys because that VWAP is still inside of that first 3-minute bar. We see VWAP leave that, then we come back to that VWAP. Then maybe he'd like that long in the ES. Thank you, Jay, for chiming in there. I'm still trying to get in your head a little bit. I try and get in everybody's head if you haven't noticed. I'm always just trying to pick up things that the traders are looking at and seeing if we can't find ways to use them. And thanks again for the info, Jay.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, these buyers are pretty strong. These buyers are pretty strong.
Not ready to turn the bear into the bull yet, though, there, Dakota?
No, not until we break through these 840s. I mean, we're still down on the day. It's still a red day.
Mm-hmm. We did come off those highs pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Bitcoin, BlackRock has launched a new Bitcoin ETF on the CBOE Canada. Hey there.
We do have some single TPOs in the overnight profile from the NASDAQ, 848 up to 856, 57, 48 to 57, some single TPOs there. Got pretty close to that on that last push to the upside.
This is like the day where we could read the markets good on a technical side, but trading has been a lot of nothing. Here we go through those 40s into the 50s. What a breakout! So yeah, like we were talking about, those 780s held as support.
That's the high of the opening range. Yeah, it held pretty well.
I have no problem being patient on Mondays because historically Mondays have been my worst days. Maybe that was when I was drinking.
Trading in the gutter. There you go.
Trading, yeah. Hungover on a Monday morning. Yucks. 13 days though for me. Feeling good.
Keep it going,
Getting
Johnny.
some great sleep, man. You don't realize how much alcohol really screws up your sleep. Jerome, I know you, I'm sure, are well aware of what alcohol does to the brain.
I am. Unfortunately, I am a huge lover of wine and sometimes
okay.
beer and
wine's
nice
good for you,
whiskeys.
though, right?
But yeah, generally alcohol is one of the worst things for the brain in terms of damage. But this is for long term. So of course, short term it's not very, very good either. But it's one of the worst things. And in terms of addiction, tobacco is one of the worst. For instance, so
I can
tobacco
completely concur with that.
Oh boy,
nicotine is a vicious addiction.
Yeah,
yeah, it's the most useless addiction, right? You get addicted to something that doesn't make any effect to your brain, and
only when it's not there.
Yeah, and I've seen many things. Like when I was a student, people used to, for example, they had $10. For example, it was either lunch or a packet of cigs, and so the packet of cigs would always win the fight. And so they would be like, "I'm hungry the whole day," but they had their cigs. So it's crazy. And I've had patients, for example, they were not near death, but they were sick enough to have a very, very sad situation. But they would tell you, look right into your eyes and tell you, the only thing that makes me happy right now is smoking.
A cigarette.
And you're like, wow, I understand, right? I can resonate with how an individual is feeling. And I find it as much as sad as fascinating, because it is fascinating. I mean, the brain is fascinating, and it's crazy how we can get attached to something that makes us feel something that is not here. So yeah, it's tough. It's tough to get out of links and habits. That's why I decided to do it for myself and for the people, right? I'm a victim of my own addictions and habits as well. So yes, it's very hard. So congratulations for that.
Oh,
yes.
Now I just got to beat the nicotine. I've been, I've quit for 4 years, 5 years, 2 years, months at a time. It seems as though nicotine is one of those addictions that the second you pick up and get that back in your bloodstream, you start at the very beginning of the addiction again. It doesn't have to build the way it did the first time. It just starts right away again.
My addiction is we're right here doing it together.
Yeah.
Trading these markets.
Isn't this passion? The gap between passion and addiction it's very tight.
It's a fine line here, Jerome.
Yeah, it's a fine line.
Just ask the chat. Is this are you guys trading? Is this addiction the NASDAQ? I mean, it didn't get its name from nowhere. I
can understand where it
goes. From the market open sometimes to last me a week.
I mean, if you don't wake up in the middle of the night and ask yourself what the Nasdaq is doing, or you're a real trader.
Yeah, I'm I am definitely past those days, thankfully, where I could sleep a full 7 hours, 7, 8 hours without thinking about the markets overnight. Sometimes, don't get me wrong, sometimes I do find myself um, taking a peek during the London session uh, if I have a decent sized trade going, but tons and tons of sleepless nights. Can't even account how many times that the market has gone away from. I mean, gotten in the way of my sleep and health overall. That's for sure.
Yeah,
That's
it's
one
very
thing we have to
important
sort
to
of
be
correct
reliable.
ourselves at. That's the habit that we have to break.
Exactly.
I mean, it's easy to say and hard to do. I mean, there's so many things in this business that are easy to say and hard to do. Obviously, it's just a
Yeah, but to
matter of
come back
commitment.
to
How much?
smoking Hoag, I would advise hypnotherapy. It's worked a lot for people around me. There's a very talented individual here in town. I know people who went to this therapist once and like boom, magical. They quit
Really?
smoking. And I
What is it?
know several
Tuchman?
people that have done that. So it's not like one miraculous individual. And I'm pretty sure you have pretty talented individual in the US, but this all comes from your own beliefs as well. So it's
Yeah.
biased. It's not magic. It's a process. But give it a try if you didn't. I mean, why not?
What was that
At
again,
this point,
Jerome?
I'll try anything.
Hypnotherapy.
Oh, hypnotherapy. Okay.
See,
It doesn't
I
work on
could,
me, but it works on some people. It works on
I
others.
tried that once. All I got was a 20-minute nap.
I turned
That's a
into a
nice
chicken.
thing as well, but that's an expensive nap.
It was a group session though,
Okay.
so it was only like $50, and I was like so excited about it, and I, walked out, and I probably lit a cigarette right away.
Well, perhaps that was the group
Yeah, that's what I was
setup
thinking.
environment.
Yeah.
All right, so
Here we
Right in the
go,
middle of
selling
it.
off
we
now.
had
Selling off.
I missed the 4-hour flip.
Everyone who was long, I mean, got caught right there. We ran
no,
some. I mean, everyone else also, longer term shorts. We ran those stops where everyone who was looking to short, we ran up to these 850s, and what do we say here? The best stop loss or the best entry is someone else's stop loss, and you can imagine everyone that had their stop losses above this area is not too happy. So I don't know. I've put my background to kind of a bull bear. I'm indecisive right now. We're basically right where we opened, pretty close. I don't know.
There's a breaking news. Live funded trader Kai up over 95K today. Wow.
Mm.
Oh, where are we seeing that one at?
On the TopstepTV screen. Wow. Congratulations, Kai.
Oh, on
Jeez.
the.
Wow.
Okay, I must have missed it.
On the feed
it's
there.
still there. Yeah, on the feed.
Oh, right there. I was looking for the ones that are at the very top, right above our names, that are scrolling.
I got you.
But yeah, right there, right in the bottom, right below us.
Yeah.
$95,000. Oh my gosh.
That's just amazing.
In a live account. I tell you what, you think I'm joking when I say I'm not the best. I'm just average. And we have some amazing traders. I see that every day here at Top.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely amazing traders in a live account. And there's a good example.
All right. Do we have a short entry? Or a long entry?
I'm looking for better setups. I don't know. The short entry was up top. The bottom entry, the long entry was down low. We're right where we opened.
Yes, sir.
Yep, right in the opening range. Well, we've got JD ready to join us. JD is going to be, of course, talking about the top 5 live PNLs. Great to have you with us, JD. You ready to come in?
What is up, guys? Yep, I've got Friday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. There I am. All right, who is ready to see this? We got some big numbers on the board from Friday. Look at Pavel there, trading the ES, MNQ, and NQ, $48,721 trading in the live funded account. Nice job, Pavel. We got Kevin, Armando, Sini, and Mohammed, all trading the NASDAQ. Actually, Sini was trading gold also, but Kevin, 72.30 trading the NQ. Armando, 63.75. Izini, 1,094 trading the NQ and 47.34 trading gold for a combined total of 58.28 for Isini. Nice job mixing it up a little. And Mohammed trading NQ and MNQ. Took $4,400 out of the NQ and $317 out of the MNQ for a total of $4,730 on the day. Nice way to go into the weekend, folks. Decent numbers right there.
Right? Always good to go up on a Friday.
For sure. All right, guys, I need just a few more minutes, and then I'm going to jump in. We'll do some do some payouts, and then I'll stick around for the rest of fast markets after that.
Awesome, JD. Take
Nice.
your time.
Just a few, and I'll be right back.
I like longs here. If we could break through these 84s. Man, we just broke through them.
Are we taking it?
I'm willing to long as well.
It's
That's the exact setup I was waiting for. So we had the closure back into the opening range, and now we are potentially breaking again above.
Nothing done yet.
So let's see.
Nothing done yet.
Nothing done yet. Nothing done yet.
I'm just watching this market, looking at technicals, waiting, being patient for a setup. No setups, no trades.
We are.
Ooh, I almost tried to get in right there, and I missed it.
I'm long one.
Oh,
I'm gonna build a position. Yep. I'm gonna build a position. Stop is gonna be the low of the range. We'll see if that gets hit very fast. But I want to try at least one.
We're with you. We're long one. Where's the CYA again?
55. That's low, but that's only because I'm long one.
65.
55. The low
55.
of candle.
I was gonna say I like 50s. Yeah, I like 50s. Below that.
Got it. So we're long one with you. We're gonna accumulate this position with you. And don't say
I'm gonna get in with you too. I want to get in long with you guys as well.
I got a bad entry, but that's
where are you long?
94. I would have preferred 86, but it's okay.
Of course, right?
No, but that was the level I was looking for, right? But by the time I hit the button, it was already low.
Okay.
Let's see if we can have a push.
I want to get in with you. I'm still waiting, being patient. 3-bar reversal is going to be right there, right at 96. Great trade. Great trade, right. Jerome.
I'm putting it at break even just in case we get hammered. Just in case. Because that can happen. So,
all right.
Once we break the previous high, if we do, I'm adding one. Okay, I'm adding one here and putting break even again. Perhaps I'm going to get out.
Okay, we added as well.
I'm perhaps out. It's 800. 802.75 is my break even. I can't share my screen because I'm too focused now, but once I have a couple seconds, I will change it. Perhaps we will get out. I won't be surprised if we get out. Yeah, we
are out. 2 with you. Our average price $7.97.
I'm out now. I'm out.
You're out now?
Yeah. It got me out because I protected it. So if it goes without me, it's okay. But that was the trade I was looking for. I wanted to protect it. Didn't want to take a big risk on this one if we don't have the strong push I was looking for. So it's okay. If it goes without me, I'm good with it. Perhaps I didn't manage it well, but that was what I wanted to do.
Well, it's looking like you managed it well now. Yeah, we were long. We added. Our average price was $7.97, but when you got out, we got out. Our house is currently up $154.
Wonderful. Better
Good
than
trade,
red, right?
guys.
Better
I
than
mean,
red.
you guys took it.
Yeah, if I had the 86 I was looking for, that would have been a partial profit, but all good.
Mhm. I'm enjoying window watching on this. That's what I'm doing.
That's nice as well. That's nice as well.
It
No, it's okay.
depends. I mean, that's 3 trades I sit here and I watch play out really well. But according to the process, no trades. From a technical standpoint, I see everything that you guys are seeing. I like that break above these 84s. I tried to hop into it, and it left without me. And I mean, what can you do? What can you do when the market's like, I don't want to say easier to read, but when you're reading the market well, you're just not getting in. I think I'm happy with 0 trades and 0 profit and 0 loss.
Jerome, what's your P&L off that after that trade?
And I'm back. Sorry, I got out. Oh, we did a nice exit though. So
yeah, we did.
That was happy with that. So now, what happened? We had the move. I was personally looking for. Perhaps 5 minutes later it's gonna happen. We'll have the push up. But if we don't, we had buyers try a pushback up, right? And we have a strong rejection. So we have a sort of not really nice head and shoulder pattern. But if we can break and below, if we can close below 72.25, I would strongly be looking for short. So potentially at 51, 52, or at 25, 26. We'll see. That's if we close below 72. So it looks like something is happening here. Crossed 52 level. Let's see the reaction right there.
Jerome, did you? I might have missed it. Did you mention your P&L so far?
Still flat 15. I mean 1500. Let me show you. Yeah. Here you
1500.
go. You see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. So that's the trade I took before, and I got break even on the trade with
basically
together. So
break even on that last one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. That was a very nice protection. See that? Yeah, that rarely happened on my side, to be very honest and transparent. So I'm happy with that. Nice trade management. So the short is getting juicier. What's interesting is the S&P didn't flush as much as the Nasdaq. So I'm tempted to go one and perhaps put the stop at 72. Okay, so let me think. I'm not FOMOing. Breathing in, because we have the exact setup I was waiting for. But if we bounce from 26, I am cooked. So I'm going to be patient.
Yeah, it's risky, right?
Yes, sir. That's the continuation of the level I was looking for. So it would make sense as well. But the bounce makes sense as well, because it's a twice confirmed support zone. So,
Jerome, I think we have to add something to our trading vocabulary. And that's going to be based on something you said a few times today, a nice juicy short. What is it? What is the definition of a juicy short?
We have juicy longs as
Low-hanging
well,
fruit?
right? Yes. So a juicy trade is a trade that has a lot of pain for what the structure is showing, and low, not necessarily low risk. It could be high risk, but very high reward. So that's
there's a
what
lot of meat on the
juicy
bone.
trade. Yes, sir. Exactly. So we reached the exact level I was looking for a potential short entry. So let me share the other screen. Do we get short here? That's the question. Here, so do we have a bounce at 26,726? That's what I'm looking for. I wanted to get short at 52, as I mentioned, but I wanted to wait, so I'm not frustrated to not be in this short. I would be very happy if this level 726 is confirmed and we can get in, and then we have a huge flush down, the 500s, perhaps 400s, who knows?
Big time.
Let's see.
Do we buy this though?
You know what I'm gonna?
In Dobie? Dobie? I know Dobie. Where's he at? This is be the bottom if we're ranging.
Right?
This is the bottom.
Yeah. The thing is, the S&P printed a higher low, right? So it's a sort of different market structure. So let's see how this 5-minute candle closes. But yeah, when there's a sort of not gap, not divergence. I mean, perhaps it can be called a divergence. When there's like this gap between both assets, I'm cautious. So anything can happen, of course. I'm very tempted, very tempted to put a sell order at 25 and have it get filled or not.
Okay.
I
mean, so
this
far this is a start of a megaphone pattern.
58.12 weekly kickoff low.
This is the pattern that makes everybody the most upset when we ran the highs. And if we run the lows and then reverse, then yeah, that would be the worst case for a lot of traders. I mean, would it make sense for no news the rest of the day and major news tomorrow? Maybe. You just I find
25.
it hard to find trade right now.
25 was a good level. Let's see if we can have it again. Let's see. I'm ready to fire. So let's see.
Ready to fire?
To fire some contracts. I mean, a trade.
To the short side?
Yes, sir. I'm pondering my thoughts. The new 30-minute candle is opened. Let's see how it reacts.
I have no problem with shorts.
Especially a juicy short.
A juicy one. This one's juicy. We could sell off to what, 20,300s, 20,400s.
I got my finger on the mouse. S&P is holding weekly kickoff low, however. 58.12.
Let's see. I'm waiting to get a better price. So that's wonderful.
You were looking at 55s earlier, 755s. You like that for a entry?
Yes, sir. 52. Potentially 52. Potentially 52 can be juicy.
3-bar reversal on a 5-minute.
Where's the stop? Stop. So wait, market is dynamic, right? The S&P is re-breaking the high of its opening range. So if we have continuation, if that means we have Titanic buyers getting in the ring right now, we should jab with him, right? But on their side, so we should be looking for longs, because the potential level I was looking for has again confirmed support, right? We had a 60 points bounce, so that's definitely a confirmation of support. So if we re-break the high of the opening range, it's either we get a good position or we are late buyers. So it's a risky entry, but it's not a bad one. I don't think it's a bad one. It's not necessarily a good one, but it's a risky one.
I mean,
what do you think?
Where's Dobie at? Where's Dobie? Dobie would be buying. That would have been
that,
the
right?
bottom of that. Yeah. That is true, Hoag.
We are being patient today, but pretty sure a lot of people have taken trades so far.
Yep. I am going to be looking to continue to be patient. If I was just gonna say, if we get a pullback, I'm buying it. I mean, very much like we've seen this morning, right? We had that nice rally, and then we have like half of a pullback to that same zone. Then yeah, I'm possibly going to be looking to buy it, where we had that big rally, pullback to around these 40s to 50s, and then look to buy it and that continuation up. So that's what I'm looking for right now, is pullback, consolidation, and possibly a continuation up back towards 800.
Let's go. Was this news related or not? Not really. You know what could happen as well? And that would be a big confluence point for a short back down there. So this candle right there, the big green one, is the opening of the 30-minute candle. So let's assume we go back down and we flip bearish. That would mean we had a nice top wick here. We've had a nice liquidity run, grab like late buyers. And we have the retest of this 726 level that could, of course, be another level for buyers. But that could be an extra point for short. So will the price allow us to revisit this level? We don't know. But if we do, we'll be ready.
A lot of long wicks on that 30-minute chart up there, aren't there?
Yes, yes. A lot of wicks.
All right. Well, let's take a look at some of the other markets here. Looking like
what gold is doing?
Crude oil is still just inside its overnight range. Very little directional activity, just kind of holding against last week's high on both sides. That would just be a range trader's dream. As gold doing pretty much the same thing. A lot of overnight inventory to the short side, but really just kind of centering price around the IB low from Friday. Just not a lot of regular trading hour activity. Everything was pretty much very range bound, including our equities, which we're just seeing some early extremes. The initial balances are established. I'll put those on the charts here very shortly, but seems as though these markets are seeking new information.
I am now long.
Oh, you're long now?
Yep, I am long from 763.
Mm-hmm. If we have a wick fill of the previous candle, yeah, that would be a beautiful entry.
765s. Tried to be cute and squeeze in on that, but missed it. So we're a little worse as far as location. Only one contract here, though, Dakota.
Okay. Fair enough.
I'm
looking for the same thing we've seen earlier. We've seen all those buyers step in. We got that pullback. We're consolidating a little bit. I'm looking for that continuation up. And here we go. Let's see. Beautiful. I'm going to close off one right there at 85. I'm still in 4 contracts.
Beautiful.
Let's see if
we are re-breaking the high of the opening range.
90s.
Yeah, I think we can have huge volume coming in right now. I'm tempted to get long because that's the level I was looking at, 86.
There you go. Close another one off 96. See if we could get 97.
Missed it. All good. Well played. Beautiful trade.
Great. Hundreds.
Come on, let's get that continuation. I don't want to see a complete reversal now.
No. Have you moved your stop up at all, Dakota?
Yeah, CYA is at 46. CYA is at 46. Wanted to see a push and a hold into these 90s. We could test 800s. Okay, I'm going to close off another one right there at 95 if I could get it. I want to close it off on a bounce, though, joining the ask. Come on. One more push higher. I'm not gonna...
You know what name you should put to your team, Coach Dakota?
What's that?
Join ask.
Join
the Wizards, because you're a wizard, man.
No. Here we go.
Right.
Closed off another
you
one.
You get the levels nobody gets, and it's crazy. There's so many reasons why you're number one. It's beautiful.
Closed off another one at 800. I mean, it's the same thing we've seen this morning, right? I mean,
we had one on. I just took it off just short of 800 there.
Okay, I'm gonna leave one as a runner.
House now up 701.
Beautiful.
Great trade. I will say this. If we get, I want to hold this one until tomorrow. I want to get into a good position. This might be that position.
Only had a runner.
Yeah, because remember the 4-hour trend line, and if we do get some more bullish momentum here, this could be it. I could hold this until tomorrow. I don't probably not hold it into that news, but yeah, this would be an MOC
overnight
market on close. Yeah, maybe just a market on close. Yeah. Yeah, and why not? Why don't I switch my background to a bull now, huh?
Bull. There you go.
Man, I wanted to enter at 86 and instantly spiked up.
Oh.
Beautiful move. Beautiful.
Only had one on.
Here we go.
We only had one on. Otherwise, we'd have a runner with you. Nice trade.
Beautiful
Dakota.
bounce from 26. Rebreak of the beautiful.
Uh-huh.
Man, this is going back to 21,000. Telling
you. Yeah. There we go. Someone says, why not 5? I was in 5.
Yeah, you were in 5.
Yep, I was. You guys watched it. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Do we have a potential short entry? Mm-hmm.
No shorts, Jerome. No shorts there.
No shorts.
Don't even say the name.
Let me trade.
No, you could do what you want. That's valid, though. If you want to talk about cheap shorts, I mean, Dobie would be selling up there. We know it. Dobie would be selling up there into those 830s.
Right. IB is in. Just as a reminder, Friday's session, the initial balance high and low were the high and low of the entire session. It was a normal trading day on Friday. We closed the gap to Friday's low. That's 20,874.75.
Really nothing here over the wire either. You'd think we'd be seeing a lot more action. I tell you, just watching gold here, trying to catch a trade here, and it's like a rodeo.
Yeah. Anything on tilt for us, Eddie?
Tilt right now, we're still showing gold long, 69%, 48%, 44% in the money. Some people getting out, taking credit or taking profit here, but otherwise we're about 50-50 across the board here in crude, NASDAQ, and the ES.
Thanks, Eddie.
There's going to be a lot of shorts get squeezed if we could break through these 40s and hold.
S&P's closed the gap. S&P's held weekly kickoff low as support, 58.12. Day session low, 58.13. A little bit of a reversal maybe coming in here. You know what they say, Jerome, Dakota, if there's no bad news.
Yep. How does that 4-hour chart look like? That's been on the back of my mind, Hoag. That 4-hour trend line. Or a daily or whatever, that major one for the fall.
That was a good shot, man.
The wizard.
The wizard.
We'll see if we can do a
John
short
make a
squeeze
good
here.
wizard. Can you turn my X into a frog?
He can definitely try transform a red PNL into a green PNL. That he can.
They're all green and gray to me, Jerome. There's no red on
Oh
my
yeah,
charts.
That's true.
They're blind. Here we go. Into those 850s.
My bad.
All these shorts getting liquidated. I have that as a good running joke because I didn't find out I was colorblind until the fall, like October or something like that. Okay, let's see if we can make a run into these 900s.
Look at you. Just took out the IB high. Got to hold above it. IB high 855.
Yep, I want to see this market hold above these 40s. The more time we spend, the more nervous
Better
I'm
off
sure
you'll be.
everyone hoping. Yep, exactly. Yeah, the shorts are puking.
Dang it. I was potentially looking to enter around 810. Like I was considering it, but by the time I think it already bounced. So. Because that's the previous resistance level we had.
Yeah, this is
bounced from it. So, a beautiful trade. Wow,
beautiful trade.
Yeah.
See if we hold IB high.
Points.
Beautiful.
This is the next resistance zone right here into these 870s, 860s. And then the question is, are we going to return to where we opened up Sunday night? Which is going to be 21,000. Can we just get to 21,000?
I mean, it's a potential long entry for me. Of course, I'd be late, but there can be huge volume. If I can get in before, that would be juicy. But let's see.
You used that word a lot today.
Hey, these longs are juicy.
Moist like a towelette.
I got
You know, they got
to.
What's Jerome? They got a gum here, Wrigley, called Juicy Fruit.
What's that fruit?
It's yellow.
I couldn't tell you the flavor of that gum to save my life.
It's yellow though, right? It's a yellow wrapper.
Yeah, yellow wrapper. Yeah,
it's fruit.
Juicy fruit.
Good.
Oh,
I
no.
always love juicy fruit.
Fruity chew. Oh,
yeah. Can't blow bubbles with it though. It's just sort of like adult gum.
Just so it. You have a nice sleep with them, right?
Yes.
What do you think about gold, Hoag?
Just looking at it.
Please.
You know, I've been trying to catch gold all day today, and I tell you, it's almost impossible.
It's very, very range bound. Now, if you look at the 30-minute chart, I'm just putting the IB high and low on it right now. So let's see here, 726.92.90. Okay.
The short on gold looks nice.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of overnight shorts there. A lot of shorts overnight. It's just been kind of reconciling those overnight shorts, but without pulling back into range and near settlement. It's only a 130 tick range. It's a very small range so far for the session. I mean, I would be looking at, if something were to happen, some sort of extension above the IB high or below the IB low, to see if we can see any extension of that. Because with this very small initial balance, it's not going to take a whole lot of energy to extend above or below it. It's sitting right in the middle of it, right in the middle of the IB. There's nothing I can do here. Eddie, I would just set it aside until something changes. But focus on the IB high and low. 2679.90 is the initial balance low. 2692.80 is the initial balance high. I mean, it's a very small, very range bound, kind of a weak high on it, kind of an unfinished upside auction. So we do see some overnight inventory adjustment come, and it's very late for that. You might see it off this high, this IB high, kind of a weak high up there. No excess. Just very, very iffy.
No trade zone for you.
Oh, no. No, I'm looking for something better than that.
Gotcha.
Gold, crude oil has a little bit of a jump here now. It left the IB low, the IB high at 77.91 and has never returned. That's going to be a long for me. And it's putting in new highs as we speak. Got overnight highs right around 78.56 to see if we're going to get a test of that.
Yeah, we have 7 consecutive green candles on crude oil.
Yeah. Get 10 minutes to find out if we're going to close this next 30-minute bar above the initial balance high in the S&P and the NASDAQ. But I still like the long.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I don't have any more trades for the rest of the day from my end, Hoag. It's just managing this long trade, which it's not going to be a lot to manage. It's just hold and maybe look for areas to trail it, and that's going to be about it. I mean, I would suspect a pullback here, maybe a pullback to where we broke out, right? This was some major resistance around these 830s, 840s, this zone. And so I wouldn't be surprised of a pullback down towards this zone and, resistance becomes support. But I mean, you never know what's going to happen. That's why we have a stop loss. I've locked in 25 points on this trade. No matter what happens, it's
beautiful.
A green day for me.
It's a great trade.
Beautiful.
It was a really, really, really a great trade. We've got top 5 payouts coming up here. We're going to have Gabe come in and do those. Gabe, you ready?
I am. What is going on, everybody? Real quick, subbing in for JD. Good to see you as well. Real quick, we have top 5 payouts to end the week from last week from the live funded accounts. So let's run these real fast. We got Josh and Beer, 21,000 smackaroos. We got Stephanie O with a nice round number of 20K. We got Clifton S coming in with 5,400. Caleb B with a $2,875 payout, and Thomas A finding a way to pay himself with a nice $918. So that's what we had to close out last week on Friday. And Eddie, I believe there's a couple of these traders that might be eligible for the payout club. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. Payout club. Well, traders who have made 5,000 in the payouts, paid yourself out at least 5,000. Doesn't have to be all in one sum. You are eligible to join Topstep TV's payout club. Now, every day in TV chat, we're going to drop the payout club check-in form where you can sign up for exclusive 5K club hat. There it is right there. Beautiful hat. You probably see that on Andre a lot. And if you have paid yourself out 5,000 or more, we're going to put there is the link in the chat. Thank you very much for putting in it there. But right now, we can only ship to traders in the United States, but we are looking to expand in the future. So if you are somebody outside of the States, you have paid yourself out 5,000, hold on. We're working on something where we can mail it directly to you. But that's what I've got, and I'm going to give this back to Johnny Hoags. Back to you, Johnny.
Thanks, Eddie, and thank you, Gabe. Always great stuff. Boy, we got a little failed upside auction in those equities now, don't we? We're going to close that 30-minute bar in about 6 minutes. Boy, oh boy, that thing came off pretty quick. Last week's low in the NASDAQ, 874 in the orders. Put in that high. Last week's low in the S&P is also 58.45 and a quarter. Kind of putting in that most recent high. Boy, that came off pretty stiff.
Well, the question is, who caught that short? I mean, we had that 3-bar reversal at 46. We got to that zone. This is that zone. Really quick, right? We broke through it, came back, and that was really fast to get back to this consolidation zone. That
you're still long that one runner?
Yeah, I'm still long. I'm going to stay long.
Okay.
My current stop loss is at 789, and you expect a pullback, right? Markets don't go in a straight line unless it's against you. But I don't mind a pullback. I don't mind this coming and stopping me out for plus 25 points. If I wasn't long, I would actually be looking to get in long regardless. Because this is a nice pullback, right? This is a major area of resistance. And when you break out of resistance and have a pullback, you'd look for the resistance to become support. And this is a decent area. If the market's going to find some support, this would be it. If not, we just break through. I get stopped out. And
you still had a good day.
Yeah. One trade. This is the only trade I've taken today.
Nice work.
Beautiful.
Nice work. So between Mo, you, and the house, we're all up. Nice job.
Jerome.
I don't want to say that because Dakota's long.
Oh, you can say
just said it 3 times. Beetlejuice.
I'm finished, though. I'm long, but I'm finished.
Okay. Woo.
All right.
Here we go. We're going to break.
It doesn't matter if we could all chant Jerome if we wanted to. It's not going to make a difference.
All right.
Okay, then I'm short 15. No, just kidding.
Oh, geez. Well, then we'll start chanting. 15.
That would
Hold
be.
on, let me light the tiki torches.
We'll need an opera chant then. get the market down with 15 lots on.
All right. Well,
but on a serious note, do we look for short here, or I mean, of course, it's a pullback actually. So, will this be a pullback to continue the trend up, or will we go back down and perhaps rip lower and fall off?
Well,
so we'll see.
According to the profiles,
we could go back down right to where we opened.
Auction. That's a short.
If we go back down, we have a juicy short right there.
Juicy.
Yeah, it would be. It was juicy short from all the way up at these 46s.
Yes, sir.
There's got to be someone who caught that 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute to short up there. That's a juicy short.
That was a nice one. Very nice.
46 at
50, 60 points.
That was juicy. Well, while we're hanging out watching to see what happens here with Dakota's runner, we do have some news. It looks like we've got James Harden ready to break in with some interesting and hopefully informative news for us.
That's right, Hoag. I bring you all the hits and highlights from the weekend and some of the days prior, starting with our first story. Philadelphia, I knew I loved you for a reason. Philadelphia has played more Creed than Taylor Swift on those Touch Tunes jukeboxes in the year 2024.
Nice.
My kind of town.
Absolutely.
Wait a minute, that's Sinatra.
No real reason for this, other than they just think that Swifties aren't going to these bars with Touch Tunes in them. I know my favorite party trick is to load up the same Creed song 5 times in a row. So if I was in Philadelphia, I would probably be a part of this. But sadly, here in Chicago, only they get to have One Last Breath on repeat 5 times in a row. Best song in the world. So Philly, you are the place to be. A little bit more local at-home news. MJ's mansion here in Chicago. It was bought recently. But now that guy is realizing that it's a lot of space and a lot of money for just him. So for an easy $1 million, we can all go splitsies on a share of Michael Jordan's mansion. What that gets you is you can stay about a week a year. You can accommodate up to 20 guests, including children of any age. But if you do go in on the 1 million, you are also responsible for 2% of the property's annual expenses. So get ready to pay for the long haul.
I bet she's going to do it. I bet she sells
only
it.
A week?
I bet she sells them all.
I bet he does sell them all. Well, Eddie, you know, it's like a timeshare. You know, it's the Michael Jordan timeshare. You get to have it 1 week out of the year.
Yeah.
Yep.
Airbnb.
Luxury add-ons are also available, including private chefs, pre-purchased food and drinks, luxury transportation, and on-site services. So, bidding starts March 2025 onward. So, boys, let's start ponying up. All right, we start putting a nickel every time one of us is on mute in the jar. We can have this thing paid off in 2 weeks.
Oh, that's what that's going towards. Sure, I'm for that one. I think I have probably. I probably have like 10,000 I sent to Jack.
Yeah, exactly. Our next story brought to you by Hoag. Nearly half of all Americans carry a backup pair of underwear just in case.
Really?
You go, America. Yeah, I don't know. I don't do this, but yeah, nearly half of all Americans, 70% of those that do carry spares have had to have their backup pair come to the rescue at least once.
Wow.
Reasons for carrying a backup range pretty not dramatically, but it's what you would think, right? Number one answer, in case something bad happens. Number two, you're going to go to the gym and you want to be fully, full change of clothes later. Fully fresh. And I think the third top answer was just because. It's like the you never know. Oh, no, the third answer was if you're clumsy and they're likely to spill something on themselves. Gotta be spilling something
from
pretty
within.
deep from within. So
I used to just bring a washing machine with me.
No,
great idea.
I do not. carry an extra pair of underwear.
Oh,
I tend to live dangerously.
There you go.
There you go. But yeah,
it's
Like
like
roll a bounty. Yeah.
it's like having a concealed carry gun. You don't
Yeah.
want anybody to know you have it, and you hope you don't need it, but it sure comes in handy if you do.
They're just in case, right? Just in case. I feel like most Americans have been in a situation where you wish you had a backup, but I digress. Our last story is a quick little retrospect and a story near and dear to my heart. About a year ago, the city of Chicago was blessed with the miracle that is the rat hole. But where is it now? If you don't know the rat hole,
I'm short one NASDAQ. Sorry to interrupt you. Just
take that story down. We'll come right back to the rat hole.
No, go back to it. I'm just short one at 98.25. Stop is gonna be 40-ish points, 840. Let's see if we can have a move back down. Let's see if we can have a move back down. It's a risky one. But
I was gonna just add to my long too.
Yeah, but do it. I don't wanna.
I know. As soon as you said short, I was getting ready to click the button buy. We could both be right though too. That's the thing.
You can.
I mean, it's riskier on my side. Let's see.
I'm just looking at this 5-minute and this 3-minute chart here. And like all the moving averages, all the VWAPs, they're
If
right
you break
here.
The previous low, I'm putting break even. Okay, I'm break even now. The trade is break even. In case of we hammer back up, I'm okay with. Okay, I'm out now. Perhaps we'll take a better entry. We'll see.
Okay.
Because we've had 1, 2, 3, almost 4 touches, and I mean it can happen on the 5th, but I don't want to risk it. So you can add as much as you want, Dakota.
Okay, I'm free to add. Okay.
Free to add. All right, James, you want to finish up?
Really quick, because this is a very, very important story, but more importantly, is a poll in the chat. We need your answers. Do you carry a backup pair of undies just in case? Probably the most important poll we're going to post today. But my last story, the Chicago rat hole. If you don't recall, we covered this story extensively last year. But in the Roscoe Village neighborhood of Chicago, there was an imprint of what looked to be a rat that had fallen in some wet concrete. In fact, if you go to the next picture, Gabe, I took a screenshot of the said rat hole. There it is. There's our little buddy. This took Chicago by storm. I mean, it was everywhere. It was on the Tonight Show. Like Fallon sang a song about it with the Roots. The neighborhood hated it because people were just coming out in droves taking pictures of this thing. And it eventually led to the city of Chicago cutting it out of the concrete and uprooting it. But since then, where has it gone? To this day, you cannot go see it publicly, but the city of Chicago has assured us that it is actually under protective glass in City Hall. And they're figuring out how they're going to put it back to the public. I think we should just get rid of the beam and just put the rat hole there. That's my Chicago.
There's a hot take for you.
Yeah.
Under protective glass.
That's just crazy that they actually have that thing and it's like being protected and
you don't get to touch the Declaration of Independence. It's the same deal.
Yes.
The national treasure. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? At this point, I mean, nothing surprised me. Duct tape a banana to a wall and sell it for millions.
Yeah,
it's called
nothing surprised
art, you savages. And with that, I'll give it back to you.
Mm-hmm. Well, our failed upside auction in the NASDAQ and in the S&P is really getting a deep rotation here. Everybody flat now? Dakota, you're still long one,
flat.
right?
I'm actually looking to buy it right here into these 60s. I'll keep you updated.
Okay, adding
Just
to it.
watching this fall right when we exited it, but well,
Yeah, that was a great short, Jerome.
Mm-hmm.
That was a really good short on your end. Okay, I'm long. I am long now, and I'm going to continue to add it.
Jeez.
You refresh your charts, Dakota, when you had a chance. No rush.
Yeah. Give me a second. I'm going to try and build a position right here. I want to see if I could build a position here into these 60s.
Our funded trader, who was up 73,000 earlier, is now up 88,000. Just
I think he's
having a
short,
day,
right? So
another day at the office.
it's crazy. The more Nasdaq flushes, the more his P&L will grow, I believe, because he must be short, right?
Wouldn't it be something if he'd like pick the bottom, pick the top, pick the bottom, and pick the top again, and is now short?
Yeah.
Could you imagine that? So,
Somebody better.
just so we all know, I'm long for at 770. I'm still trying to share my.
I'm long one to put my toes into the water.
All right. Well, I don't want to be out of. I want to not be in this party, so I'm buying 2.
And I'm gonna protect this quickly if I have the opportunity.
774
once we break
quarter.
the previous highs. Okay, we did somehow.
Where is the CYA on this trade?
Okay, does that work? So for right now, that's the hard part. I would be okay with 70 or 41 right now. 41 is where my CYA is.
That's where I just put it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
For those that are new here to Top Step, CYA equals a stop. Cover your
yes.
Cover your ass. Bring an extra pair of underwear.
There you go.
Yes.
that's a good one, Hoag. That was good.
You guys saw those poll results, right? You guys saw that 77% of our traders that actually submitted for the poll are not prepared and do not have a second pair of undies just waiting for them in their car.
Opposite of the overall, it looks like, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Because we're tough. We're traders, man. We're traders. We clench.
We used to have to in the pits. Fast
100%.
market? No, I can't. Nobody's going to the bathroom. You go right here. You hold it.
If you missed your window, you're done for the day.
Clench and pray.
DFD.
Here we go. Let's see these 80s come into play.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm out. I protected it. Perhaps we'll get a better entry. I don't know.
I want to see us go now. I don't like that we immediately rejected those 80s.
Yeah, I feel the short is still in play somehow. If we don't get back up quick. I might go short, guys.
We're right in the middle.
If we break 52, I'm gonna go short, I think.
52. What are we thinking, Dakota?
For me, it's still the same, but I could see what Jerome's seeing. I mean, we got up to those 80s, immediately rejected. Obviously, as a long, you don't want to see it reject a number like that. I was looking for that breakout. We tried, we hesitated, we got right back down. I would be okay with closing right now. I don't like to close my trades early. For me, it's process over profits. Even though, yes, trading just being flat right now could be very valid. I just follow through. I have to follow through. That's my process, regardless of how I feel, because my feelings in the market does not go hand in hand.
Yeah, hopefully,
Yes, sir.
hopefully our stop won't be the better entry.
Maybe it will be. Maybe our stop will be the better entry. Shh, don't say anything. Don't speak it into existence. Yeah, don't let our stop be a better entry. Oh, here we go. Here we go again.
Just hanging on by a thread here.
You see how it'll play with your emotions. It does.
Yeah.
It does. Get out, get back in, get
That's
out,
nice
get back in, get out, and get back
Yep.
in. There's probably 4 times already I wanted to be flat. I don't mind taking 27 points to the risk.
I'm short.
You know, didn't change much on that. That was basically
True.
break even,
I'm
right?
short. Yes, sir. Did we break 52? We didn't.
Up about
Okay.
$1,500, something like that.
Yes, 14.95 to be exact.
14.95. That was 3 years after Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
Oh. Not a long time ago.
I see what you're seeing, Drum. I like that.
We'll see. I got 57. We'll see. But I don't like we have opposite directions. That's not what I like.
Hey, 2 different strategies. We could both be right or we could both be wrong. It's one of the things I love about the market.
Yes, indeed.
Effortless. Actually, the house account right now is currently up. Surprise, surprise.
There you go. It's a nice day there, Johnny Hoags.
Yeah. Hey, these are our great traders, man. We're gonna be backing them. Unfortunately, one's one way, one's the other way right now.
Yeah, how do you back this one now? That's the question. Huh?
I guess we stick with the one we started with.
Up 14.92, Johnny. I think it deserves a.
Of course, yes.
I love this one. Okay, we're having a strong push from buyers. Let's see where we go.
Hey, what time is it, Eddie?
Would you like to be a Topstep VIP?
Would you?
What time is it?
Topstep VIP.
Read up on our VIP. Yes.
Here we go again.
I demand more. I want it. I need it.
Oh,
and I'm
VIP.
gonna have it.
Well, we are scouting for new traders to join Topstep VIP. Sign up on the check-in form linked to the chat. It'll be up until 1 p.m. Central Time. The more you check in, the more entries you'll have in the draft starting January 27th. Topstep VIP. This is what you get if you are one of the lucky 500. 3 months. Trading combines free. 2 free resets each month. A private team chat room with exclusive access to your coach and special events. And remember, no activation fee. So stay tuned this week for more check-ins. This is number 22. And make sure you're here for Top Quiz on Friday because 25 winners will be drawn for additional entries. So, once again here, the link is pinned to the chat in the white box. Not a box, but it's pinned to the top of the chat. Click on that, enter the form, and good luck. Back to you, Mr. Hoag.
Thanks, Eddie. Thanks. Yeah, it's pinned to your underwear. Just click on the link and get your number 22. We got 10 coaches coming in end of the month. Going to be great stuff. You can vote on Dakota's coaching team name on Twix.
Oh, another thing too. If you're in the trading combine, yes, you can be picked. If you've got an XFA, yes, you can be a part of it. If you've got a funded account, yes, you can be part of it. All right, heads up, and remember that. A lot of people are saying, if I'm in an XFA, can I? Yes, you can. If I'm in an account, yes, you can. So there you have it.
Yes, those of you looking for the link, it is right at the top of the YouTube chat area up there. It says TopstepTV scouting form number 22. Click that link. Get your chances in. Great stuff, man. That VIP program is fantastic. A lot of good traders getting a lot of benefit out of that. I was like floored when Jay, like 65% of his team has succeeded in the trading combine. That's just amazing.
Awesome.
That is amazing.
Tells you something. Yeah.
Absolutely. Coaching is good. Coaching is certainly good, man. I had coaches, I had mentors, I had all kinds of help when I first started trading. Trading psychologists, therapists, friends. One of my best friends, basically gave me the book Mind Over Markets, and that was really when I started to understand how markets work, was when reading that book. But you don't have to go it alone, man. You got the chance here. Get your VIP, get it set up, get in it, and get on with it. A lot of good stuff. Still holding these longs.
There are some amazing coaches. I tell you, I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot from Coach Jay and Paul and Vince, and just spending time with them, watching them. I've learned a lot coaching as well. And there's not a better teacher than teaching others, to be honest.
So you're right, Dakota. I mean, you learn so much by helping others.
Exactly.
I've been, here at Topstep for almost going around to 14 years, and I've had the opportunity to talk to and work with thousands of traders, and the things that I've learned from them, it's immeasurable. And hopefully they've learned from me as well, but it's just such a great program. I'm really, really proud of the fact that we're doing that, and good stuff.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, thinking out loud, being on Topstep TV, it is a lot of pressure when you're in front of thousands of traders, right? Like, here, let me just show you how to. I'll show you my process, right? Win, lose, draw, it doesn't really matter to me. I don't care about losing. It's part of trading. It's a very important part of trading, is being able to handle losses. But then continue to do it over and over and over again, and then thinking out loud and telling everybody what my personal thoughts are. And then obviously with anything on the internet, especially YouTube and thousands of traders, everybody has their opinions. We see it. Some of the better traders here, myself, we have Jerome, where I'm long, he's short, I'm long, vice versa. And that's the reality. And so the internet is when everyone's behind a computer screen, you have your own opinions, and we run into the occasional troll. But yeah, that shouldn't change helping and doing what we're doing here at Topstep.
Okay. I'm out.
All right. Profit for you.
$14. $14. I'm at 15.06. So I tried to add every time we had a breakout. and try to manage this lot. So I added one. And so once we had the last flush, I put break even and it got me out. So I don't want to re-enter because again, it's a trade I've been in. It's a bi-directional type of situation. So if I don't have the move I'm waiting for quick in this type of situation, I don't really like staying in the trade. So let's go for your long, guys.
So what price were you short, Jerome?
57. 56.75.
Okay, and what did you take profit at? So you?
I didn't. It's break even. Like I got
okay,
$14 profit.
Even.
But yeah, I added one, took it out, added again, took it out, and finally re-added it, and it got me out at like $30. And in the end, I got $14 off.
Nice. So you were short, we were long. You've taken profit. We're still in it. We're hovering around break even as well.
Correct.
Actually, just right around break even. So technically, if we close, we could both scratch or break even. You were long, we were short, or vice versa. I mean,
yes.
I like these longs, Hoag.
And
I really do.
Some points I was up 15 points almost. So yeah, we were both right. So what's your entry, guys? 69 and 74.
74 half or 74 quarter for house. And Dakota's a little better than that.
Yeah, house has a better entry point than me. Or I got 69 and a quarter.
Yeah, so you're a little better than we are on that entry.
Can I have a better short entry? Sorry, but I still want a short. Can I have a better price?
Look at that 3-bar reversal, Hoag. If we could break through these 80s, I think we could have a nice leg to the long side.
ACH. Yep. We'll see.
The high of the opening range is holding very well on the S&P on the 15-minute time frame, or even the 5. It's beautiful. So the thing I will be looking for is if we come back to 5,829 for the S&P, I will perhaps look for a short or a re-entry on the Nasdaq, perhaps, if the market allows me to do so. So I'll watch what the S&P does around the high of its opening range, because I believe that would be a sort of indicator of if we're going to follow through upside to the upside or the downside. Because this is an area that holds very well, but the last 5-minute candles have tested this level. So there's a big chance if we retest it again, it got weaker, right? So.
Well, we had it for a second there, Dakota.
I know we did. We did. I'm over here fighting technical issues. Man, this has been a year of technical issues with me. Running my stream during slow markets, I've run into like, I don't know what it is, buffering issues, and now just being able to share my charts. But yeah, nothing's really changed. We've been consolidating here at these 760s for the last 20 minutes now, almost.
Not gonna kind of fatten up our losing time percentage a little bit if we get out of this.
Euro close in 5 minutes. By the way, did the viewers hit the like button? The lucky like button for the video of today, guys? If you didn't, please hit the like button. Thank you.
Yes.
There we go. Now we wait. You said you're short now again, Jerome?
No, I'm flat.
No, okay, you're flat. We're flat. Everyone's flat.
So,
we have 30 minutes left of fast markets, and we're just kind of going sideways. Euro close in what? 4 minutes? 3 minutes?
Yes, sir. You're flat?
No. I meant you're
okay.
flat. I was thinking.
No, we're long. Still,
we're long.
Still,
we're long.
just
The only
playing
thing
with
that's
us
making me
here,
nervous
Dakota.
is the only thing that's making me nervous here, Hoag, is that question, right? Is our stop a better entry? What if our entry was our stop? And I'm just thinking through that. And yeah, I don't mind. This is a trade. If I wasn't long now, I would be trying to get in long now anyway, because we were consolidating. And you look at your screen over there on the right hand side on that 5-minute chart. I mean, look at that consolidation, and a break above would be a beautiful trade. A break below could also be a trade too. It's an area of consolidation, and a break of consolidation, typically we see that expansion and a move. And the only thing that makes me nervous on this trade is it wicks us, it ticks us out, and then it decides to go a direction. But we'll see. We shall see. Only time will tell.
If that's the case, then yes, our stop would have been a better entry.
Yeah, we just put that in the notes for next time. That's been the theme of what we're looking to do. I would take this I'd take this trade 10 times out of 10 right now, regardless of win or lose. I like it.
Here you go. That's the wizard spell activation. Watch out for the market right here, right now.
It's a blessing or a curse. One or the other. We're gonna find out. Yeah, a good way that I would build into this is putting a buy stop like as we start to break in our favor. So like as we start to break out of this consolidation range, would be building into the position. That would save us from getting into a full position and it wicking us out or going the opposite direction. Getting in as it's going in our favor.
Is gold on steroids today?
What is it doing?
Eddie was trying to get into some gold trades, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Crude oil is... You were looking for long on crude oil, right?
Focus on the extremes.
Crude oil.
All right. Well,
The market
just
post. It's been like half an hour. The market, yeah, it's like consolidating. I wouldn't be surprised to have a huge increase of volume for the next half hour. Because the last one, I usually not every time, of course, but from 11 to 11 and a half, when there's a sort of consolidation, it's likely that from 11 half to 12 we'll have volume and a breakout of the consolidation range. So it's probability, of course, but let's keep this in mind.
All right. Well, while we're sitting here kind of hanging out, looking at this longs here, just kind of flopping around on us, we're going to do a VIP review with Coach Paul and see what's going on with Coach Paul and his team. If we could get Coach Paul in here and see what's going on. Hey, what's up, my friend? How are you?
What's up, Hoag? Good. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Happy New Year. It's good to see you. How are things?
Good. A little slow in the equities, but commodities are really perking up. Crude,
moving, huh?
The grains, natural gas. So interest rates. So I've been pretty
Crude
busy
oil.
there on the.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. All right. So, well, what's going on with the team? It's a whole new year. We got new teams coming up. Let's see how things are going with the Profiteers. Love that name. Love that name. Always good to be a profiteer, right?
Yeah, it's a great name. So We're one of the things in reviewing with them is whether or not you passed or not is learning that you have to develop a process, and a process with principles of maintaining the account, taking proper risk, not focused on having to make money. I think one of the things we learned from in our group is that when the traders that went out early were just trying to get to make the money.
Yeah.
They really weren't executing a plan.
YOLO traders.
I think the YOLO traders and the ones that survived, even if they didn't get in the XFA, I believe they've learned some valuable lessons where they are focused on executing a plan, defining their plan, managing their risk. Over a long term, that is going to pay big dividends. So that I think is the most valuable thing that we offered here. And going forward, I think we have about 10 traders who are really focused and developing. So my hat's off to them.
Awesome.
Hoag, you and I have been around a long time. We've had this experience. First was just trying to figure everything out and be right until the market either was right or our account was depleted.
Right.
There was, at least for me, and for a lot of experience, it was a lot of just, you can make money, just get something on. Then you develop into, wow, I really have to manage my risk. I can't keep replenishing my account. I'm not getting anywhere. Matter of fact, I'm falling behind.
Yeah,
then
I hated
risk
bringing checks.
Yeah. So it's a harsh lesson, a lesson that has to be learned that, first of all, you have to have some capital. Where does the capital come from? Well, wherever it is, it's in your account. You have, to me, the number one thing is defending your account or your capital.
Mm-hmm.
Taking proper position sizing and not worrying about, at least me, because I was an economist, was trying to predict where the market was going.
Really? You're an economist, huh?
That's what I majored in. So when I
make
started,
you like a weatherman?
It may, yes, very good. Yeah, this should happen. Maybe not.
We had to learn these things twice. I mean, there was the pit,
Yes.
and then screen trading. It's a whole new thing. It's a whole new thing. Let's bring up the leaderboard and take a look at what's going on with profiteers. We'll take a look on the leaderboard, profiteers leaderboard. So I gotta make this so I can see it big. So I got 38 traders working on it. That's pretty good, Coach Paul. The pass rates, the trading combine pass rates on all of these on all of the coaches and all of the coaches traders is so high. I'm just so impressed by that. 45, almost half your traders have succeeded in the trading combine. And is it more about strategy or mindset that you're kind of working on with them on this, Coach Paul?
It's a
Here we
great
go with
question.
the trade.
You got a trade, Coach Dakota?
Beautiful one.
Yeah. I'm getting ready. I don't want to interrupt you, Coach Paul, but I'm just getting ready to close out of this long trade that you might appreciate. I had another one on earlier, but I'm long 4 or 5 contracts. I just closed off of one, so I'm now long 4, up about 40 points, and I'm going to be closing on the way up here. Let me see.
I took one off. We're still long 1. I've taken the risk off.
So we've had the break indeed of the previous range. Beautiful. And I'm happy to have covered the gain. Nice covers today on my side. Not happy.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Hoag.
This is perfect for my answer. Its strategy is intertwined with risk management. If you don't have a strategy, you're going to take random risks. When you take random risks, you have no control. Strategy. Coach Dakota is a classic. His strategy is he follows it, process over profit. If you, like I said, if you don't have a process, what do you have? You have gambling. That's the difference between gambling and speculating. You have a process and you have risk management. So the answer to that question, that's what you have to begin with, is a strategy that you can execute that is anchored in risk management. So, and it takes time.
If you don't have any kind of strategy or something you can do consistently, you get nothing consistent to review. It's very difficult for you to find out what you're doing wrong if you're doing everything randomly.
Absolutely. One of the things that I learned with working with Pete Stottlemyre is the difference between random and non-random actions. A flow, like in market profile, what are you reading? A flow of buyers versus sellers. Is it balanced or is it imbalanced? Which side do I have a higher probability of getting on the right side? And you start from there. Those are principles where you can develop a strategy. And like you said, I mean, you just said it. Without that, what do you have to lean on? How do you learn? And you're just in a continual spiral. Like I said, as an economist, I had to be right because I studied all the fundamentals, and they said that soybeans had to go up. Somehow, soybeans didn't hear me. They just went the other way. They didn't get my email.
I've heard that a lot. Hey, let's bring up your top 5 here. Let's take a look at that.
All
right. So, Maytree XFA, balance 405, winning trade percentage 43%. I don't have Maytree's trading combine up here. Is Maytree doing something different, or just maintaining the same strategy and just a little bit of a drawback? Did we lose Coach Paul? I think we lost Coach Paul. Dakota, I'm flat.
I believe we did.
Okay, because I keep hearing order filled, and it's giving me PTSD.
Yeah, that's not me. That's
okay.
That's,
you're flat.
Yes. Yeah, I got out of
I closed
one.
a couple out right there at 800, and I'm still long. Okay, yeah, I closed a couple out at 800. I'm still long 3, but I like that flat. Yep, what an ugly move. We went right up to 808. Rejected
I didn't see I was muted. I was off. I'm short.
But
with a break even. So it's at 69.25. I might get out. Yeah, I'm out.
Well, it looks like we've lost Coach Paul, but I think we may have another guest that we might want to check out. Are we doing this now, guys?
I need 1 more minute.
Take your time. We're going to meet somebody that I think everybody has. You know how when you're trading, you've got the angel on this shoulder and the devil on this shoulder. We're gonna meet one of them, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. This is gonna be good. So Dakota, you're flat now?
No, I'm still long 2. I'm
long 2.
Now I'm long 1. I'm long 1 from 766, and I moved my CYA to 56. So long 1 from 66, CYA at 56.
Jerome, you're short.
I'm flat, sir.
Flat, sir. Okay.
Yes. Up 1406. Got slipped on the break even.
Okay. Got it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to meet the crazy man. Let's do it. Gabe.
Don't trust Glitch. He's full of tricks. steering you to losing picks. Blue and sly, he'll watch you fall, laughing at your every call. With a sneaky little wink, he'll say buy when you should sell. Stocks will drop, your heart will sink.
Hey, where is he?
What the hell? Gosh darn it. You know, you guys, I thought you had to be on here a while before they give you a song. But anyway, hey, you, look at me. Look me in the eyes. Looks like you could use some help. My name is Glitch, and I'm your new best friend.
Oh, no, not my new best friend.
Yes, I'll be your little bit. Hey, I'm a little blue fuzzball of wisdom you didn't know you needed. Trading? Easy stuff. You don't need plans. You don't need rules or boring discipline when you've got me whispering in sweet, impulsive ideas. Yo, in your ear, mofo. Trust me, stop losses are for quitters and over leveraging. That's how legends are made. So, what do you say? What do you say? Let's throw caution to the wind, ride those candlesticks like a roller coaster, and what's worse that could happen? I'm your best friend. Remember, hey, chase trades. Why not? Enter just because the price is moving fast. Just remember, fast is cool, baby. Over leveraging, risking is more than you can afford to lose. Hey, you only live once. And revenge trade, oh boy. Try to recover those losses impulsively. Market's not gonna bully me, hell no. And trade without a plan. Why not? Always trade without a plan or define rules. Remember, rules are made to be broken. Ignore risk management. Skip setting up stop losses or position sizing. Who needs that crap? So hey, I'm Glitch, and I'll always be with you.
Glitch. You're actually the picture in my mind that I have when I become impulsive. When I'm like FOMO, screw this, I'm doing that, I don't care. This is what you actually look like in my brain. How did you do that?
I'm your best friend.
How did you even get out of my head?
You got big ear holes. Easy, just walk in, walk out. You know, gosh.
That's how I imagine half the chat looks like.
I'll be back again someday. What's up with you, Dakota? You got a situation going on?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, we're doing that. We're just buying and see where it goes. Let's imagine. That's how I imagine half the chat looks like right there.
Oh, well, then trust me, I'll be your best trading buddy. But hey, I gotta go now. I got things to do, okay?
All right, stay out of my head.
Yeah, right. I'll be there. See you guys. Bye.
Oh man.
All right.
Good stuff.
Nice
Good
to meet
stuff
you,
Monday
Glitch.
morning.
Hope I never see you again. Nothing personal.
Yeah.
That was good. Dakota, you're still in that trade? I took
Yeah, I'm
that
still
watch
long from
run off and
766.
stop up the break even, which I hate
I
doing,
moved the
and of
stop
course
to
it came and got me.
73. That candle
got
that
me.
was this was a big a big candle to get all the longs out. So yeah, unfortunate for everyone who was long that got closed out on that candlestick.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, it does.
All right.
I'm gonna have nightmares about that one.
Don't let Glitch in your head. Don't
Thought of
let
that
Glitch
name. That is such a good name. Imagine
right?
whenever someone has an issue and the market or the platform or the internet or their internet service provider glitches.
Yep.
Well, even just with a couple of things we did in the house account's up $1,235. just taking a little onesie twosie stuff. That's not bad. Pretty good.
Yeah, it's not half bad. Man, what
And
a
that's,
morning.
of course, all thanks to you guys.
Yeah, I
mean,
love that
Dakota
trade. That
carried it.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
No, I just said you carried it. I mean, I just took trades that got break even. So the only thing I mean, it's still good. I managed my entries well and my trades well. But
Hey,
you got the directional one.
sometimes that's all you could ask for, though, Jerome, is just to
Oh, yeah.
break even on. Just, hey, you know what? I made $1,500 and I broke even for New York session. It was a really good day.
Yeah.
This is by far my favorite trade today. This consolidation and then break to the long side. This puts a very strong level of support resistance. And I mean, we hung around there for what, 20, 25 minutes, and we finally picked a direction. And I mean, yeah, I could say,
There
oh,
it
this
goes.
one earlier was my favorite trade because I was up 100, 1,500 points or whatever. That was a great trade. But this, even though the previous one worked out much, much better, it was just straight up. This one is more preferred because we consolidated a lot longer and we did pick a direction. So I like these trade setups typically better compared to that one. Even though that previous one worked out amazing, I can't argue with it. But whenever we consolidate longer, and the longer the consolidation, and then we choose a direction, typically the more confluence I have with the market actually trending. We're continuing to make these higher lows today, which I like that. And so when we're making higher lows, guess what? I'm going to be looking for this market to do is make higher highs. And so, yeah, I can realistically see this market possibly coming up and making a higher high because why not?
Why not?
Yeah, it is lunch. We're almost on time for lunch. So,
yep.
There is that.
Crude oil keeps trying to push up towards that 79.10 weekly kickoff high. It just keeps stopping short up around that big fat round number of 7,900. Gold really just still very, very range bound. Watch those extremes of the initial balance high and low, 26.79.90. We got 26.92.80 on the upside. I mean, equity is pretty much kind of rangy too. I think a lot of folks are looking forward to CPI and PPI over the next couple of days. Maybe just getting themselves positioned and prepared for that. But pretty good trades today. Dakota, Jerome, and the house are all up money. Looking good. All righty. We've got, let's take a look at the big board, shall we, Gabe?
All right, let's do it. I'm going to knock out call-ups first just to blow through these. We actually got 3 call-ups from the end of last week. So let's touch on these and then we'll bring up the big board here. So live funded trader call-ups. First one that got called up was Alexi from Superior, Colorado, with a starting balance of, I believe that is 6,800. And usually the products traded for Alexi are going to be the NASCrack. So just a single product trader there. We got Micah B from Ruston, Louisiana, with a starting balance of 35,000, also trading the NASDAQ. And then we have Robert C from Quebec with a starting balance, nice healthy size of $40,000, also single product trader of just NASDAQ. But congrats to those 3 that got called up last week. Look forward to hearing from more as the week progresses. But let's go ahead and run the big board. Eddie, you back there? Hit me with a little drum roll. You might still be trying to put Glitch away. Glitch might need to get
Glitch is
putting a timeout. Yeah. I see you back there, Eddie. Thanks, brother. All right, and here is your top 25 live funded trader leaderboard so far for the year. Take down these overlays real quick. And this is going to, you'll notice that Coach Dakota overtook Rafa currently at the number 1 spot. You've got Jake Ricci or Rake Trades sitting there at number 5 still. Nick Furtick holding number 7 strong. No major movers. I would imagine, knowing we had Kai H up a good, healthy 88,000. We'll most likely be seeing a new addition to the top 25 once the board updates for later this week. But take your screenshots. A little honorable shout out to AD What's Up. That's sitting at number 17. Seeing him a lot on Twitter, posting transparently about his wins and losses. But yeah, this is your top 25 leaderboard. Leave it up for a couple more seconds, and you can also find it on our Twitter at TopstepTV. I know Dolby will be posting that later this morning. But that's all I got for you guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Gabe. Good stuff.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We got 2 hot traders on fast markets here this morning. Dakota and Jerome. Oh, I said that, didn't I? Sorry.
I have a question for you, Hoag.
Yes.
The house account has been green very often lately.
Yes. It has been.
I can't. When was the last red day for the house account?
I think there have been 2 red days so far this year.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah, we slowed things down, a little smaller, maybe a little bit, bigger risk on some of those smaller trades. There's always the ones that you get ticked out on, but I think, all of these trades are coming from our traders. Our traders have been good. They've been hot. We slowed things down a little bit again, and taking a little bit smaller size, maybe a little bit bigger risk on that size, I think it's paid off. I think it's on a good path now. And I think, it's something that we can start to really grow on now. We'll see how it goes. But it's all you guys. Thank you, Dakota. Thank you, Jerome. Thank everybody that provides those ideas and opportunities for the house account. And it's every green day is a good day, if you ask me.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, social media has been quiet. Chat's been quiet. I mean, following process over profits. I mean, that was part of it. That's part of learning. The house accounts also went through that same process where, oh man, did social media and chat love to tease the house account? And then, yeah, giving credit where credit's due, 100%. I mean, sure, we could call out the trades, but also how yourself and the team is able to manage those trades is spot on. Like the other day, what was it? I think it was just Friday where I took a loss, but the house account took a profit. That was beautiful.
Yeah, we went into see money, take money mode on Friday. So it was another good day on Friday, another good day today. Thanks to you guys. We're getting a little short on time. Do we have any hashtag fast market stuff to show?
We'll save all that for power hour there, Hoag.
Saving that for
I'm going to
power
lock
hour.
myself out. I'm going to go ahead and click on this lockout feature. 2 trades for me today. 42 points. $4,200.
$4,200. Nice trade. A lot of folks love to switch places with you, Dakota and Jerome in the house account today. A lot of folks would love to switch places.
Yep.
True.
Right. Well, we get just a few minutes left here. Why don't we get into appreciations in the chat and tell us what you're appreciative of today, over the weekend, overall, whatever it is. So, Jerome, I'm going to start with you today. What are you thankful or appreciative of on this Monday, the 13th?
Always appreciative to breathe another day and live another day. Appreciative to God and this life. And appreciative for Topstep. Thank you guys for having me again on this new brand and fresh new 2025 year. Thank you, Gabe and James in the back, and the other people always on the production side. And thank you to the chat for welcoming us and being with us and not against us. It was a very, very fun and interesting day, rich of knowledge and technical skills. Thank you, Hoag and Coach Dakota, as well, for being here and learning from you. So,
well, Doctor, we all love you here. Everybody, chat,
yeah,
social media, everybody loves you. We're very happy to have you with us, and looking forward to seeing a lot more of you. Dakota, are you ready? What are you appreciative for today?
Yeah, yourself and Eddie, and just being on TopstepTV. Those little those what do we call it? Puppets, the gags that we do on here is just so fun. We're trading, we have the community, we have the back and forth, and sometimes it just seems like these fast markets, it goes by so fast, and wouldn't trade it for anything else.
Awesome. Well, you know everybody loves you, Dakota, and we're very happy to have you with us all time and every time. So that's going to be it. We're starting to see the equities roll a little bit lower here so far. Crude's still trying to push
Dakota.
up to the 79 level.
Hey, Dakota. Guess who was calling plays for Green Bay yesterday?
Uh-oh.
Let's hear it. The refs.
I was calling the plays.
Apparently,
oh, you were out there. Those,
was on the sidelines.
Oh man!
Damn, the short is playing now, guys.
Wow. Yeah, it is. Well,
and the S&P just broke the high of the opening range, so potential short to play during the PM session. We'll see.
All right, well, thanks, guys. Hey, folks, stick around. We got the Einstein of all Wall Street, Peter Tuchman, coming up. We're just going to give his perspective on the week ahead, and then we'll have the morning recap with me. But at 11:15, Peter's partner in crime, David Green, is going to be joining Dolby since earning his new XFA on the 7th. He's made $1,700 and is maintaining 100% winning day percentage. This is going to be exciting.
Wow.
Yeah. So this is live trading, real trading. This is TopstepTV, and Andre's honor. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
All right, time for the morning recap. I'm John Hoagland. Thanks for joining me. Hope you enjoyed fast markets and the opening call this morning. NASDAQ. That's what we traded this morning, so we'll take a quick look at that. Opening with a gap. Thinking, well, if we can't close the gap, or if we do close the gap and can't get into the range from Friday, we might be looking for opportunities for shorts. Market opened initially, put in the initial balance low first, the initial balance high second. Look at this. It's basically on the 30-minute chart. It's barcoding. It's not really doing much of anything. And a lot of that, I think, is in anticipation of the CPI numbers and PPI numbers the next week. It is still holding on the 30-minute chart. Downside structure, lower highs, lower lows, looking for shorts. Maybe the right thing to do. So initially, if I can find the right spots here in the house account, the first trade we took was a long, hang on, was a long at 20,788. We added to that. So overall, the position was 20,797, right about here. We took one off at, well, actually, I think we just kind of held that. We think we moved our stop up, and we kind of stopped ourselves out of that. We kind of freaked ourselves out of that trade with a small win of $154. Actually, and I think it ended up turning out to be pretty good. Long again, 765. 765, not bad location here. We ended up getting out at 795 of I think both of them. There was a $700 win. We got long again. Been long all day, and I would have been thinking the opposite with failed upside auction. We'll look at that here shortly. So long 277, 774 and a quarter. This was pretty late. This was right here, 774 and a quarter. Looking at the market kind of, this is a 3-minute chart. So we spent a whole lot of time down money on this trade. Once we got up to around 800, I got out of one of them, moved our stop to break even. We got stopped out on that one at break even, which kind of puts our house account up about $1,235 to be exact, not about. So actually 3 long trades, and on a downtrend on a 30-minute chart, especially after leaving the failed upside auction here from the IB. So the market opens, puts in the IB low, puts in the IB high, trades all around, comes up, looks above the IB high, fails to close a 30-minute bar above that. That is a classic failed upside auction. We should be looking for that short in that regard. Market has not quite yet rotated all the way back to the IB low, but typically that is statistically what is likely to happen. We move back to the IB low, and if we do take out the IB low, the view is it's going to probably kind of range the rest of the day. Let's take a look at the S&Ps. So the S&Ps, I'm going to go to the 30-minute chart here. Opening with a gap, closing the gap at the IB high. Another failed upside auction above the IB high. Where is the market finding support? 58.12 weekly kickoff low. Finding support last night. Finding support after the open. Within about 4 ticks of it. I love it when that happens. The IB low is 4 ticks above the weekly kickoff low. Took a look above the IB high, rotating back near the IB low. The market is very rotational. And this 30-minute chart, this is barcoding, folks. You got one up, one down, one up, one down, one up, one down, one up, one down, one up, one down. Range-bound rules are probably going to apply for the rest of the day. In other words, fading the extremes, unless you get some sort of substantial breakout that you're going to want to go with. Crude oil, finally, we've been just kind of watching crude oil after the breakout to the upside last week, adding a bunch of open interest. Crude oil is in rollover, folks. Remember that. Rollover kind of blurs volume, kind of blurs open interest. The market did open very range bound, very small initial balance. Once that initial balance was left behind, the next 30-minute bar opens above the initial balance high. Where did this market go? It has one time framed on the 30-minute chart right to weekly kickoff high, perhaps finding a degree of resistance there. 79.10 weekly kickoff high, and gold. Very narrow range, very little opportunity. Just kind of bouncing back and forth. IB low, IB high, IB low, dragging along the bottom there a little bit. There is a visual target down below at 2678.40. That's a naked point of control from back here on the 8th. Let's see, that's Wednesday. Very tough trade today in gold. If you're going to be doing anything, again, it looks like one of those days where you're going to want to try and fade the extremes. You're going to look to buy low. You're going to look to sell high. And it's going to do just going to be two things for you. It's going to limit the risk, and it may give you an idea that the market is going to remain range bound. If you take a loss on it, monitor for continuation outside of the initial balance, because the smaller the initial balance, the more the less energy it's going to take to extend far away from the initial balance. The initial balance high, look at the initial balance on Friday. IB low was the low of the session. It was right down here at 2687 approximately. The IB high, put in last week's high, 2735. An IB of this magnitude is difficult to extend. It takes a lot more energy to extend either side of it. Well, the market really just kind of put in the IB high and then just died there. But again, the bigger the IB, the more energy it's going to take to extend. The smaller the IB, the less energy it's going to be like to extend. A wide IB, I liken it to trying to knock over a pyramid. A small IB knocking over a lamp. We'll see what happens throughout the rest of the day. I'll be back again, of course, for the Lunchbox Trading and the afternoon recap. Also, we're going to be hopefully seeing Peter Tuchman here very shortly. On that note, we're going to end the morning recap, and hopefully we'll be seeing Mr. Tuchman here very shortly. But until then, stick around. We got a lot more stuff coming up for the rest of the day. I'm hoping I don't see glitch on any of you or in any of you or in myself today. But let's get ready. TopstepTV, let's go.
Hello, hello, hello.
And Tuchman, Peter Tuchman, the Einstein of Wall Street on the NYSE. Peter Tuchman. David Green, trading machine, built his life, lived his dream. Now he's teaching every day.
You
guys
wow. That is pretty sweet.
Awesome.
All right, chat, you have to vote. Which song do you like better? David Green's or Peter Tuchman's? Let us know. Oh my goodness. I think it's the first time we've had both of you on. This is amazing. We're at the Wall Street Global Trading Academy, boys, in the house. Peter, you're on the
red
this is
carpet
rare.
moment.
This really, really is. Peter Tuchman, busy man on the floor of New York Stock Exchange. 2 weeks into January, NASDAQ has been a little bit sleepy, very range bound today. What are you kind of looking forward to for this week?
So I actually just came out of an interview with Dan Ives, and I was sort of all over it because, he's the forever bull, right? Especially for tech. He just came from CES talking about innovation and robots and all this crazy stuff. Has absolutely no bearing on the market. Obviously, we've been in a bit of a downward, I would say almost a downward momentum over since the last 3 days of 2024 and over the first 10 days of this year, right? Clearly a downtrend in tech and a number of other names. You're seeing a lot of the home builders and stuff. Look, higher interest rates for longer. Market doesn't like it. I think, people have been jaded by 2024. 58 record highs over 200 trading days. Everybody doesn't understand markets go up and they go down. They need to be prepared for that. Everyone, from an investing point of view, should have a shopping list, right? Stocks where they love the people, the process, that things have fundamentally not changed since 2 weeks ago when we hit a record high, right? Those are the companies you should be out there, right, starting to look at for the long term. As far as day trading stuff, I've been working in the SPYs, right? The SPYs have been amazing. The volume we've seen are huge, and I'm sure Dave has been trading the futures on this. Look, there's always opportunity in this market on a day-to-day basis. I think we're in this weird flux. What do you call it? Inauguration coming up. Obviously, a lot of stuff around the NVIDIA story with quantum. Dave, did you trade any of those crazy names like the Rigettis and all those quantum names that got smacked? Jensen spoke at CES about how their relationship with quantum computing was 20 years away and not 3 weeks away. And so that whole love affair died. Those stocks that had gone from 2 to 20 are now trading back at 2. So anyway, crazy market.
Crazy market, as Mr. Tuchman says. So I'll give you the technical look at it. And do we have my charts up? See if we can
Maybe.
I shared them. Let's see if we can get them.
Let's see if we can get them.
Yeah, today has been
yeah. Let's go. What do you got?
Today's been a good trading day. It's been a range-bound day. We've had, several hits of support and resistance. We had some pivot points hit this morning. We're getting a nice little bid in the markets now. We'll see if we can hold it this time, right? We just got above a bunch of our moving averages now in the futures right here. So let's see if we can build on this a little bit. I'll go to my daily chart in the SPYs. And we're kind of in absolute nowhere's land now. All right, let's go right to the daily chart. So we broke daily levels. That was around 586. Weekly levels, we got down at 570. So we're sitting right in the middle of this range now. Let's call it between like 586 and 570. My thought process was, and I was hoping, because when markets go down, it's not something that we run away from. This is when we look, like Peter just said 5 minutes ago, this is when we look to start putting our shopping list together of the companies that we like. So my kind of little target for the S&Ps is around 570 if we continue this little down move. And that's just a test of our weekly 30 EMA. We'll see if it happens over the course of the next few days. Who knows? Shorter term, this is good. We love this volatility. It's great as far as trading is concerned.
And David, we can get into these charts a little bit more. We're going to have a lot longer than Mr. Tuchman has here. Peter, everyone wants to know, what's the deal with the hot sauce? It's been a while since we've gotten an update.
Dave probably remembers it. I haven't made that sauce in 20. 25 years, Johnny Wishbone's secret sauce. We're going to resurrect all that fun stuff now that we're hanging out with the Top Step crew. You look pretty wild. Are you in ski zone there, kid?
Yes. So it's a wonderful chilly day. So I got
Where are
the
you?
down coat on. I'm outside hanging out. Sun is
Awesome.
glistening off the snow. It's
Beautiful. That's where we
wonderful
should all
Monday.
Anyway.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I was
going to ask you about Wall Street Global.
Pete,
That's what I was
I still have a couple of bottles of your hot sauce, by the way, Pete, from 30 years ago. You think it's still good?
30-year vintage.
Those things are actually weapons of mass destruction at this point. They've been around for 25 years. Anyway, look, I'm always excited whenever we're done chatting about markets that basically what we talk about is the fact that you've got this amazing platform, a futures funded platform in Topstep. You guys have TopstepTV, the platform, the trading futures. You make it accessible, affordable, and fun. And then we've got Wall Street Global Trading Academy, which has got all the technicals. You've got David, you've got me, you've got a boot camp. You have all of the components necessary between Topstep and with Wall Street Global as an educational component to this collaboration. That's why we don't collaborate with many people. This is a perfect scenario here. You have everything you need to actually learn how to trade in Wall Street Global, and then you have the way to live it out, in the charts that you guys have, and then you get to spend time with David. David's a master technician in this space, so everybody should be listening to everything he says. Right? He's one of those teachers, like in college, you didn't care what they taught, you just wanted to show up in class. So.
That's right. Look at his hat. Peter, you see his hat? How it's like tilted off the side of his head?
Oh, baby.
Yeah, hold on.
Is that the new fashion style, David?
Oh, gee.
I think my head's just crooked.
Look at your
We have Top Step jackets, guys. Just be clear. We've got Wall Street Global.
That's a beautiful jacket.
Ooh,
Pete had jackets for us made.
Show.
Pete had jackets for us made, Nick, with Top Step on it.
Oh, I got to see those. Post them to Twitter. Post them to Twitter.
I had these baseball jackets made up with Top Step on the back and Wall Street Global. I got to get you guys one.
I have it on my Facebook somewhere. Hold on a minute.
I'll let you guys go trade.
Nick, I'm looking double top here. If we get double top in the ES is up at 51. Put on
like
a little trade
call.
if we get
Let
there.
me get Peter out of here. He's a busy man. He can't just hang out with us all day, David. Mr. Peter Tuchman from the floor of New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Peter, thank you so much. We'll see you back on Friday. I'm going to hang out with your better half, David Green.
Bye, guys. Bye, Dave. Cheers, guys. Good luck.
Love you.
Hey, thank you, Peter.
Pleasure.
Y'all thought D&G stood for Dolce & Gabbana. Don't think so. It's actually Dolby and Green. Posted a nice P&L today in your XFA. I think you're up like, what, $900?
Where are we? 956, yes.
Ooh.
Never more than 2 contracts, because that's all we're allowed in the XFAs for me at this point anyway. Yeah, and again, it's just been a nice kind of range-bound day. First trade, we hit our pivot point about 10:25 in the morning, got a little stretch out to the upside here, came back, tested that exact pivot point again. Very nice. Here we were in like a 10-15 point range for a while. We're trying to break out a little bit to the upside now. So I like a double top for a little trade if we spike up there. That is, what is it, 58, call it 58, 52. We'll put on a little trade if we spike up there.
Isn't he?
Yeah, I'll be doing the MESs now because I'm kind of where I want to be in the account. So, but I like it. If we get up there, we'll do a little.
Nice. Keep the eyes on the ES here. David, do you have a tool in your toolbox for range days? I know you use a lot of moving averages and things like that, but I don't know if we've talked range days too much with you. What's your go-to?
Yeah, even during the range days, it's still going to be based on some kind of technical analysis that I have. What we'll see in range days, though, is a lot of times we'll hit the same levels and we'll hold those levels multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
This whole day, basically, if we take from early in the morning, we'll take from my time from 10:45 to where we are right now. It's just one big gigantic range. We made a low, we made a high, we made a low. Maybe we're pushing back towards the highs again. So, and a lot of mess in between. So just wait for these outside moves during these days. When we hit, our support, and this is our pivot points. I love my pivot points.
Oh yeah.
I'm still looking at my technicals, even when we're range bound. We'll just look for price action, and when we have a bunch of price action that holds at certain levels, where we'll make
What does a range day mean to you, David?
A range day means to me that it's not a trend day. You know, if we're trending, we're going in one direction for a long period of time. If we're range bound, we're just testing the highs and lows of that range basically all day long. So that's exactly what we've done today. We're just up, we're down, we're up, we're down. Looking a little more positive now. So, I might look now to maybe get in on some of these trends now if we start pulling back down a little bit. Although it's lunchtime, I hate trading anything during lunch. That's when sometimes there could be a lot of volume, but that's when things can break, when your technicals don't mean a lot, when there's, not a lot of people here. We can bust through levels on the up or down. I tell everybody in the trading room, lunch is for lunch. That's it. Go take lunch. It's going to be here when we get back. And just, don't even trade during this time.
I like that. Lunch is for lunch. That's a very succinct way of putting that. That's like waiting in line at the TSA. It's like for waiting in line at the TSA. You don't have to trade.
That's it.
While you're waiting in line at the TSA. That is not something you have to be doing.
And a good lesson for everybody out there, if you've had a good morning, good afternoon, go home also. I love when we're trading in the morning and we have a couple of good trades early, and I tell everybody in the room, goodbye, get out of here. I don't want to see you anymore today. Go do something else that you like. Time is the most precious commodity in the world. I always say that. We ain't getting it back. Make a couple bucks in the morning and then do something else that you like to do. Go do it. We're not going to miss anything. It'll be here tomorrow. We have some huge economic numbers coming out, right? I think we've got PPI and CPI, and we have earnings starting at the end of the week with the bank stocks. So I think for the foreseeable future, a lot of volatility coming in this market. A lot.
Yeah.
We got
I think the market's kind of just
coming,
waiting a little bit. It's just waiting for some of this news to kind of come out before it makes a move.
I do, yes. And we let's see exactly what we got. Let's just make sure. Economic calendar.
It's a laundry list, David. We got,
I know.
A lot of red lightning bolts on financial juice. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, tomorrow we got PPI, we got Red Book, we got Fed Speak. Wednesday we got the core inflation, CPI coming out. Then we got bank earnings coming out on Thursday and Friday. I think it starts with JP Morgan. We got Fed Speak all week. We got jobless claims on Thursday. So, yeah, and then he gets inaugurated next week, right? Or soon? When does he get inaugurated? The 20th? Something like that?
The 20th.
Yeah. So we were looking at his stock today, and it's got a big, giant pop up. Not that anybody trades this thing anyway. I don't. But we spiked up like $9 today in anticipation, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it'll run it up until he gets in.
It's a short squeezy.
Could be. I hope it is, because I will short some.
Squeezy the shorts. Got the NQ here bouncing below 20,860. Range bound rules are still in effect. David's looking for 58.52 in the ES to shorts. Markets are range bound across the indices. David, you've been trading any crude oil? It's starting to.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we did a little bit today.
Oh, did you?
Funny you should ask. Yeah, I think it's getting a little stretched out, especially on a longer term time frame. If I go to my daily chart, this is day 2 of what is a massive breakout. If you can bop my chart up for a second there.
Yeah, see if we can get your charts up real quick. The charts, David's charts.
All right, it's not that big a deal, but we broke out.
There we
go. There we go. So this is a daily chart, right? We broke out from this base right here. Nice sideways action. Broke out. Here's day 1. Here's day 2. We're about a 74 RSI. So what I look for in situations like this is that third day up. If we get that third day up and we get near the 80 RSI, that'll be a signal for me to short a little bit, certainly for a trade. So we're getting there. We are getting there. And today, we had this big spike up. We got to an 80 RSI right about here. That's 79 level. We pulled back 50, 60 cents. Just made a new high, and now we're pulling back a little bit. So I'll be looking tomorrow. Doesn't always work out like this. Chances are it doesn't. But if we get a big spike up again tomorrow, I'll be looking to do a little short based on what we call the 3-day rule and the stretched out RSI on the daily chart.
Yeah. Is there?
So we'll see.
In your experience, David, is there a crude oil price where the market really starts paying attention and it starts becoming headline news?
I mean, probably. A lot of people say $100. $100 is going to be a problem. You know, if we get up that high, it won't last long. If it is, you know, if we keep spiking up from here, I don't think it'll last that long. And even if it does, then we get used to that price. You know, if that's what it's going to be, then that's what it's going to be. But a lot of people say $100. We start seeing it at the pumps and stuff. I don't know. Every time this thing goes up $1, I see it at the pump at my gas station. So, you know,
it's funny how that works.
When oil's going up, the prices go up real fast. But when it's going down, they don't go down so fast. So,
I think they have better margins on Monsters and Red Bulls and potato chips than they do on their
You're right.
gasoline sales. Sell some sugar water to the masses.
Yeah, and beer.
Well, if your gas station sells beer, not all gas stations do. Some gas stations don't even allow you to pump your own gas. Depends what state you're in. We got David Green from Wall Street Global Trading Academy here with us. Chat, if you have any questions, please put them in chat. Could be for
Feel
either
free
of us.
to pop them up there.
Pop them up. Surprised no one's asked you what your moving averages are yet. That's typically one of the first questions we see. You want to preempt that, David? What are your moving averages?
Yeah, I share all of them. I use 5, a 9 EMA, a 15, a 30, a 65, and a 200. 9, 15, 30, 65, and 200. And then I have pivot points, which is one of my favorite things to trade off, and relative strength. And that is it. Always starting on a 5-minute chart when I'm looking for support and resistance. If I don't have anything on a 5-minute chart that sets up for one of the trades that we look for, I'll start expanding my time frame to a 15-minute, a 30-minute, 1 hour. For the longer term stuff, I'll go daily and weekly. We look for several different kinds of trading setups. Now, we might be starting a little uptrend now. So if we are starting an uptrend now, if we get a pullback to our 15 EMA, that's where I want to start getting long, which is around 35, 36. So if we are going to start this little uptrend, it'd be normal to pull back to a 15 EMA and then hold that line and start turning up from there for the rest of the day. We'll see. It's early, it's lunch, and there's no volume.
If there wasn't a reason to trade, there are 3 of you. It's early, it's lunch, and there's no volume.
Correct.
So NQ pushing the top of the range right now, 20,855. ES coiling on the 5. Actually, sorry, I have 2 NASDAQ charts up. NASDAQ is coiling on the 5-minute. Let's see what the ES is doing. And this will load just one. There we go. Kind of doing the same thing. They both look very similar to them.
Yep. So if we could break above the morning highs in the NQs, that would be constructive. That's up around.
And then we're really just looking for confirmation that it's going to stick up there. I mean, we tried holding highs at 20,880, sold off like 140 points. So,
exactly.
It's really up to some brave bulls to be the first to dip their toe in the water and see if they can sustain price.
Exactly. Or if you are one, you have a stop order. That's all.
Yep.
We're pushing it at the same level like 6 or 7 times now.
Yeah. Exactly right. ES, nice 5-minute range. NQ, not quite as rangy, but both indices are very rangy on a longer time frame. Hopefully some range traders in chat made some moolah today. It was a wonderful day for range traders. Trend traders, momentum traders probably had a more difficult time, expecting breakouts that never happened. But such is the way of life, and such is the way of trading. It's just how it works. It's how the market works. YHC26. David, what platform are you using?
Like charting, I use Thinkorswim for charting. That's all I use Thinkorswim for. Thinkorswim for charting, and I do trade stocks and options. I use Interactive Brokers for that, and only Topstep for futures. Period.
Answer to
that is it.
Question. Pretty good. Yep. That's been a thing. Traders, you can use multiple platforms if you prefer charting on one. Just make sure your orders are going into your Topstep account. I just saw someone in chat saying they accidentally made $500 on their practice account. Honor over glory. Hopefully that is a mistake you only make once. Gotta make sure you
Absolutely.
double check what account you're in.
Yeah, I do. Listen, I'm old, so I have keyboard errors all the time, right? And I always tell everybody, if you have an error, just get out of it. Because most time, I know for me, when I have an error, it never works out, ever. I hit the wrong button, it goes against me. Some people say they hit the wrong button, they get in a trade, it was meant to be. Yeah.
Oh, I have never heard that. Who is saying that, Dave? I've done this for a long time.
Yep. And I love people who occasionally lose money and they'll blame it on the software. No, I didn't put an order in there. If you're pushing a button, you're putting an order in somewhere. Just be careful where you're putting the orders in.
Oh,
But
Dave,
I always
worked
tell,
customer service at Topstep for a long time. I've heard a lot of excuses.
I'm sure you've heard every single one. It wasn't me.
Every single one.
It wasn't me.
cat.
It was my cat. Yeah, there
My
you go. We both
niece.
said that.
Could be
All right, so I'm
anything.
getting a little pullback now. Just pulling back a little bit down to the trend. Again, there's just no volume. Let's see. How high did we just got? We got to this 45. So we pushed this 45 like 4 times now. I could not get above it. All right, just pulled back 6 points. 65 EMA is down at 31. So if I'm bullish, 31 is a spot where I'd take a little chance if we pull back here. We pull back, 13 points to hit that. I'll put a little order out there. I like that. If we can pull straight down another 8 points, we'll put a little NES out there at 31.
So you're looking for a pullback to one of your moving averages. Which moving average are you looking for it to?
That's my 65 EMA.
65.
So we have stuff a little closer. I mean, the actual trend, if we're going to hold it, is like right here, 37. Then we got 35. Then we got 41. And I'm just being real conservative, looking for a 14-point pullback all the way down to the 65 EMA, which is at like 31. So that's why I'll have a little order out in the MESs.
Nice. We got
again, because it's lunchtime, I like to be more conservative.
Yeah. Range trade is certainly paying off today, though. NASDAQ shorted 860s. You're already up almost 40 points with very little risk.
And
so ranges are holding. NQs, yeah. 860s rejected hard.
Yep.
Ranges be ranging. What they do. It's what they do best.
There you go. Perfect. So a little support in the NQ. Little support in the NQ, same thing. It would be around 790. Which is down 30 points from here, be down 55, 60 points from the high.
50 points from the high. That's also about the midpoint of the range as well, which can be a pretty attractive level.
Yep. I like it if we get a quick pullback.
Definitely have that one in my journal. The old midpoint pullback for ranges is pretty good. Definitely a quieter market today, but money can be made in any market state. You just got to know what market state is and kind of know where your strengths are as a trader. But I'm sure there's plenty of traders out there who are more than happy just trading lunchtime and just making their little range trades for a couple tickies here and there.
Yeah, and you can see we actually exactly hit the 15 EMA at 36. That's our first trend line, and we're bouncing a little bit off that.
Said volume is light in the ES. I wonder if chat knows how light volume is today.
That's a good question.
Yes,
someone might know. As compared
chat
to
knows.
As compared to 1 o'clock on a regular day.
There's always someone in chat. I call him chat TST instead of chat GPT. Ask chat and they will know. Ooh, got a question from Christopher D. Moore II. David, how do you find your pivot points on ES?
Pivot points is just a setting that automatically goes into the chart. It's just a setting in Think or Swim, and it automatically goes into our charts. So if you have Think or Swim, I don't know if you do or not. Do we have pivot points on Topstep? I think that's the one thing we don't.
Well, let's check and find out.
No.
Ooh,
yeah, I think that's the one thing we don't.
We do not have pivot
Working
points.
on it.
Yes.
The reason I like them, Nick, because most of the time, something's going to have to move very far to get to one of them. Like if we look at this first pivot point here, we went down in the ES, it's like 25 points to hit that. Usually when we go down that far, it's going to be a nice place of support. And if we go up that far, a nice place of resistance. So, and if we look on a check this out. I think it was a weekly chart. Yeah, this is a weekly chart of the ESs. And my weekly trend line was 58.22. This is a weekly trend line. That's a pretty important level for us to hold, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a weekly trend line. So it was right around 58.22. And where are we now? We're at 58.40. So I'm looking, and hopefully we hold above that 58.22, because when I find a weekly support level, it's usually a pretty good level. So I'm kind of hoping we hold above that 58.22 on the weekly, because if we don't, I go to my monthly chart, and this isn't even that far away. And that would be around 57.63, which is only like 50 points from here.
Not a lot.
This is a trend line on a monthly chart. So that's a very important level. You know, if we break that, my next level is down 150 points from here.
Oof.
This would not be unusual at all, right? Just to pull back to that monthly trend line. So, 57.63 becomes a very, very important level for me, a little longer term.
Right. Indices,
so for today, 20, I'd like to hold 22 today, and then 57.63 if we start heading back down the next day or two.
Next day or two, yep. Indices still selling off. Let's see, NASDAQ down almost 45 points and counting, trying to count. Rangers are trading very, very well today. Would you recommend that traders have multiple tools in their toolbox, David, or is it okay just to have kind of one tool in your toolbox for placing a trade?
If you have one that's working for you on a consistent basis, you don't need any more than that. If you have one and you're journaling all your trades, and that one, whatever it is that you're using, is working for you, then keep it as simple as you possibly can. That's the best advice I can give to anyone. I don't have it. Mine doesn't look like air traffic control. I have some moving averages and stuff that works for what we do. So you got to find what works for you. That's the bottom line. But I tell you, the less that you have to worry about and concentrate on, the better it is. So if you can find that one thing that works for you, absolutely stick to it. 100%.
Yes, as Coach Robert kindly reminded me, tip of the week, focus on one setup. I like my ranges. Yeah. If you're more experienced like David, you might have a couple setups that you really like, but thoroughly back tested through and through. Every single one. There's 100%. No randomness. Every tool has its place in the toolbox.
Yeah, so we did set up for this nice little trend trade now. We didn't break off 15 EMA down at like 36, and we're up 6 points from there. So this when I'm looking to get into a trend, now I talked about it a few minutes ago, if the trends are going to hold, the 15 EMA is where you want to get into a trade. And I'm not, obviously, but if I was, I'd be taking some profits and just raising my stop order. And again, there's still no volume in the market.
It was a good question from James. James Izzo, what is the best way to back test your strategy?
Journaling. That's really the only way, right, Nick? I mean, the only way to back test your strategy is I'm looking for, for instance, let's just say I did this trade, okay? Yeah. In my journal. All right. I think the MES is setting up for a trend trade for the rest of the afternoon. I'm going to buy it on my 9 and my 15 EMA. This is a trend trade setup. I'll have my stop order if it breaks through the trend. I start taking profits at a certain level. I raise my stop up and see if it continues to go, to go higher from there. I'm looking for a move to my pivot point, right? Okay. Stock goes all the way down to my pivot point. Does it hold? I'm going to have my stop orders. So by journaling your trades, you are back testing your trades. Just journal every single trade that you do. What I do is, what kind of trade am I looking to get in? What's my profit target? What's my stop loss? And then how did the trade play out? Was I patient? Was I disciplined? Did I wait for the setup? And that's how you back test all your trades.
How long would you suggest that someone back tests their strategy for?
It's a good question. I like to look like once a month. I'll compile a month's worth of data and I'll look. I'll never stop doing that, right? What I'll do also though is which trades are working better for me, percentage wise, which trades are my best hit rate, which trades aren't, and then you can narrow down your focus even more. I look for 3 or 4 different kind of setups, right? But at the end of the month, if I go looking and say, hey, Dave, look, trend trades you're only 40% on, which is possible because the market's so volatile and they go all over the place. But when you wait for your RSI to get below 20 or above 80, you're 85% on those. If you're waiting for things to hit pivot points, you're 85% on those. And then you can just concentrate on the ones that are working better for you.
That was a satisfactory answer, chat. Also, there are multiple
if it
ways
wasn't,
to
tell
journal.
us.
Tell us, yeah. And then I'll slap David's wrist. But there are multiple ways to journal. One of them is handwritten. I'm a big fan of handwritten. Also, like taking screenshots of like before and after. You could even record your trading sessions, which is good if you want to see what your body language is like during trades. Before and afters are good. You can have spreadsheets. A lot of people use spreadsheets to keep track of their trades. You just got to maintain it, be consistent, be disciplined, do your homework, do your reviews.
But it is some work, Nick, and that's what everybody has to realize. There's some work involved in doing this if you want to be consistent and you want to get good at it. It's not let's open up an account, throw some darts on the board, and try to get it qualified. It's find a system that works for you, and it's work. It's work. It's not easy. We don't want people just blowing through accounts left and right because they're gambling with these things. We want people to learn how to do this, whatever system it is that you're using. David Green does not have the holy grail of anything. I'm constantly adding and subtracting things. Trading. Obviously, trading is not the same as it was, 35, 40 years ago when I was on a Florida stock exchange. So, you got to evolve. I have no ego. I listen to people all day long. I learn different things. I watch TopstepTV a lot during the day, especially when it's slow. And you listen and you learn and you don't have an ego. And you got to be willing to change the things that you're doing, especially if they're not working for you.
Yeah, question from a Boomer Brian. Great name, by the way. How often do you go back and review past journal entries? I need to get better at that.
Like I said, I go month to month because I want to have a lot of data, right? And I don't have 50 trades a day. Okay, I don't have. I might average less than 5 trades a day. I'm probably around between 5 and 6 trades a day. So it's not like I have thousands of trades that I have to go and look for, right? So I like to look at it on a monthly basis. I probably have, 50, 60, 70, 80 trades, whatever it is. And that's another thing that I always tell people. You don't have to be in a trade all the time. You don't have to constantly be looking to do something because then you're going to talk yourself into doing something that you shouldn't be doing, right? So Kai is up 98 grand today. Holy mackerel. Nice job, Kai.
Yeah, he's popping off big time.
Beautiful. Good for him.
Popping off big time.
And now that we see that, this is another thing too. Just concentrate on yourself, right?
Yes.
Concentrate on yourself. Don't take these big numbers and think, oh, I got to get there. You can, obviously. People are doing it, but go at your own pace. Otherwise, you're going to end up getting ahead of your skis, and you're going to constantly be, turning in the mud. Don't worry about anybody else.
We don't know what Kai's story is. We don't know what his road to trading was like. It could be, exceptionally difficult, and maybe he's put in thousands upon thousands of hours of work to get there.
Exactly.
We don't know. We just see the highlights. It's like social media. People always post on their winners on Twitter, which I know you love, David.
Love it.
We don't. We don't get to see all the details behind what got a trader to where they got, but typically it's a hell of a lot of hard work. Hell of a lot of hard work.
100%. I don't mind people putting up their winning trades. I don't have a problem with that. But when you never see a losing trade, that's what I have a problem with. And it's impossible not to. So, but you know what? The thing is, Nick, this is such a competitive business that we're in. whether you're trading, whether you're teaching people how to trade, there are thousands of people trying to capture people and charge them money for whatever it is they're doing. And I guess people think the best way to do that is by showing how much money you're making and large amounts of money. And that's the best way to get people to follow you. I guess that's what people think. Just never been my game. We go about our business. It's really nobody's business how much money you make or lose. But if all you're going to be doing is posting winning trades, then
I'm still waiting for the social media guy to post like, "Hey, I've followed my personal daily loss limit for a month straight."
Have you ever seen it? No, never.
If that's what we should be rewarding, David, is traders respecting their personal daily loss limit on a
100%.
long time frame.
Yep,
that's the most
100%.
important thing. Most important thing. Doesn't matter how big your account is. Market is big enough to take all your money.
No doubt about it. And it's not easy to make, but it's easy to give back. I can tell you that right now. I always tell this to people. It's not how much you make, it's how much you keep. I've been to casino with guys. Hey, how you doing, John? Oh, I'm up $6,000. I meet them 2 hours later. How'd you do, John? I lost $4,000. So it's not how much you make, it's how much you keep. That's the bottom line.
There's a reason why I think, having a small losing day is one of the hardest things to do in trading. Maybe the hardest thing to do is just taking a small losing day and walking away and being okay with it. It's not easy to do, but it is required for the job if you want to do this professionally. Got to take small losers and be okay.
That's it. And it is, Nick. Well, it goes both ways. It is the hardest thing to do when you're losing a little bit of money and say, hey, listen, that's it. I'm done. I'm out of here. Right? I got to get out of here. And how about the days that people have where they're making a lot of money and they give it all back?
That's gut-wrenching.
That is the worst. Once you get to where you want to be or close to it, just be done or have a really tight stop now and don't give the money back. It's hard to make. It's easy to lose.
It is. We take it for granted. Once you start getting those winning trades, a couple of those, start getting a little loosey-goosey, maybe discipline slips a little bit, start taking suspect trades, and all of a sudden you're back where you started losing money. The market knows if you've been naughty or nice, David. I don't know how it knows.
It's true.
Somehow it knows each one of our strategies, each one it knows when we're not behaving. I don't know how it happens. No idea.
And when things aren't working for whatever reason, that's like you just said, you got to know that, okay, it ain't working today. That's it. I'm done. So slowly crawling up now.
It is.
Yeah, slowly crawling
Still
up
within
now.
range.
We're 10 points above hitting that little trend line that we hit. NQs, are they breaking out here a little bit? I haven't looked. No,
it's still within range.
NQs are a little weaker than the ESs, actually. They're kind of just sitting. The ES's chart looks better. Right now, we're above all the moving averages.
Yeah, David, we're kind of getting close to this end of the segment here. What's going on with Wall Street Global Trading Academy? Do you have any classes coming up? Any free email addresses you can give chat?
Yeah, I'll do that. dgreen927 at yahoo.com. dgreen927 at yahoo.com. Anyone who's listening, you want to come hang out with us for the rest of the week, trade live in my trading room. We'll do some lessons and stuff. Shoot me an email there. I'll let everybody come in for the next 4 days. We'll hang out for the rest of the week, answer any questions that you guys have, try to fix anything that's going wrong, and we can hang out for the next 4 days. Shoot me an email there.
What a guy.
Only people we ever do that for, Nick, is Topstep, just so you know. Period.
What a guy. Just giving away.
And we'll have some fun. There's no pressure, guys and girls. Nobody's going to try to sell you anything. Just come hang out, and we'll learn a couple of things for a few days. That's all.
Yep, they'll post it in chat. Pencha Custom Designs, but it's dgreen927 at yahoo.com.
D as in David.
There it is. Just posted in chat.
Eddie, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. Also, Eddie is the artiste behind those songs.
Eddie, that is spectacular.
Yep, a little assistance
You earned it,
from the
man.
robots.
You earned it.
Eddie's a mastermind. Peter Tuchman's song did win, by the way, in case anyone
Did it
was
really?
curious about that poll. Yeah, about 70% of people preferred
Yeah.
Mr. Tuchman's song. Pretty
I
catchy.
like it better.
Not gonna lie.
I like it better too.
Not gonna lie. It's damn
Well,
catchy.
we just
I think your
exactly-
song needs more drum solos, David. I think that's the issue. My personal opinion. Indices are perking up here, David. We're getting into
Yes.
lunchtime. We got ES about 2 points away from your 52s. You were talking about a short there. NASDAQ is creeping up to that level. It is 881s. We're at 867s, 870s. It is also creeping up to highs, top of range. So if you are bearish and like a cheap trade, is this your time? Depends on your conviction. Maybe, maybe not. You never know. ES breaking out.
Like I said, I like the long side better. When we had
Well,
that
it's
nice little
pretty
pullback
bullish.
down there, I like that better. Yes.
I don't like short indices if there's no news, to be honest, because typically indices
And they're
just
strong.
did.
I'm not going to short just a short. I mean, look, it just blew through the double top by 3 points, so good no trade. We're too strong here. Like I said, long is the way to be. Now, we have our previous day close up at 61. So if we get to 61 for a trade, I would be short. That'd be straight up 17 points just for a trade.
Yes,
Right
and
up
you
here at
both
previous day close.
have broken out and are testing to see if they can sustain highs above their range. That has been happening all day. David Green, that's a pretty fast 45 minutes, I gotta say. However, next segment is coming up. JD is taking over next. He and Ben will be assessing the performance of our live funded traders during shoulder tap, and then Hoag will join him for our newest segment, Lunchbox Trading.
Beautiful.
David, always a pleasure. So glad to be working with Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Chat, or Chat, TST as I like to call you. So good to hang out with y'all. Thanks for watching. But shoulder tap is coming up next.
Thanks, Dave.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to the Shoulder Tap. It's that time of day where we roast and we toast our fellow traders. We got risk manager Ben here from the Topstep risk team. Mr. Ben, what is happening today? I heard we got some big numbers flying around in those live funded accounts. Let's talk about it for a minute. Who's up? Who's down?
Yes, sir. I've got quite a bit to share today, and lots of activity. It seems like volatility has picked up somewhat in these equity markets, and there's a lot of traders who are taking advantage of it. Obviously, quite a few as well who are not seeing the market as well, or taking on too large a size, and not giving those trades room to work. It can be really difficult. We talked about that the last time we were on together, JD, when those market conditions change. If you don't adapt appropriately, it can really you get kind of wicked out in both directions. It can be a little miserable, but quite a few bright spots today. I don't want to bury the lead. We do have a trader who's up at last check about $115,000. A portion of that, unrealized. We'll talk about that trading card here shortly, but yeah, that is astounding to see a trader putting up that kind of profit, and it's not even necessarily on just one side of the market. So yeah, we've been in pretty steady communication. Go ahead.
Off the top of your head, Ben, do you know what the record P&L is for a live funded trader in one day?
Record P&L is just beyond, I don't want to misquote it, but I believe just beyond $100,000. That was actually set not too long ago. I want to say back in November, we had a trader clear $100,000. Even with the leverage that, the 150K account size, allows for, that 15 contract max position size. Even if you buy the bottom and sell the top, as an example, on the entire day's range, it can be very difficult to get to $100,000 even at max leverage if you held it the entire way through. So some of these P&Ls that we see, they even have to pick tops and bottoms intraday, or reverse positions or whatever it may be. That's not something that I recommend doing. It's not something that we see lead to long-term success, but at the same, by the same token, you have to be prepared to, swing hard when you do have that perfect opportunity. And I think that, I was poring over JD in preparation. I wish I had a little more time to prepare for the segment, but when I was poring over those fills for this trade in particular, trying to zero in on exactly what they were doing and, how they were performing at such a high level, it's unsurprisingly, being able to replicate this type of success more than once. It comes down to risk management, being very, very ruthless about where you, pick your entries and how you cut your losses short in order to stick around for those big days. But that is Kai in a Trade of 8 live account with us, who's up right now over 6 figures. Love seeing that. We do have a few other traders who are up pretty big today. I don't want to leave them out. Jake R's up $4,000. I know we've had him on the program a number of times. Today's been a good day for him. House account up 1,200. Got Nick for a tick up 2,400. Shane S, somebody that we've seen a number of times on the big boards and in these updates, up $21,000. He's been flat for some time, so hopefully walking away with a nice $21,000 day in his live account. Felipe up $5,000. Roby up 11,900. Wafang up $8,000, and then Grace up 7,800. So quite a few traders taking advantage of this volatility today, these big moves higher and lower. And we'll do a deep dive here on Kai's trading, not just today. The day's not quite over yet, but be surprised when we go through some of this information, JD. So unless you have anything else you want to share, we can dive right into that trader's trading card.
Those are some super heavy-duty, impressive numbers right there. What a great way to start the week. Nice cushion going into the rest of the week. Great job to all those live funded traders out there. All right, let's get into this. I want to hear more about Kai and his 100,000 plus winning, currently in a 100,000 plus winning day. What's up with Kai? What's he doing? What kind of moves is he making?
Yeah, so to start, and want to give the caveat here, there's an asterisk next to this performance. There's still I'd have to go back in and check, but at last check still has some position on, so we can't go too deep into the weeds there. But most of the P&L there is realized, and we'd like to see him lock it in above six figures, obviously. So again, we've been in communication with him on that. Want to see him take home a big winning day. But this is a trader who puts the position on, right? Finds that spot, and then once it's working in their favor, they watch it work. I would point to JD January 6th, which is not very long ago. This trader put up $53,848 realized P&L end of day.
Unbelievable. I'm looking at that, yeah.
So,
it didn't take a whole lot of heat. P&L low that day was under $900, so it didn't take a lot of heat to make that 53,000. Do you know what the P&L?
Right, and that.
I was going to ask you what the P&L high was for that day, but it's right there on the trade report. He closed out the day on his P&L high, so good moves.
Yes,
the guy's making all the right moves right now.
Yeah, really impressive. Again, I love getting the opportunity to go in and go fill by fill on some of these, traders' performance histories, especially someone who's put up, $50,000 in a day and a measly 7 days later, is sitting in $100,000 plus of profit in a live account is really sensational. I mean, the number of you would call them, retail traders in live futures markets that are capable of something like that's a very, very short list, not just at Topstep, but across all market participants. So have to give the flowers there, and ultimately what you take home is what matters. So to keep that in mind for Kai. But going into those fills on that particular day, 1-6. It was really interesting seeing, Kai, as you can tell from those hold times, wants to be in the trade for a long time when it's winning. And that's what a lot of the great traders do is they get it right and they let it work, right? They're not immediately cutting that position in half or, cutting it at break even or whatever the case may be. They're taking that full size all the way through. Again, that's difficult to do from an emotional standpoint. I think it takes a lot of maturity as a trader. You have to go through the pain of having that pull back on you or hitting your loss limit, in the past before you can really stomach those windfalls when they go in your favor. So Kai, right off the bat, based on the fact that this is the second time he's done it in a couple of days, tells me this is a trader who has been there before and, felt that pain and learned from it such that he can now, sit through it when it's working for him. But the getting to that position that is winning for him, that's the fascinating part here, JD. So looking at those individual fills, a lot of times he's taking a couple of stabs at the position that he wants and being willing to, scale into it when it's working, but cut it at, if he wants to get into 15 lots, let's say, cutting that at a 5 lot position because it hasn't gone in his favor in a way that, he's comfortable with. And he may cut that 5 lot position for, 8 points. So he's keeping his risk really tight on a position when he's not, very confident that it's going to work for him. And then scaling into it progressively to ultimately, ride it out for a few hours when he's confident that it's, seen some sharp moves in his favor. And oftentimes, waiting until the end of the session to actually close that position. That's another really impressive element that $53,000 day was liquidated at the end of trading for the day. So again, the ability to, whether it's shutting down the computer, not looking at it, or whatever it may be, however you're managing that emotionally, to ride out a 15 lot position to $53,000 of profit at end of day and get liquidated is really impressive. And we look forward to seeing what else I can do in this account beyond just today. So lots of really great takeaways from this trader's behavior. And that's the number one thing and how I know that or feel very confident he'll be able to stick around and be around for more of these types of days is really cutting those losses quickly. It doesn't work every time. You look at that trade report, JD, every day except today in that $53,000 day with a daily loss limit. So he's counting on getting backstopped by that daily loss limit, but so far is exceeding many multiples of that daily loss limit when he's right. So we know a lot of traders, JD. I know you've looked at a lot of these trading cards and trade reports. There's a lot of people who try to do this. Very few are successful at it to this degree in this short amount of time, and especially over time. So that, as a risk team, is what we're looking forward to, is helping Kai, build upon the success and sustain it, through the year. We just started 2025, so Kai's in an excellent position to take home, multiple six figures on the year if we can find ways to really manage that risk and stay grounded as we continue to put up really big things. So I'm super excited for this trader. I've got some more here we can go into, JD, but what else do you see from looking at it so far?
Skimming through the chat, I got a question here asking or saying, I bet his risk reward is out of sight. And let me tell you, his average winning trade is $14,353. His average losing trade is $518. That is,
yeah, that's a 28 to 1. Yeah, 28 to 1 for those that are counting at home. That's also there's a caveat there. That is not including today's performance. So risk reward on these trades is going to be like 100 to 1 or something after today's trade reports process.
We're gonna have to check back in on that tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll for the novelty of it, we'll definitely share what that ratio ends up being. I'm sure it'll be comical. And those are the numbers we know. The statistics will come back down to earth, because as exciting as today is, and it really is sensational for not just for Kai if he's able to lock in, today's, very close to today's P&L highs, but exciting for Topstep too, to have someone, continue pushing the boundary and continue to push, what that largest winning day for a live trader actually ends up being. But once the markets close, once trading is ended today, that's sort of irrelevant, right? It doesn't matter anymore. Of course, you want to work towards a payout. This trader is not qualified for a payout yet. We want to see him work towards the minimum criteria to take a payout and really, reward himself for this performance. That is when it matters, is once it hits your bank account. So turning this into cash in your bank account is vital. But as far as the X's and O's, the actual trading, tomorrow's a new day. Tomorrow's a new trading session, and I think particularly at this exact moment where Kai's measuring this trade, it's important to think about tomorrow. We always talk about trading for tomorrow and really thinking about how I can manage risk into the next session, beyond just today's performance. So that's the really exciting part for the risk team and what we're looking forward to.
For all you traders out there looking to emulate what Kai is doing, just remember, if you're going to be using your daily loss limit as a backstop, looking for those home runs every day, you need a very healthy starting balance in your live funded account, or any account that you're trading in, basically. So, Kai, get those next 3 $200 winning days and put some money in your pocket, will you? Love to hear more about the story. We're going to keep following this.
Yeah, absolutely. One other piece that I'd like to share that I think is part of the bigger picture in trading, especially day trading, is the number of people that the very top level traders. And I think there was someone on Twitter put out an interesting report on the statistics of those big board traders. End of year. Might be worth digging up and looking at if you're out there on Twitter. But the number of traders who have a lot of success being on that big board, the top 25 at Topstep, the number of those traders who have hours long hold times they're disproportionately represented, meaning most of the traders who have a lot of success have a lot of times multiple hours long hold times. So that is not me saying that to dissuade anyone from being a scalper. There's a lot of success to be had in scalping, but I think oftentimes, especially if you're a new trader, if you're not someone that's very seasoned, going in and trying to scalp, especially any type of size, something like the NASDAQ or, heck, even some of the other larger products, more volatile products as well, it's going to be very, very difficult to have sustained success doing that. The reason that a lot of the people who have sustained sustained and high levels of success at TopStep have those multiple hour hold times is because that allows them to do their research, do their charting, put the trade on, and then let it work in their favor. We talked about Faye having a very excellent Q4, Q3, and Q4 performance last year. Same thing with Rafa, some of our other really legendary trading performances, talking big 6-figure profits on the year. Those individuals plan their trade, they take their level, they trust their system, and then they give it room when it's working to really pay themselves. I think that's something a lot of traders really struggle with, is undermining their success when they are right. Very quick to take those profits and very reluctant to give up those losing trades when it's not working in your favor. Leaning on hope or whatever else is going on in your brain to try and justify that losing position. So that's the number one thing that I see Kai doing. It's not even the profits. It's not sitting in those losses for very long and adding to the winners. Doing very, very well at that. I just almost finished. I've got about 20 pages left on it's very topical. I'm reading Best Loser Wins by Tom Hoagland, JD, if you're familiar with that book.
Very familiar.
Very
yes.
interesting. Yeah, very excellent book. I've enjoyed it. And, this trader is an excellent example of that. Adding to winners, being very comfortable with, taking a small loss, surviving long enough to be around for those really high quality opportunities that, make your year. The best traders typically, their bulk of their performance comes from a few of those days a year. Kai, so far, those days are skewing towards January so far, but who knows? We'll see what he's capable of doing, and we're looking forward to it.
Yes, absolutely. Great job, Kai. You're making all the right moves, and we're going to continue to track your progress. You mentioned Faye. I was just looking on the big board. Did we lose Faye on the live?
Faye did lose her live account. It may have been the 31st of the year of
oh no
December, that is. So the very second to last day or the last day of the year ended up losing that. We do have a autopsy, if you want to call it that, or a review of that trading card with the gravestone on it and everything for should have been probably the last broadcast of the year for anyone that wants to go review that. For all of the celebration about these profits today, of course, there's traders that. For example, I'd give a quick shout out to Eric V, who's traded with us for today was his 127th day in his live account. Had a lot of success over a very extended period of time. Took a lot in payouts, but ultimately lost that live account today. Trading's a tough business, but Eric, took down some cash in this live account. Did well, and losing a live account is an opportunity to perform that autopsy yourself and then, figure out what adjustments, what changes need to be made and get back on the horse eventually. So no doubt Eric will do that. Shout out to him. Great trader. Happened to lose the live account as of today as well. So we'll continue to share the good, the bad, and the ugly on this program.
Thank you, Ben. Hey, has anybody called Kai from the Risk team today?
Yes.
I assume that we're reaching out to him.
Kai. That's right. Yeah. So a good portion of it has been via email. He is trading with us from Taiwan, so there is the time difference there. But we do have outbound calls, voicemails, emails, everything we can, and he's seen those communications, heard from us, and making the adjustments accordingly. So far, he's things have gone in his favor very well today. He's trading well, so we're going to let him keep trading well.
And he hasn't asked to expand his risk parameters at all, right? He's sticking with that $3,000 DLL. And
not to my knowledge, no, he has not made that request. I don't know if that'll come in after today. That's something that we might be inclined to, entertain. However, I think, given his performance with the current DLL and his, again, when he loses that loss limit. When you open that loss limit up, you're going to lose faster. Those losing streaks have a higher magnitude to them, and you don't want to see that. So I don't right now see any reason to expand it. Of course, we want to work with him if he's got a really structured plan for expanding his trading. Maybe so, but if it's just for the sake of, hey, my account's bigger now, I don't think inherently that's a great reason to expand your daily loss limit.
Very good, very good. All right, folks. Big shout out to Kai, up over $100,000 today, trading on the live funded account. Just carving up the NASDAQ today. All right, that's all the time we have for the shoulder tap today. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for being here, Ben. Appreciate you stepping in and telling us about this bring this excellent story to us, I should say. We're going to take a short break, folks. We've got Lunchbox Trading coming up. Hoag's going to come in. I'm going to stick around for another half hour, and we're going to look at the markets. We're going to take some questions and just do some overall great stuff. All right, folks. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with Lunchbox Trading. TopstepTV. Let's go. Welcome back, friends and traders. It is time for Lunchbox Trading. You got me, you got Hoag. We're going to talk markets. We're going to look at charts. We might put a trade on, and we're going to take some questions from you. We dropped the link to the question form in the chat, in the YouTube chat. So if you have a question for either Hoag or myself, go ahead and click that link. Insert your question. We will see it on our end, and maybe we'll get to it. Mr. Hoagland, how has it been going this morning? I'm sorry I missed you during fast markets. I had to take a breather, but I hear the house account is up about $1,200 today, and yeah, we're just carving it up, huh?
Yeah, not bad. Pretty decent morning. We kept things small and very patient. Had three actually longs throughout the morning today, and had some positive results, which is always good.
Speaking of positive results, Coop, I saw you in the chat there, and you're right. We did not get to Positive Monday yet today. So we're going to start off Lunchbox Trading with our Positive Monday quote, if we could please. Here it is. I'm heading out for a tattoo and a meatball sandwich from Bari. If you know, you know, Chicago people. Let's get rowdy. It's Positive Monday. That is straight from your Logan Square Chicago legend, Mr. Dan Tompkins. Thank you, everybody. If you haven't had a meatball sub, from Bari, you haven't lived yet in the Chicagoland area, obviously.
Kind of funny, JD. I was at a birthday party for one of our friend's daughters. She's turning 30. She's married to a nephew of a guy I used to know on the trading floor at the Merc, and his sister's married to the Bari family.
Oh,
so
really?
Yeah, I tried to get recipes and stuff off the guy. I didn't get very far with that, but always one of the best subs, one of the best beefs. All their food is excellent.
I love the drama involved with that place too. Right next door is D'Amato's Bakery, like the best fresh bread joint in the city, and they're related. I think they're brothers-in-law or in-laws or something like that.
I believe so. Yes.
But they had a fight like 20 years ago, so D'Amato wouldn't give Bari the good bread anymore. But I think that they've reconciled, so now Bari has the good bread again. So you got to keep up on the family drama when you're going out for sandwiches here in Chicago. Keep that in mind.
And all those are very family businesses. They're the grandfather started the business, the father takes it over, then the grandson takes it over, and that's where they're at right now in Bari.
Excellent joint. All right, Hoag. We got the markets up. I am sharing charts. We are tapping on the ceiling of new highs in the NASDAQ right now. New regular trading hours highs, I should say. What do you like in here? Do you like it from the long side? Do you like buying new highs? Taking out the overnight?
I do like the long side, but I don't like buying new highs. We just had an opportunity about a half an hour ago. Once we took out the high of the failed upside auction in the NASDAQ here, we had an opportunity to come back right to the IB high in the NASDAQ, 20,855. And that was a pretty decent opportunity to look for a long up against that IB high. The S&Ps seem to be a little bit more buoyant. They have not come back to test that IB high. So, I do like the longs. The problem is, where do you put your risk? Where do you put your risk? I don't really like the short above the IB high, so I just have to sit and look for some sort of an opportunity as the day goes.
Yep. Too late to call anything a failed auction. If we were trading inside, back inside initial balance, it's kind of late in the day to be calling that a failed upside auction, isn't it?
Yeah.
What do you call it when we start trading back inside initial balance high this late in the afternoon?
Auction fade.
Auction fade. Got it. All right. So we are.
I think that's a market stalker D word, but it's just a way of saying, yeah, it's an auction that didn't succeed, but later in the day.
Got it. Hope everybody was listening to that. All right, we're catching seeing a little bit of selling pressure. We're right back down at 28.75, which is Friday's low. Friday's low, 20,875.
Yeah,
Keep that
last
number.
week's low. Yep.
And last week's low, yes. Last week's low and Friday's low. Keep that number in the back of your minds, folks. All right, let's take. You ready to take a question, Hoag? We got a couple good ones here.
Yeah, let's do it.
Jacobo wants to know: is there any way to know how many traders in the live account are Colombian? I'm sure there's a way to. I'm sure there's a way for us to find out how many Colombian traders we have. I mean, if you're talking strict nationality, we don't know how many Colombian Americans are in live funded accounts, but we can definitely find out how many traders we have in Colombia trading in live funded accounts. But thanks for the question, Jacobo. Yeah, we have all that data. We just got to dig it up. All right.
Question.
Yeah, very interesting question. We have traders from over how many countries, Hoag? 142 countries around the world.
Something like that, yeah. Worldwide.
Worldwide. Yes, Boomer. I do not know off the top of my head. It's not something it's not the first thing I search for when I start doing my morning analysis. All right. Shubham. Shubham's always good for a great question. Thank you for submitting, Shubham. Shubham says, hello, coach. It's always a pleasure to be with you all while trading the New York session. Thank you so much for everything that you all do for us. Cannot be expressed in words. Today, my question is on the dome, the depth of market, or the ladder. Many times during the session, you all say I spotted 100 lots on bid side or 50 lots on the ask side. And like that, how do you interpret this information in case when these massive lot orders are near the last traded price and far away, above and below in the price ladder? Well, I would start off by saying, thanks for the question, Shum. I would start out by saying that it's the market's job to find liquidity. And those big numbers, they're visible to everybody with level 2 data. And they're visible target areas. So the market has a natural tendency to go out and take out that liquidity. So you could use it as sort of a target area, depending on what side of the market you're trading. But Hoag, what's your take on big size orders coming into the market and the market sort of hunting or chasing them down?
Gravitating towards them.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, JD, I mean, you said it best. I mean, the market's job is to facilitate trade. If there's an area that's going to provide a lot of volume to the marketplace, the market is usually going to target those areas. Big orders like that are put out there for a reason. There is a reason whatever traders have that they've put that big order out there, maybe for a couple of different reasons, hoping that the market comes and takes that liquidity, because that's what it is. Another reason they may put an order out there is to try and scare the market away from it. And it's very difficult to know what the market is going to do when it recognizes that kind of liquidity and that kind of size in there. I don't have the percentages on this, but it seems when there's a large order, more times than not, the market is going to come and check and see if that order is real. It is going to eat up that liquidity. It's going to probably get filled. And again, I don't know the actual number or percentages of how often that happens, but I would have to say it's got to be 70% of the time. It seems to me, JD, you may agree or disagree with that, but when somebody's hanging something out there like that, they want the traders to see it. They want traders to go look at it. They want traders to go and trade it out. Now, sometimes if there's a big order like that, it'll get canceled before it gets filled. So you'd have to be watching time and sales on that. What that means, well, the trader was just trying to attract price, see what was available at that price. Maybe they canceled part of the order. Maybe they got filled on the entire order. But it's a visual target. Shubham, you've heard me say 100 times, markets are very visual. When there is a visual level or target or area or bid or offer that is attracting the eyeballs of traders, traders have a tendency to push price to that level, whether they know it or not. They know it or not. Maybe it's psychological. I don't know what it is, but we see it happen very often with naked points of control. We see it happen very often with big bids, big offers. Market has a tendency to go where traders' eyes are looking. So, there's lots of different ways to, I guess, interpret this information. Just knowing that they're there, I think is something that can be helpful, useful for traders. We're starting to see some selling coming in here. Nasdaq's coming down to that, back down to that IB high. It's already been tested down there once.
IB high at 20,855 half. Is that correct? Is that what you got, Hoag? Yep.
Yes. Exactly.
We do have a follow-up question in the chat. MT Hook wants to know, how is that not spoofing? We were talking about big orders coming in. Well, a spoof would be if you're trying to manipulate the market to give yourself a favorable fill, putting a 500 lot in and canceling it. So, for instance, arbitrarily say the market is 5 bid at 6. You want to buy a 5 lot at 5, so you put a 500 offer in at 6, thinking that trying to trick traders into thinking that it's going to go offered, and you get your fills on the 5s, and then you pull your offer at
5s
6.
and you cancel the 6s.
Correct. So it's
true.
not spoofing. It's not spoofing in the fact that these orders are getting filled. So as long as these orders are getting filled, it is not considered a spoof. Does that make sense?
And the exchange has had a difficult time proving spoofing. I think I only know of, as of about 10 years ago, one time that they were able to actually prove spoofing through looking at time and sales. And so they've kind of thought up different rules and things. Like if you're going to place an order, that order has to remain in the market for 1 second or a half a second or a certain number of milliseconds before you're able to cancel it. So the exchange has been working on trying to find ways to kind of stop spoofing. But again, it's very, very difficult to prove. If I'm a huge trader and I put a 500 lot order in on the offer, and then I say, you know what, wait a minute, I'm going to cancel that. Well, who's to say that that isn't true? Now, if there is a way in time and sales and watching the way the market executes and seeing what accounts are attached to executions, you could be able to prove spoofing. If I've got 10 on the bid at 5 and I'm not getting hit, if I put 500 on the offer at 6, I get my 5 bid hit and then I cancel my 6 offer. Okay, what's that saying? That's saying, I put that 500 lot offer in there to entice traders to hit into my 5 bid or anybody else's 5 bid. But again, you have to be able to prove the fact that I didn't actually want to get filled on that 500 lot offer at 6. How do you prove that? It's a very difficult thing. And, it was done in the pit too. I mean, locals would stand there and say, I'll sell 300 at even, 300 at even, 300 at even. And then they would stop offering. They didn't actually want it. Maybe they were working a bid at 90 with a broker behind them. They're offering 300 at even. Maybe some of the other locals are going to hit those 95s. He's going to get filled on his 95s. And then he takes his arms down and he's not going to get filled on his evens. He gets filled on his 95 bid, and nobody's the wiser. Nobody cares. So if he is actively offering that 300 at even and a broker says, buy him, he's required to take the trade. He's required to take those shorts. But, a lot of times, locals will just offer those and put their hands down. Even if somebody says buy them, they may not notice it and put their hands down. It's the human factor was a part of it back then. They would even paint the tape. Locals, if you're short 50 at even and it's going 65 offer and it's going 60 offer, you're going to try and print 50s. You're going to I'll sell you one at 50. Get the print in. the guy who buys the 50s is buying it on the bid. He's going to tell the exchange 50s traded. You're just trying to paint the tape to make the market look weaker than it may actually be. So these are all games that locals played. Paper didn't really play games in the pit. If they put an order in, they wanted to get filled on it. But it's all just part of the game. We had that pullback near the IB high, and now look at it.
Yep. Tapping on the ceiling, new regular trading highs again right now.
Yep.
Hoag asked, how do you prove it? Well, Clerics in the chat has the answer. Polygraphs can prove intentions. Anytime you want to, that would be funny. Anytime you want to open
so
an evaluation,
right,
you got to take a polygraph.
In the pit, if I was offering 300 to get my 95s bid, and somebody said, buy them to me as I'm putting my hands down on the 300 on the offer, and I turn around, I say, I'm out. I'm not doing them. And he says, but your hands were still up. You were still actively offering. I want that trade. First of all, that has to go through exchange arbitration. If there can't be an agreement at the exchange level, then it goes to the NFA. And if it goes through the NFA and there is some sort of crime supposedly committed, then it goes to the CFTC. So you're looking at a whole process over one trade that is it going to be worth it or is it not going to be worth it? You know, is the juice worth the squeeze when you're going to be litigating against a bidder and offer that you think was a spoof, but whoever had the offer in could say, I was ready to take them, but I canceled the order. How do you prove it? So you're a long ways to getting to lie detector tests if you're doing something like that.
Oh, were you ever in the habit of picking other traders off? In the chat, give me a yes or no if you know what it means to pick a trader off, to pick off a trade. Catch another trader snoozing with his hands up.
Yeah, I mean, paper for sure. That's what we were there to do, is pick off paper. But another local, you might say, hey, he's still holding up a 70 bid and it's 65 offer. You're like, hey, dude, you're way off the market here. Let's wake up a little bit. You're not just going to hit him on it. Although, kind of an old story from the pit. I'd been in there for a little while, and a new guy came in, and he's kind of up on the third step, and some of the old pros are behind him, and he's bidding 60 on one, and one of the pros behind him says, hey, it's 70 bid across the pit. So he bids 70 on one, and the guy says, sold, sell you one. The guy actually bid into the offer, and the old pro sold him the one lot on the offer just to play with him. So, I mean, yeah, those things did happen. But we all cracked up. Gersten was like, hey, it's 70 bid across the pit, 70 on one, sold.
Tricky. Yeah.
Just playing with the kid.
You got to keep them on their toes, right?
Yep.
And you should always be on your toes when you're working orders in the markets also.
100%.
If you're active in the market, you should be actively observing at least. All right, Hoag, I think we got time for another question. You want to take one more?
Sure.
We just put in a new regular trading hours high, and we're kind of, I don't know, it feels like we're kind of megaphoning just a little bit here in the NQ. But
yeah, we're
looking at a 5-minute chart.
Above the IB high, higher highs, higher lows.
All right, let's grab another question here. Oh, Baez has a good question. Baez wants to know what's a good payout strategy percentage-wise? Or other way for traders to make sure that they can pay themselves without hurting their future chance of continuously growing the account. What's your take, Hoag? What would you say?
All right.
If you're pulling money off the table simultaneously while also trying to build your account, what's a good percentage to take off? Would it be like 25 or 30%? a
right.
month or
So
depending on if you're profitable or not.
So for example, 50 grand in your account. Let's say 10 grand in your account. For the week on Friday, you made 5 grand. Take 2,500 of it. Now your balance is 12,500. The next week, you make 10 grand. You take 5 grand out. Your balance is now 17,500. The next week, you lose 5 grand. You don't take any money out. The next week, you lose 3 grand. You don't take any money out. The next week, you make 5 grand. You take 2,500 out. The next week, you make 3 grand. You take 1,500 out. The next week, you're scratch. You don't take any money out. The idea being is, and I know a lot of locals that did this until their accounts got to a certain level where they would put themselves at greater risk, knowing that they have all that money in there. But that's, to me, that one of the best ways to build the account is, every week or every other week, take half of your profit out and leave the other half in the account to try and build the account over time.
Mm-hmm.
One of the locals that I knew from the floor, he also knew my parents. That they had a place up in Lake Geneva that was kind of next to ours, and this was before I was even trading. And we used to take the train back and forth. Him, my dad, and myself. And he's trading, and so he asks my dad. He's like, how much should I keep in my account? And this is the mid '80s. So how much should I keep in my account? My dad says, well, I don't keep much more than $1 million in my account. And his eyes got real big. He's like, you're kidding, right? And my dad was like, no, of course I'm kidding. You should never keep that kind of money in your account. You want to keep enough money in the account where you don't have to write a check if you have a drawdown. What that is for you, I don't know. Nothing pissed me off more than having to write a check to put money in my account. So, depends on your size, depends on your risk per trade, depends on your win percentage, how much you're going to be able to depend on that win percentage over a long period of time. All of these things are a factor in that. When I started getting around 50, 60, 70 grand in the account, I knew it was time to kind of trim it a little bit, take that money, put it in the bank, because you're going to have to pay tax on it for one. And if I did hit a drawdown where I needed to bring in a check, I had the money. My dad was smart like that. He'd always say, when you're making money, have fun, do what you want to do, but always put some away, because nothing lasts forever. And, there are going to be lean times in trading. There are periods of time when the markets provide a lot of opportunity and offer big profits. There are times in the markets where it's like trying to pull teeth to try and take money out of the market. So if you're making money, try and build the account the way we talked about. When you do trim the account, take that money, save it for taxes, and in case you ever have to bring in a check. Hopefully you never have to bring in a check. That was the worst. I hated that. But, everybody, has good periods, bad periods. I mean, I've seen the mountaintops and I have been to the valleys.
Yep.
So it's all
what was your dad's dad wisdom on that again? You used to tell a story about down on the floor. You'd ask your dad, like, all these guys are so smart and so funny. How do they keep it up all the time? Something about hard times, creating building character, or something like that. Is that it?
So why is everybody in this business so funny? I mean, they're all just characters. And he just looked at me with a very serious look in his eye and said, hard times breed character.
It's the truth, folks.
100%.
All right, Hoag. Appreciate your time, Hoag. That's all the time we have for Lunchbox Trading. We're going to take a short break. We've got Anne-Marie and Fatima on the tip of my tongue. They're coming in for Trade with Topstep in just a couple minutes. We're going to take a very short break. We'll be right back, folks. TopstepTV. Let's go.
right, traders, welcome to Back to the Futures. I'm Hoag. In the middle, we have Fatima. It's great to see Fatima again. She's got some interesting things to discuss here. We're looking forward to talking to her about that. And it's been a minute since I've been here with Anne Marie. It's always a pleasure to be with you, Anne Marie. Happy New
Miss
Year.
you, John. Always. Happy New Year to you. And it's been a long time since I've been with you, Fatima.
Yeah.
It's been a long time. Yes, I'm
Been a
really.
minute.
I love spending time with girl traders. So, I mean, I like spending time with all traders, but I have a heart for the girls.
All right, you guys want me to just go?
No. She meant no. She wasn't just shrugging her shoulders like that.
So Fatima, you're in a trade right now. Do you want to tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, sure. Let me see. I think I entered this trade at about 7 a.m. So I think that would be
nice.
10 p.m. East. No, it would be 9 p.m. Central Time. So I entered 2 contracts at 8:28. I wanted to get 50 points. NASDAQ, yeah. I got my 50 points, so I took one off. I was aiming for London lows, which is going to be 693. So I was
so
up.
close.
Yeah, I was up one contract. I was up. So after I took one out, it went my I can't think anymore. So I have one contract right now at 8:06, and I was up about 100 points, and then 9 o'clock happened, and it just went up, and I did not see that move at all. So, I wanted to get out of the trade at about 8:30 and just take like a 20-point loss, but I guess I kept having hope. So then now my exit's gonna be at 9:20, but I'm hoping it won't hit. I still have my. I think I still have it at London's low. I'm just waiting to see what happens this hour. If it breaks to 8:12, if it breaks 8:12, I think I'd be pretty confident it's gonna go down all the way to maybe 700. But I'm just waiting for now, and I'm okay with whatever happens.
So you had a nice profit on one of them. Now you're kind of stuck on one of them. Stop up at 820, 920, you said, right?
920, yes.
Some pretty sizable risk there. Hey, are you able to share your charts so we can see what you're looking at, Fatima?
Let me try.
I know sometimes it's difficult to give it a shot. Give it a shot. Anne Marie, how was your trading today?
Slow. I only took a couple of little trades. I missed a big move. I was looking at the gamma line down at 750, and I looked away. I got the attention span of a Cocker Spaniel, and so I looked away, and then I looked back, and it was 810, and then I was, so far away from my entry. I said, "All right, let me just wait it out." So I'm waiting
Wait and
for
see what happens.
the next setup. Yeah.
And it looks like you're trading from a rooftop today.
Yes, nothing but blue sky. Nothing but blue sky.
Must be nice in Florida down there.
It is quite nice, though, I will tell you. The temperatures have been lovely. As you know, this time of year, it's just great.
It's 16 degrees here.
Oh, yikes.
16 degrees. I'm going to try not to go outside until March.
I wouldn't blame you. Even though I do like the cold, 16 is, especially if there's a little wind. That's no joke. That's no joke.
I like to step out there in the cold for just a few minutes first thing in the morning just to wake up.
Yes. I do like that. I do like that. Well, we really are caught in that sideways space. My question, Fatima, is the number you picked at 920, is it based on, okay, that is the max loss I'm going to take? Are you seeing a number there, and what are you basing it on?
920, I had it as a resistance area.
Okay.
So that's why I want to get out there. But I might re-enter for the down at 941. I would just have to see how the price action.
Yeah, that's what I'm
happens.
looking at too. I've got a sell
Yeah.
order, a couple of sell orders waiting up there just in case it does that. John, your top step levels, as always, have been absolutely lovely. Between the two of those and the gamma lines, they've just been a really nice region to set up. Okay, I see your 920 up there. Yeah, I
Makes
think
me
I do.
happy.
Yeah, of course. Of course. I got to give you props, dude. Of course, because they're
Yeah,
always
we
good. You just have to pay attention to them.
picked the low in the S&Ps, picked the high in crude oil. As far as
Can
weekly
you
kickoff levels are concerned.
Yeah. Good morning.
Can you
Good
see my
morning.
screen, or it's not working?
Not yet. That's
Not just yet, it doesn't seem.
Yeah.
You will not
So
see it
you
come through on our
mentioned.
end, just so you know.
Oh, okay. Question for you. You said that you were implementing a new strategy in a couple of spaces. Why slash what might have pushed you in that direction, and what do you hope to get in the new strategy?
Okay, yeah, sure. So so I don't know if you remember, but I had multiple accounts. With
Yes.
sometimes it would be risky and a risky account,
Yeah.
and certain accounts I would want to make 4,000 is the goal. One account would be 1K. So that was working, but I still noticed that my greed was getting in the way. It wasn't enough for me. Sorry, 1 minute. So now, like, so I kind of went crazy in the last month, December, because
Mhm.
I would notice all the, like, I would enter good trades. I would keep holding just like I did today. So I'm a little disappointed in myself today because, like I said, I was up over 100 points and I didn't get out. But I was also trading on different accounts, so I was distracted, and I shouldn't allow that to happen. But anyways, the new strategy is I'm gonna go super slow. I'm not gonna have any risky accounts until I have a certain number in my account. So I have another Express account. For that one, I have to be 100% sure about the trade to enter, and it's mostly I'm trying to enter only in one trade and get out. So I did that during after hours. I did it last night. I got about 60 points, locked myself out. I was happy with it. I was thinking, I'm like, maybe today's a good day and I can get more. But I'm like, no. My goal is to make it to 10,000 in each account, and then maybe they can be a little risky. I can add more contracts. So that's my strategy to basically keep all my Express accounts. I did break it a little for this one because, so for the other account that I did good on, um, I wanted, so I was looking at my stats and I wanted 100% everything. On Friday, I was down a bit, and if I kept holding like I used to in December, I would have lost the account. But I was like, this is becoming ridiculous because I would be up 4,000, and then I would just keep holding 3 contracts for 100 point, and then I would lose the account. So I got out, and then I was down about 3K on that account, and then I saw a perfect trade. It went down 200 points, and I got all those 200 points, and I made everything back plus about 4K, and I was happy. And I'm like, I can't risk anymore. I locked myself out. But if I continued with how I was in December, I would have lost the account because I kept holding, and I would just, for some reason, I would not look at my charts. I was trading just based off of price actions and my feelings. Yeah, and the price action, looking at the volume, looking at, oh, there's maybe like more green candles, so it looks more bullish than bearish. But yeah, so now my risk man much better. I'm looking at my charts more. I'm not ignoring any of the indicators. So right now, like I have an EMA at this level, 847. If I was trading, if I had entered at maybe like 900, I would maybe take off one here and see how it is. Before, I would probably just hold to
Just take it.
813, which is my next level. So yeah, that's basically the strategy, and looking at my charts more, and I guess not going with my bias, just going with what I see. If that makes sense.
Where
That
did the
sounds
greed
like a
come
lot.
from,
I
Fatima?
was just about to say, yeah.
I do not know. I am not a greedy person. Like, I love helping people. I love giving. Maybe I'm great on myself, but I said it before. It's one day on Topstep, I made 18K in a day, and that's still in my mind. That destroys me every time because I'm like, I can make so much. So every time, if I don't know, I've had a lot of Express accounts that I lost in December and November. It's been like awful 2 months. Every time I'm up over 1 to 3K, and I just lose it the same day. And I'm like, I can just buy another. I can just buy another. But right now, every time I get transferred to live or I'm doing good, it's because I have a goal, certain profit, certain points that I do, and I stick with it. So that's been successful. I know how to become like successful, but for some reason, I just sometimes I'm like, okay, I have 8K in this account now, so I can go with 5 contracts and I can make my 2K fast. I make my 2K, and then I'm like, that was easy. Maybe I can make another 2K, and then I just enter a bad trade
Bam.
that I wasn't 90 to 100% sure of, and I just lose. So that's what I did. Maybe in December, I was positive. I was never so sure in my life that something was going to go up. And I entered at, I stayed awake all night. I entered at 10 p.m., was up 5,000. Then it went down. It was after the FOMC day. So I had gone down 1,000. And then Thursday, it went down about like 400 points. I'm like, Friday, it's going to have to be an up day. I read some stuff, so I was like sure it was going to be an update. So then I held it until 4:30 a.m. and it hit I had 13K in that account, and I lost all 13K. I didn't have any daily loss limit. I didn't have anything. Yeah. I'm ashamed of it. And then it hit my.
Don't be ashamed. I mean, it's something we've all done, and you're getting a lot of love in the chat.
I
Just from
love
this
your
conversation.
transparency. I
Yeah,
love it. So few people are brave enough to be this transparent, and I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. I do have a couple questions for you, though. The first one is, do you think it's really greed or wanting to be right?
For that one, it was greed. So for the 15K, the 14, or I think it was up 15K. I had one more day for a payout, and I really wanted that payout. And I had done everything to get that payout. Like I said, I was up 5K that night. So and I could have got out anytime, and I was still up 6K, 7K, and I knew like the next day when it hit 6:30, it might go up. So I still had about 6K in the account, and I could easily make it all back. So when like I said, I kept holding. It hit the max drawdown at about, I don't remember the price, but it was like, let's say 20,110. And then it went down to 20,106. And then it went up 800 points. So I was just 4 points away from making basically like $80,000. That was my goal. I was going to keep holding until 11 a.m. So that was my goal. And I could have achieved that goal if I just had proper risk management. If I just had one contract less.
Right.
Yeah, so it was all greed. Yeah.
So
that was gonna be
maybe
my best winning day.
maybe
If I
the
just
simple fix is the risk management, and
Mhm.
John has that great saying that he says, if you're within a few points of where your target is,
The 10% rule.
yeah, maybe talk to yourself about saying, it's not exact, but it's close enough for slow dancing. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So, yeah, it sounds like the only thing that you're looking at, although you've got a lot of things that you're pulling on, saying, I'm going to change this, I'm working on this, I'm working on that. Really, the big thing is just holding yourself completely accountable to a risk management event. And if you're up a ton and you give back 50% of that, you
You're done.
just give up on saying, no, I'm holding this for later. But that's got to be a mental thing that you agree to inside yourself. If not, you're going to have a constant war all the time, and you're going to
Mhm.
move those edges. That's my thought anyway, Hoag. What do you think? What would you add
Well,
there?
you know, Fatima's very cerebral and
Yes.
really thinking this through. So, number one, I'm very confident you're going to get through this and you're going to
Yes.
be a successful
100%.
trader. The one thing that I've seen happen over and over again, especially on the trading floor, was somebody who's new to trading or has been trading for a while hits a windfall profit. Maybe it's not even anything that they planned for or that they did, but they get this $18,000, $20,000 winning day. And then they start to think, well, I did it today. I'm going to do that again tomorrow. And I'm going to do that again the next day and the next
Yeah.
day and the next day because I did it today. There's nothing that says I can't do that every day,
Mhm.
except for the fact that, I've seen a lot of people, they get the right 10 lot at the right time, that it's a huge winner.
I
They
know.
think they're a genius and they think that that they've got it now and that they're always going to be able to be profitable. Now, Fatima, I'm not saying that that's you, but having that feeling of, having that windfall profit that day, of course, you are perfectly capable of doing it again, but we don't know what day that's going to be.
Yeah.
And just keep doing what you're doing, building the account and adding slowly. You said you had, a low risk account and a high risk account. I like that idea, but I think a lot of folks go from low risk to over leveraging like that. It's something that you got to do gradually over time. And, your profits, are going to increase as you increase the leverage, as long as your strategy's in line and you're in line with your strategy and the strategy's in line with the market. Because we saw a lot of people, they have windfall profits right off the bat, right when they came on the trading floor, thinking they were God's gift to trading. And Fatima, I don't see you that way. I see you as being very cognitive and very serious about what you're doing in trading. It's a business to you, and I think that's a great thing. But a lot of those folks, they'd have this windfall, and 6 months later, they were gone. And I don't want that for anybody, right? And Fatima, I don't want that for you. But your system, the way you're going about this and being very cognitive about it and recognizing the things that are going on inside of you, which are probably the most important things. You understand markets. That's obvious. It's
Yeah.
more about understanding yourself than anything else. And, you're already making the changes necessary. You're already learning from those changes. I'm proud of you, Fatima. I think you're doing very, very, very well.
Yeah,
Whatever the accounts have
absolutely.
been for the last couple of months, it's all
Mhm.
leading you to something,
Yeah.
and something good, I think.
Yeah, I think maybe the one thing that I hope is not happening is that you are deriding yourself or saying, "Oh my gosh, why did I do that?" Da 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 da. Listen, it's done. Derision's not going to help you get better. Just
Yeah, I did that
focusing
all
on
the
it. Yeah, you
Yeah.
just got to break any kind of derision that comes into your head. You go, nope, that's not it. That's not going to make me better. What's going to make me better is focusing on, hey, was there something that I could have seen that I didn't
Mhm.
see? Was there something I saw that I didn't go, you need to watch that? And focus on that improvement of the process and not beat yourself up, because I know high achievers, especially women that are high achievers, the first thing they do is grab the mallet out of the bottom drawer and just beat themselves to shreds. And
Mhm.
so it's just not conducive to forward progress. So don't, if you find yourself making that negative chatter, just go, no, no, no. I'm here to look at this objectively, as if I was just helping someone else sort out a
Mhm.
trade and then move to the next space. Otherwise, I'm amazed really at the kinds of numbers you can put up over and over and over again, even if they're going down. See, that's easy. If you can move them up, then all you've got to figure out is the risk event, and it'll stop them from moving down. So I'm excited for the next time we get to chat about things like this. And it looks like we're just putting in some kind of lower high. As long as we hold below yesterday's low, we might be all right.
Yeah, it looks pretty good now. But yeah, thank you for everything you guys said.
Yeah.
Like I did beat myself up after that because
I can see
was
it
like,
on your face. I
yeah, I was
can
thinking
see it on your
like, oh my
face.
god, I could have made 80,000 because, and then I started getting more accounts, passed them in 2 days, and then I would make money and then lose it. So then I kept just, I
It
guess,
sends
yeah.
you into a tailspin. It's impulse control that keeps you moving, or the lack of impulse control that just keeps you going, no, no, if I just try it one more time, if I just try it one more time. And sometimes you just have to pump the brakes and go, wait a second. And it sounds like that's what you did. You
Yeah,
finally
so I'm
went,
like,
I'm pumping the
mhm.
brakes. And
I was like, December, that's it. I can put it behind me. New year, I'm aiming to be on one of your lists. I can do that if I just risk management. Like I
Yes, you
said,
can.
all my days I was up 10K or up 10 plus K. I actually did it with just 2 contracts. So
that's incredible.
every time I had a big day, it was only with 2 contracts, 2 to 3 at max, at most. So yeah,
See?
I just have to go back.
You don't
Yeah.
have to. You
So
don't have to trade big.
there you go.
Yeah,
So
that's where the
here's a
greed comes in.
question.
I'm like, I can double that, So
For those days that you get in and you're able to hold it, what are the, like, say you had to say 3 top things that made you stay in the trade
so
to
those
collect
things.
that? Yeah.
So holding is usually bad for me. Trend days, awful. So that's where I lose a lot of my accounts. All those days have been range days.
Oh, a
All my
woman
up days
after
have
my own heart.
Ah,
Me
yes.
love the
she's a
range days.
she's a
Yeah.
reversion trader. You're
I
with two
know.
more.
So that's the problem. Right now, I thought I was gonna go, like I kept holding until now. I guess it's not looking so good, but um, so I was gonna get out at that level and then go play up because I thought it was gonna be mostly a range day today. I guess it still kind of is, but not how it is usually, how I like it to be. But yeah, it's usually all my big days have been going in and out, taking just great trades, looking at the indicators, looking at everything, the volume, price action. Yeah.
And so you tend to hold if it breaks out or breaks down because you
Uh-huh.
expect the reversion.
hmm And then trend days, like everyone, I guess a lot of people do. I'm like, I can't go up much higher. It can't go down more. So yeah, I carry my losers more than I hold my winners, which is really bad. I guess I can have like multiple winning big days if I held my winners, but I'm like, okay, I can't be greedy. I take out, I get out, and then the next day it's another trend day, and I lose everything because I hold my losers. For that one, I don't get out at 3,000. I get out at yeah.
When you decide on a trade, is there a point where you go, and this is kind of hard if you're actually already in a trade? Is there a place where you can look at the charts and go, okay, if it breaches this level and stays above there, I'm wrong?
Oh yeah,
And
absolutely. I did
just
that
get out.
today. When it reached 8:30, I was like, I should get out, but I didn't. I kept having hope. So that's why I'm a little disappointed in myself because I did say like the new year I should get out. Did what I did on Friday, and I was confident it was gonna hit 900 and then go down. So I could have had 70 points because I guess it went over 900 a little bit.
A little bit.
20, yeah. Wouldn't have been much of a loss like I am in right now. So right now I'm, I guess, 70 points on the wrong side, but yeah, I could have played up. And
I get that. I guess that opportunity cost when we see something getting into a level and we go, well, it could turn around. I'll just give it a little time. And then it starts eating against you and you go, if I close it now, then I'm gonna
yeah, so that's always my mind.
Then. Yeah.
Especially when my balance is high, that's usually what destroys me. So that's why for the 15K account, I'm like, I'm not gonna lose.
Well,
and that's
what
my
about,
responsibility because I do
what
not.
about covering up your balance?
I'm still gonna know what it is at the end of the day. So it's
Okay.
me. It's
Got
literally
it.
me
Got
my
it.
risk management. I have to put a daily loss limit, but I usually don't. When Topstep took that out, I'm like, this is gonna be really bad for me or really good because I can start having discipline and become the trader I want to be, and I can be as successful as everyone else. But I haven't had the discipline. But
Be as successful as you are.
Mhm.
Don't worry about everybody else.
yeah,
The hell with them. Be as successful as
Yeah.
Fatima.
Comparison is the thief of joy, as they
100%.
say.
100%. And
So
negative self-talk never did anything for anybody. And
yeah, absolutely.
one last thing I wanted to say about that is, when you get in a car, the windshield is really big. The rear view mirror is very small. There's a reason for that in everything in life too.
Oh, I like
Learn
that.
from the past, of course,
like
but learn to leave it behind. We've got to take care of a little bit of housework here. We're gonna have Eddie come in here and talk about Twitter for us.
Housework. Pick up your feet. I got to sweep under here. Hold on a second. All right. Let's make sure that you're following at TopstepTV on Twitter. You call it X. I call it Twix. To keep up with what's happening on the show throughout the day. Be the first to know about special guests like Fatima, of course. Very special. And if you post your trading day, your funded trader certificate, your payout swag, payout, your battle station, anything you'd like to share with us, even some of those Carl Hungus memes, tag at Topstep and hashtag Power Hour, and we'll show you in the next segment. And I'm going to post that here coming up. Actually, Topstep will post that. There it is right there. There is the link. Check out the link, and I'm going to pass this back to you guys. Back to you, Hoag.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you very much. Yes, Twix. Find us on Twix. Do you like the left Twix or the right Twix?
You got that right, cat. Oh, she's snickering. See what I did there?
Usually, I'll take them both.
See what I did
Yeah, I love Twix. I don't eat candy bars much, but Twix are fun.
Good combination. Good combination.
Well, this NASDAQ is just not
hanging out
doing anything right now.
I know.
It's been 2 hours in this range.
Yeah, for sure. Without a
Fatima,
doubt.
you've got some really seriously good patience in this.
Yeah, this is so annoying. But I like how it keeps rejecting 900.
Yes.
That's,
I do like that myself.
So I guess just from like based on other times when it usually hits the level multiple times and it doesn't break it at least 30 points, it usually goes down. That's what I've noticed after like watching the charts for over a year. So I'm hoping that's what happens, but I guess we'll see.
What's your
And
target again?
Oh, it's London lows. It's 693. But I see how it breaks 814. If it breaks it in a strong way, then I will keep holding. If it just hits it and goes back up, I will get out. I'll just take like a 20-point loss, which I'm fine with.
Just a quick second here. I know, Anne-Marie, you're focusing on NASDAQ, micro NASDAQ. You see the high, session high in the S&Ps? What is that level? It's one of your new favorites.
Oh, settlement?
Settlement to the tick.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now it can break. Now, Fatima, you got this.
Let's see.
Yeah. I see
go.
that right there.
Maybe the
Next
house
10
account can do
That's
an
10 minutes,
M&Q.
you're going to get a fill
That's
on your
right.
bid.
We need to start chanting Jerome.
Jerome. Jerome. Jerome.
What price is that settlement?
In the S&P is 58.66 and a quarter. Haven't been there yet in the NASDAQ. We're a long ways away from settlement from Friday in the NASDAQ. Jerome. Jerome. We're doing what we can, Fatima.
Yeah, I think when you started saying it, it had the opposite effect. Maybe let's see. So this candle might be red because you stopped saying it. That would be interesting.
Hilarious. So we're really, the traders are waiting on some data for tomorrow, right? Don't we have like, what is it, a PPI?
CPI Wednesday.
CPI,
Wednesday.
PPI. Yep.
Yeah, PPI I think is tomorrow maybe, and then CPI?
Yes.
CPI
after that?
Wednesday. Yeah, it's a big one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get another look at how inflation is doing.
Yeah.
And not only that, just to further complicate things, earnings season starts this week.
I know it.
Wednesday, some of the
Volatility.
major banks are coming out with their earnings.
Thank you, Martin.
Fatima, where are you?
Oh, I was just going to ask that.
I'm
California, right?
Yeah, Los Angeles, Cedar Sinai.
Are you
My
you look like you're okay?
yeah, the smoke
No
was
threats of
killing me.
the wildfires
Yeah.
or anything?
No, I think it's a little better now.
That's
It's
good.
not, yeah, it was pretty awful on Thursday and Friday. I was already a little sick, but then my cough got much worse.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I
that.
bet
My asthma, driving, I love this type of
Yeah, I think, didn't JD have a fire in his neighborhood and he was like, just had so much respiratory distress for a week or something because it was so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Can't
couldn't
even
see
Nasty.
imagine.
Well,
all smoke.
thank God you're okay, Fatima.
Yeah.
Hopefully all your loved ones and friends are good. And wow, pray for all of those that have been affected by
Yeah.
that. It's just so bad.
Yes.
Hmm. Well, Fatima, you have given us so much great information about how we can self-assess and then look at things and go, okay, that's not working, and implementing something that says, I want to change here. We could all learn from that. We really could. Do you, at the end of the day, take an objective look at your trade and say, okay, this is where I entered. This was my ideal spot to enter. This is where, using hindsight, of course, you could say, this is where I should have exited. Was there something there that clued me into that spot that I can remember for the next day? Or how do you review your trades? Or do you review your trades?
I haven't done that in that much detail, but what I usually do is me and my Discord group, we have we read each other's journals every day just to keep. So if someone doesn't do it, we're just like, hey, you
Ah,
look at your journal.
I like
little
it.
accountability.
Well,
Yeah.
So what I write in the journal is how I was feeling, my emotions in the beginning of in the morning. Um, and then I talk about my trade, where I entered, how many points I got, how much money, and then what else do we talk about? So I used to do it very well, talk about my trades, why I entered, what was the reason. But after losing a lot of express accounts, I right now what I'm doing is just like being, oh, I was fine today, and then I made 75 points. Or sometimes if you see my journals in December, I'm just like, you're stupid, you're an idiot, like you're never gonna be better if you keep doing mistakes you keep repeating. Like learn from your mistakes. Like this is for your mom. If you're gonna keep doing that, you're just gonna lose all your money. So that's what December was like. So I didn't really talk about the trades.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I suspect that it might not be a bad idea to get
Yeah, I'm
back to
just
mechanical flow,
Mhm.
and just maybe that be the majority of your journal, be mechanical flow. This was my setup. I took it here. I should have gotten out there, but I held. And then just have side notes with emotions. You could even have emojis,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
that just tell you, okay, I was really pissed right here, or
Mhm.
whatever. But do remember, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but do remember, when you write down things like that, words have power. You've got to cut them out and just be objective about what happened, not to cast blame, not to make yourself. A lot of times, I think, especially for high achievers, we feel like I'm going to just make myself feel really bad, and that'll really get me up to where I'm supposed to be next time. And it's it's just very backwards to how the brain works under encouragement. You just have to take that emotion out. When it comes to the execution, you can go, oh, I wish I hadn't done that, but no self-recrimination. And then say, all right, next time I do this. And then there are a couple of things. When markets give you new information, I go back to that OODA loop. Oh, I never expected it to go over XYZ. Okay, well, it did. What does that mean? And stop in your tracks and go through that OODA loop again. I observed this, right? I've got to orient myself around that market space, make a decision, and then act. And if it means taking a haircut, then do it. Just do it, because here's what you know how to make money. You know how to make money. So if you get a little haircut, just go, I can get that back. It's a lot easier to get back $900 than it is to get back $9,000.
100%.
And so just recalibrate there a little bit and force that OODA loop. And then in your journal, no more recrimination, but get back to it. Get back to going, okay, I entered here. And when the charts are static, you can go, okay, I like that, but I should have reassessed where my exit was based on new market information that came my way. Sorry, I turned into Dr. Spock all of a sudden. But I understand these. I understand these emotions really well because I've experienced them in times past. I've had those kinds of up, down, and then just sort of, you almost lose your mind and you're like, click, 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 click. And you just have to go, okay, you're getting into the box here. That's where you're going. You're going in the box.
Yeah. So that's
what Marie, I've been telling you. Go ahead, Fatima.
Yes. So that's something that's bothering me a lot because I know I can make money. I know I can enter a perfect trade. I'm not trying to be.
It is what it is. It's not bragging if it's true.
Yeah.
And your
the thing is,
balances show.
So when I have a 150K account, like I said, I have a 4,500 daily loss limit, which is the max drawdown. So I'm like, I could easily make 8,000 or 9,000. And then when I lose about 3,000, the reason why I keep holding is because I do have hope that it's going to reverse. And the other reason is I already had given, so in November and December, I would just give up. I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm going to lose the next 1,500. I'll just buy a new account. So that was my mindset for a lot of most of December and November, which was awful. It's like my first live account. I had a good amount in there, but then I kept losing my daily loss limit. And then I would talk to Brett, and then we would have $150 daily loss limits. And then my account was at $81, and I brought it back to $6,000 from $81. And that's absolutely amazing. Yeah. So, and I'm like, what am I doing to myself? Like 1,500 is so much. I can just go with the micros and I could easily make it back. Or I can just do one mini and I don't have to do NASDAQ. I can go ES and I could just look at my chart, follow my indicators. I know how to do this, but then I've been giving up. So that's like another thing I'm very disappointed in myself about. But like I said, I'm not going to do that anymore. I think I'm doing pretty well today. Just this whole year starting, well, it's been how many days? It's been like 9 days. But yeah, I'm not gonna, like you said, I think my journals, I will start like today writing better. It's Monday, fresh, like a new start. And then, I'm not gonna give up on myself because I know what I'm capable of. Everyone's capable of entering a great trade. So yeah, that's what I'm going to start doing from now on.
And keep the negative action in the journal to either the smiley face emoji or the downward face emoji, but nothing else. Nothing else to deride you, because I mean, we have to encourage ourselves. You are very resilient, but the more you bang on your psyche.
And you're a good trader. I mean,
yes,
Fatima, you've been with Topstep
just have to manage
for
that risk.
January of 2023. So you're entering your third year as a trader, and you've taken some really nice payouts in that period of time. You know, there was one thing that kind of stuck to me, that one of the things you said a couple of times is, you know, you've mentioned the perfect trade, and there may be a perfect trade that's going to come to you once in a while, but there's no perfect trader. Don't put that weight on yourself. Be good to yourself in the things you're saying to yourself, because you've got really good things going here, Fatima. You are a good trader. We know that. You know that. Although, for after many years of telling people to watch their internal dialogue, I still enjoy my inside recrimination once in a while. It's a luxury. It is. It's a luxury to do that to yourself once in a while. And you just got to put it past yourself. Say, everything I just said to myself is a damn lie. I know it. Let's get back on the horse. Let's do this right.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
And again, I got
We're
to
a little
say,
short on time now.
I just had to say thanks for being so transparent.
Oh, yeah. Thank you guys for helping me and being so open to with your journeys. Yeah, I'm going to follow all the advice, and thank you.
You're helping everybody by doing by being here today and talking with us.
So much.
You know,
Thank
as freshly as you are. This is fantastic. We really appreciate it.
I appreciate
Thank you
you
very
guys too. Topstep. Thank you.
And Marie, appreciate you. Fatima, appreciate you. We've got to get moving here, though. We got the afternoon recap coming up here in a couple of minutes, and then Power Hour. Mohammed's back for Power Hour. Looking forward to seeing Mohammed, and we're going to have the Riz, Robert, with him, and maybe a couple other folks. We'll see how that plays out. But wonderful having the opportunity to chat with you both today. And folks, this is trading, man. This is trading. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Pay me what I'm owed, yeah.
Hi there. It's time for the afternoon recap. What a wonderful session with Fatima and Anne Marie for Back to the Futures. Really enjoyed that. Fatima was a real champ talking about how personal she was talking about everything. It was really good. But just to take a look here at these markets, how things have played out for the day. The S&Ps, we had overnight inventory that was that was pretty short, right? Overnight inventory, price kept pushing lower and lower, right down to the weekly kickoff low. The market opens, checks the weekly kickoff low, puts in the initial balance low, puts in the initial balance high, takes out the initial balance high for a failed upside auction, rotates relatively close to the initial balance low, but is not able to take it out. Look at this is a 30-minute chart. Man, this is some serious barcoding here. Once we did take out the IB high for the second time today, it's been one time framing higher on this 30-minute chart. The rest of the session taking price right back to where? Settlement. Also, right back to 5% off the all-time high. Above the initial balance without any return to it, without any reacceptance in the early range for the session. I think that this market it may have enough legs to continue to move forward. I am a little bit concerned about the tempo of the upside momentum here. It seems to be getting a little bit slow, but we opened outside of range and value. We're back inside range. Value low from Friday was 58.58 even. 58.58 even. We're going to call it right there. We're spending time back inside value play, the value area acceptance play, whatever you want to call it. When we start showing reacceptance inside the previous session's value, the probabilities increase of price reaching the other extreme of value at some point during that session. Value TPO value high 58.93 half. 93 half. If we continue to one time frame higher, reaccept inside of value from yesterday, 93 half would be a reasonable and probable target for continuation to the upside. We've got the point of control from Friday. TPO point of control 58.84. 58.84. That's the TPO point of control, 84 even right up here. That is a visual target. We get above that, then value high would be a reasonable and probable continuation. Whenever the market is accepting outside of the previous initial balance, especially this late in the day, the market is attempting to accept higher pricing, ladies and gentlemen. It's up to you to figure out how good of a job is it doing and how am I going to take advantage of that. Take a look at the NASDAQ now. This is a 5-minute chart. I want to go back to the 30. Okay. Market opening. Overnight inventory short. Opens, puts in the IB low, puts in the IB high. Failed upside auction. The market rotates near the initial balance low. Doesn't take it out. Doesn't take out the overnight low either. What doesn't happen here is as important as what does. We haven't taken any more trades since this morning, so we're going to take a look at what the market is trying to say to us. That's then what the S&Ps are saying. We did take out the IB high for the second time. It has been supportive. Support here, pull back to it, pull back through it, rejection. Not really one time framing higher, more of a range. Very indecisive, lots of dojis. This market is trying to make some sort of decision as far as, are we going to go back and check out settlement like we did in the S&Ps and settlement 21,016 even? I believe that is correct to the T in the NASDAQ. Haven't been able to get there. Haven't been able to get to value area low in the NASDAQ either. So value area low in the TPO value area low is 20,957. 20,957. Right about there is value area low. No sign of acceptance. So there's very conflicting information as far as these equities are concerned. Probably looking at the fact that is it open lower, it's still holding lower. Tech companies seem to be having a difficult time catching rallies today, and that's probably why the NASDAQ is lower. Take a look at crude oil now. Crude oil. We've been seeing the upside auction. The upside auction has been doing very well. We're probably going to be trading the March contract, but this is still the February contract. Weekly kickoff high, 79.10. Pretty much put in our low of the session today. Not a lot of rejection away from it. The initial balance was very small. We talked about this earlier. That first hour of trade, relatively small, 60 points or so. Once we take out and we find a direction away from a small initial balance, it doesn't take a big amount of energy to continue that move, and that's pretty much precisely what happened here in gold this morning. Excuse me, in crude oil, right to that important weekly kickoff high, 79.10. See if we have higher volume in the March contract tomorrow. I'm thinking we might. Let me check right now, and I can tell you how the volume is in February. 399,000 in March, 447,000. We will be trading March crude oil tomorrow. I'll adjust the levels. We'll be we'll be able to trade the March contract for about 3 weeks until the next rollover. That's the thing about crude oil. It rolls every month. Gold. What did gold do today? Well, we didn't really see a whole lot out of gold today. Overnight inventory was short. The market opened, set the initial balance, basically held the initial balance until, right before this regular trading hour session close. Closing below that IB low starts to look more like shorts and continuation to the downside. We had a naked point of control that we did test in the regular trading hours, 26.7840. Next level lower, weekly kickoff low. There are no naked points of control. It looks like maybe there's a naked point of control. I'll check this out later on. I thought I had them all on here, but if we have that naked point of control, that could be a target. What does this look like on the daily chart? I got to double check this. What does this look like? Overall, relatively range bound, right? Highs, lows, center. A lot of markers, a lot of markets, a lot of traders, a lot of investors, a lot of day traders, swing traders, whatever you want to call them, all looking forward to new information tomorrow in the form of the PPI numbers, 7:30 a.m. Central Time tomorrow, and the CPI numbers on Wednesday, 7:30 Central Time, Chicago time tomorrow. So stick around for Power Hour. Mo is back in the house. Let's see what Mo's got for us. This is Real Trading, Real Traders, Real Trades. This is Topstep TV. In honor of Andre, let's go.
there you have it.
Mohammed.
Oh, I love those little ditties. I've been listening to them all day.
Nice.
Great
Well
job,
done.
Mr. Eddie Horn. Mohammed, you are here. How are you? JD over that side too. It's like everybody's kind of fighting off a little something right now. But welcome back to the show, Mohammed. Been a while since I've been on with you. Let's talk some trading, and we got some house cleaning to do. So we'll be looking at production. As soon as we get things ready to fly, we'll be pushing this out too. Start off with Mohammed, sir. How have you
Thank
been?
you very much.
What do you
It's been
trade
a
like?
while since I think last week. I take the last week off from air, so I give some time for chat for everybody to have rest a little bit from my face. So I'm back fresh now, looking to have some likes at least 1.5 guys. So let's start with that. So give me some energy here. This what drives me actually, the likes. You like it or not? If you have more likes, I am driving like crazy. No likes, you will find some, bad version of Mo.
No, we don't want that. We want the happy version. We don't want anybody crying this time, Mo. So you're right. You're the master at calling up those likes. You'll get them for sure. JD, how are you doing also back there?
All right, man. I've been sort of just an active observer all day. Nothing happening for me in the markets right now, but we'll see what's going on during power hour here. I just realized I have a Combine account up. So let me pull up the live house account real quick.
All right,
There
you're
we
in the
go.
house account.
We got
I
the
get
live
house account too. So we can both tag team that. If there's something in ES and or NQ, we're not going to fight each other on it, but go for it. You get the keys to put it on because you get a bunch of markets here. But we're going to follow Mo. Do you see anything? Have you taken anything, Mo?
Yeah, what's your day looking
Actually,
like, Mo?
today is a trending down day in my definition. I have 5 types of day, which is in my trading plan. Actually, maybe we can share it together. So we can have first a choppy day. Today is not a choppy day. We have a range day. Today is not a range day, and we can go through them if we have some time. But today we have one directional day until now. And what is the one direction day looks like? You start off the opening of the day. What did the market did since today? It kept making lower lows until now, actually, because that, and this is the 5,000 time frame. So usually when you want to define the type of day, go to larger time frame that you can. So we can see that was the latest high made before making that low, the lowest low. That was the last one. You can see it. High, low, high, low, high, low, high, low, high, low, then high, and that is the low. So there is no highs in here happened. So that was the latest high before the recent or the lowest low, because all of these didn't make lower low. So that defined this until we broke out this area. This still be defined as a trend down day. Okay, when we have a trend down day, it could be one of two. Either a continuation from previous day, which is Friday, or a reversal from previous day. So let's see, what do we have? Previous day, it was what? Bearish. Clearly, the market started here and closed here. So it was a bearish day. So it is a continuation of previous day. So what we do in continuation of a previous day? So these are yes or no questions. If it is a continuation of a previous day, trade the pullback. So we have a bearish day. So we trade a pullback. We trade a pullback. So we are keep selling until the day is changed in the middle of the day or something. So as long as we don't have any change of the type of day until now, so we should look for a sell today. So what would happen After 9:30, if we only look for a sell, so we go to the smaller time frame in here. After 9:30, if we only look for a sell, we will have a lot of opportunities selling here and here and here and here, maybe here, and then it stopped because buyers has control. If buyers has control, you stop selling. Now sellers has been control, so find the opportunity to sell around this area. No signal actually I had. So now market keep going higher, keep going higher, keep going higher. And so this is why I'm looking to sell around this area. But the problem that I need to see seller having control, like what they did here and here. So that was an opportunity to take the short. This was another one, but no real signal in this one. So what I'm waiting for, maybe you can see I marked this area around the highest.
But what is that area,
said.
Mohammed? Sorry, there. What's that,
That
area?
was
Some traders are just listening; they can't see it. Go ahead and call out those price levels.
Yeah, the area is the latest high that made the lowest low, which is 20,928. From the high of that area until the lower low before it. That's area which is a decision area. Would we break out and make the day like big range day, or could be multi-directional day, or we will continue our one direction day? So I'm looking to sell this market. However, I don't see only a range in here. I'm still in that area, choppy area. You can call it a choppy area because it's just a fight between buyers and sellers. Buyers want to change the type of day, going higher. Sellers want to continue the type of day, continue the trend down. So I would like to sell this market after I see the sellers having control and then finding another signal. Otherwise, I will wait for the market to break this high and hopefully give me a retest, so continue higher, maybe to the high of 8. So that area is 20,929 or 28. Around this area, I will look for a buy after a retest.
Excellent. That is a great analysis. Love how you broke that down. But I'll tell you what, Mo, we got some cleaning to do here. We got JD on the screen. He's got some hot streaks ready to go. So while we are waiting for either the long breakout retest or the short to fall through, why don't we kick this over to JD, get those live funded hot streaks? What do you say there, JD?
For sure. Let's do it. Here are your live funded trader hot streaks from Friday. Here we go. We've got Daniel. Now sitting at 39 days. Daniel made $597 trading the MNQ on Friday. Total balance, $20,734 on Daniel's 39-day heater. Nice job there. Oscar made $222 trading the NQ on Friday. Now sitting at 32 days worth $10,407. Siva Kumar made $30 trading the MNQ on Friday. $30 is $30, right? Now sitting on 29 days worth $12,402. Antonio made $221 trading the MNQ on Friday. 28 days worth $4,739. And David trading the MES Micro S&P made $230. Now sitting at 27 days worth $5,482. Some impressive hot streak balances there. 20,000, 10,000, 12,000. Traders are getting, these balances are getting a little bigger as the streaks are getting longer. So big shout out to these traders. Nice job, everyone.
That's exactly what I noticed as well. Yeah, those hot streaks there. You hit the nail right on the head there, JD. You know, going over last couple of months, following the hot streaks. It's not just the number of days, but right on that the P&Ls themselves are all higher. I mean, those are all over $5,000 up to $20,000 there. So congratulations, kudos everybody there. It looks like we're almost at that 20,928 number for you, Mohammed. We definitely want to keep an eye on that.
Sure. Buyers keep, the sellers are keep stop selling below that area, and we are still in this choppy area. It looks so challenging to buy this market at this high.
But you're still looking for a long above 29, though. Is that correct? We're getting there. We're on our way there
If the
right
market,
now.
if we have a true breakout, because we did had previous breakout, but that wasn't the breakout that I want to. The breakout above this 29, because it is around that area that the latest high made the lowest low. That is the breakout that I would like to believe. The previous one, they are fakes. You can see the breakout, then the sellers come back in. Breakout, sellers come back in. Breakout, sellers come back in. However, there's no follow through of sellers. I marked this trend line, the recent trend line, that will give me the go ahead to sell the market. Because as long as the buyers holding the trend line, that means they're still there. That means they're still interesting to take this market higher. So I have to wait. I have to wait. We might be still in a range. Maybe we can see a real breakout and retest. They will take it from there. However, I cannot sell a trending down day, not just yet.
Right, that's another great analysis. I just scrolled back on that as you were talking there, Mo. Great job, great analysis. We're up 200 points here. I'm scrolling back to 9:28 Central Time, and then we tapped that number again around 20,720 at 11 a.m. Central Time. So 9:30, then 11 o'clock, bounced off of right in the 20,720 area, and here we are at 20,920. So we had that big push, 200 points up from 11 a.m. Central Time, and been ranging for a little while. But yeah, it's still a nice uptrend, bouncing off your trend line there. And let's hopefully we can get that breakout for you and breakout retest for the long, or drop down and take a short.
Actually, it's not bouncing from my trend line. It never bounced from the trend line. As you can see, the first up trend in here, if you see my chart, Yep. So if the market is trending continuation of the previous day, okay, so if you have a trend line, that doesn't mean the breakage is anything. Maybe just a breakout, finding liquidity and keep selling. However, if you counter trend, if it is a counter trend like this one, it is a counter trend of the previous day and the current trend. If that one is broken, now you have to be alerted. Now this is serious. Why? Because this trend is counter trend. It's against yesterday trend and today trend. Same this one. Every time they break the trend line, it goes even stronger. This one, I just draw it here. I just draw it after we made that low. After we made it. Because the original one, it was this one maybe. Something. Yeah, it was this one. Not even this one. So today is a bit of difficult actually. Usually when those trend, market tends to find a new low. They didn't. All of them, they didn't. They keep making this low, no follow through of the sellers, strong push down, but no follow through, not real sellers looking to sell the market. Buyers, it's look like the buyers let the sellers go, and when they decided to stop, they just stop. Not yet. That's enough. So buyers are strong. However, it's not my type of day. I cannot buy with them until we break this high.
So
I
Mo,
can,
real
of course,
quick here.
I can, and go ahead.
Zaza's asking, what are those indicators that you're using?
Yeah, these indicators, let me remove this 50. Yeah, these indicators are just 21 EMAs, one of the close, one of the highs, and one of the lows. So the source is the only difference. 21 EMA with different source. One of them is the close, and the higher one is the high, and the lower one is the low. And the blue one is just the smoothened line, the smoothened EMA of the close. So in the close indicator, EMA, you just click on smoothen EMA, and here you put EMA 21 EMA. And those are helping me to tell me, are we trending or are we ranging? Number one. Then it will help me to determine who has control. So as we can see now, sellers are taking control because this intersect with the blue one. So now it's telling me it is sellers are taking control. However, because the smoothing line is inside, we might still in a range. We might still in a range. So I'm waiting for this blue one to get out of the moving averages. Then we have a test, and then we continue selling down. Now we have this sell-off. This is why I don't like the buy. This is why I don't buy a trending down day. Now let's see. Do we break this trend line and we have a continuation, or the market will keep staying in a range? Because up to now, yes, sellers has had the control, but they still haven't confirmed it yet. They haven't confirmed it yet. Like here, for example, at the beginning, sellers had control, but the buyers come back immediately. Have control, they come back immediately. In here, yes, we had that confirmation that I am looking for. Because in here, the moving average, the blue one, exited the Bollinger, if we can say it. It is outside now. Now that was a nice sell signal. I want to see the same thing now. I want to see the moving average getting out, and then a nice retest of the moving average, strong red candle, a confirmation of the control, then we'll take it down. And this trend line will help me also to...
Right, that exact trend line. And so just to reference that, that's the exact one we were looking at from earlier, where you get the trend line going up, coming down, bouncing off of it. You know, that one that started at 11 a.m. Central, bounced off it at 1:20 Central Time, again at like 1:50 Central Time, and then just, I don't want to say broke through it, but kind of dipped down below us. That's a really good setup you got going on there, and definitely let us know.
If it
Exactly.
if it is a true trend line, it shouldn't do like this. I mean, it should respect it somehow. No, similar to this one. Here, if they did it like this, then yes, it is a hot trend line. It's very hot. The market touch it and jump. But this one doesn't look hot, doesn't it?
No, it's a little soft. You know what it is? It's these, watch this segue here, JD and Eddie, right? He's going to come in. Those sellers, they're jabbing away at those buyers. You know where we're going with this one. We better stop jabbing away. I hope they're ready for it. Eddie Horn, come on, let's hit this jab, jab, jab.
Very, very subtle.
Jab, jab, jab.
It was horrible.
All right. Jab, jab, jab. For some of you that are new, this is a term in boxing. Small jabs set up that big roundhouse punch. Small trades set up that bigger trade. And for those that are jabbing away here at Topstep, which also means paying yourself out, correcting yourself, knowing what to do, let's take a look. Let's see our Topstep traders who are making those jabs count. Well, we had Tay-Ray Killebrew passing a combine today. Tig, let's go, baby. Just passed 2 combines. LFG. Micros work. Yes, they do. Ryan Polivka just hit my daily profit target on the bounce. Locked out with a 3K on multiple accounts. Damn, that's a great Monday. Ellie, 2082. I got very emotional today. Up 600 on my XFA. It's wiggling me like no tomorrow. Well, Ellie, I hope you shut it down. 600 on an XFA for a day. Very good Monday. Vapor Us just passed 3 combines. Technical trader Mike made talking to Mike, made 200 XFA, locked 1,500 in the combine, and locked work great. Yes, if you feel that your day has come to an agreement with size you wanted, or good or bad, remember, lock that out. Omowani up 614 today with just 1 micro, locked myself out. Another good day here. And S Great Trades locked out 2 combines at 1035, 1035. This is good stuff. Remember, folks, don't get greedy. Small profits add up. And I'm going to pass this back to Robbie. Back to you, Rob.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was excellent.
Looking for a short
fall
signal.
through.
Yeah, looking for a short. If the house
Looking for a
account is ready,
short.
we can go short at this close of this candle, 20,883. I'm short 10 micros because this is the signal that I was waiting for.
You're short right now,
At
Mo?
20,896. Yes. 896
House
is
account
my
is
stop.
short. All right, house account is short one at 88.5, 20,888.5. Just one.
Nice.
What's our what are we targeting here to the downside?
To kill the risk, it has to be at 20869. 20869, 20,869.
Targeting 869.
Here, the buyers are letting this to go, because the buyer, they didn't. They just stubborn, you know. And the sellers, they don't show any follow through.
Mm-hmm. We do see rejection up at that 90 level every time we kiss it. Yeah.
Yeah. And this trend line looks hot now.
House account short 20,888.5, targeting 20,869. CYA at 97. Working on 97 CYA. A little bit of selling coming in.
And that was the trade. I mean, let's go. Now we clearly broken that trend line. Clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Not once, but twice.
Sure. Probably
looks
should
like
have put
you
more
also
than
got
one on,
the
right?
big red candle you were looking for also.
Yes. And before that, we had our confirmation. We already had our confirmation here. So now we only wait for this follow through to continue.
Slowly but surely. Small sellers stepping in.
Yeah, and the buyers are back again. We don't worry about him. Sellers has control. They confirm it. They give us a signal.
Mm-hmm.
Buyers, yeah, sure, they will try. They're only successful if they took our stop loss.
Coming back to our entry price again.
Mm-hmm.
What was your entry price again, Mo?
83.75.
Got it.
What about yours?
Pardon me. House count is in at 88. 88.5.
Nice. Better fell for you. So let's see if we have another signal, another entry setup. It could be setting up right now. Strong red candle would give another entry setup. Those buyers are
stepping in.
Oh, stopped out.
And
stopped out.
house account is stopped. Yep. Minus 178 for house account. Call it 180. Minus 180.
Yeah. I don't mind to go short again if I have another signal because sellers still have the control. And I have a nice area here also. 20,900 to sell, but I will not take this. I will not take the 2 consecutive selling after I get out.
Mm-hmm.
This
Still
yeah,
seeing
it's
buyers
very
stepping
nice.
in here.
Yep.
I took a quick look at the DOM while all that was going on. It looked pretty balanced. If we see anything come in heavy, I would have shouted it out. But I'm looking about 50 levels up on the sell side and the ask side, and then about 50 levels down. I was scrolling up and down to see if I could see anything. Nothing really stood out, and it's all been around 10, 15, 25, to 8, 10, 12. So there wasn't a lot. You see a 400, 500 come through. Like, hang on a second, we get something happening. But it's been pretty balanced.
Yeah, I don't know where is this buying coming from, actually. It's just to ruin our trade.
Mm-hmm.
I'll not be surprised if I see sellers trying again.
We keep bouncing right off of Friday's low, 20,875 in the NQ. It's been a decent support zone going back to for the last hour, we'll say.
Yeah, see, now we have the sellers are coming. And nah.
On the volume profile, we also have the value area high around 890, so 20,890. Point of control is 20,768, 69 area. But if you look at the 2 volume peaks, the one that is at 20,890, which is the value area high currently, this is just a daily session right now, US session, it's very close. So if we are very close to taking over the point of control, I'm actually going to draw a vertical line on the point of control, so I can keep a monitor on it. Right now, point of control is still down by around 20,768 ish, but we're building up. We're stacking up. Not going to take much more before that point of control takes over. Yep.
Delta's flat, 52% long in the NQ.
I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for another short.
Okay.
Yeah, if we have a close now, strong close, red candle. Otherwise, wait. Yeah, we have it. Yeah, short, 20,887.50. Another try now. We'll try again with bigger stop loss actually to 903. That 900 level was nice area to sell actually.
All right. House account is short 87.25. What's the stop on this one again, Mo?
903. 904. 904. 904. Let's give it some room.
Got it.
904.
It's coming for us again, it looks like.
Yeah, this is chop.
Yeah, we're right in the
signal
middle
down,
of the zone.
strong signal up. Okay, the target for this one.
Yes, target. What's our target zone?
Even lower, it's 865.
Got it. So almost 1-to-1, just a little more than 1-to-1 on this risk reward.
Yeah, more. Jerome. Jerome.
Jerome.
Not working today. It's not working.
I'm gonna get us again.
Yeah. That's it for me.
And we're out. House account is flat, down 526 total.
Yeah, I'm 584.
Yeah, we just got caught up in this range. We're diddling in the middle right now.
Yeah, again, no follow through from the sellers back in this range. I was looking for a breakout of this chop area, but the market looks resting here, comfortable here, staying there.
Or good looks. I like your analysis behind those trades.
Yeah.
But we're just not getting any follow through in either direction.
Yeah. And this is when the hardest day to trade, when the market is trending down, but since the opening it's going up. So it's so difficult. The market continue from like yesterday, today it's continue, but since the open, the market is not making any lower low. You want to sell the highs, but the market is not giving you any follow through. You have a nice signal, everything, but the market just looking for our stop. Now it's asking me to go short again. I'm not doing that. I cannot do it. Yeah, I can, because the buyers, the buyers had control now in my strategy. And now it will just go. You know, the time that you decide not to go short, it will go.
That's why they say you got to take it every time if you want a decent.
Yeah, we tried twice. We tried twice. Actually, this is another signal, but I don't have any stomach to take a sell when I see the buyers had control here. If I took this short, I'm against my strategy, against my process. And look at this. Buyers are coming back. So either if you're a buyer
just drew
or
a
a seller,
range, the same range on there. Yeah.
Yeah. Where was your short signal at? Where, if you had taken the trade, where would you be short at right now?
Yeah, you believe it? It should be 884 at the low of the second. Yeah, the lowest one, because this is the one that closed below the moving average. If you're a buyer, you will lose. If you're a seller, you will lose. The market is just hunting stops.
This is chop. They call it chop.
By the way, power hour in Monday, I find it is the most difficult power hour. The most difficult.
Oh, really?
Yeah, either the market is not moving or just hunting stop. I never recall market trending in that hour.
Should be getting some. We got MOC out in about 9 minutes, 8 minutes.
I didn't want the market to trend lower. I just want 20 points lower. That's it. We have 200 move up from the low. So what is 20 points? Another short, but again, I will not trade this range. This is a range.
More buyers stepping in again.
It seems like we're really stuck in between that range. I marked it off on the chart from was this like 880 to like 910. I just threw a quick little box up there. I know we've been falling in and out of it for a bit of time, because I started it way back at about 940, 945 or so Central Time, but just over the since we started this, we're just ranging in between there. So what do we say, since Mohammed, we get the likes that we needed, right? You called them up there. We get the likes that we needed. And since this day here is a Monday, we can do the on this day. So let's see what happened on this day, back in the day, with Eddie Horn. Eddie, why don't you come on in when you're ready there, sir?
You do a good segue there, brother. It's like what you're doing. All right, let's hit that magic gong and go back into time. January 13th. Today is January 13th. But the year 1129. Not the time, the year. January 13th, 11. Oh, we're still doing magic here. Hold on a second. You would there you go. The Council of Troy's Pope Honorius grants papal sanctions to the military order known as the Knights Templar, declaring it to be an army of God, led by the Frenchmen here. The Knight Templar organization was founded in 1118. Self-imposed mission was to protect Christian pilgrims on their way to and from the Holy Land during the Crusades. And for a while, the Templars only had 9 members, mostly due to their rigid rules and so forth. Once they added insurance, a Christmas bonus, and a 401k, many more joined. Okay, that really didn't happen. I just added that. But in addition to having a noble birth, the knights were required to take a strict vow of poverty, obedience, and chastity. Yes, chastity. That's right, in 1127. One of the things that I wanted to point out is, did you know the Knights Templar invented the form of banking? Letters of credit. Early modern banking, the Knights Templar issued letters of credit to pilgrims who wanted to keep their valuables safe. Also checks, believe it or not. Yes, a checkbook from the Knights Templar introduced early forms of banking checks. Also, safekeeping assets. The Knights Templar offered safekeeping services for valuables. Network of branches. Yes, they established networks, sort of banks that we do see now, branches across Christendom. Loans, they also give out loans. And estate management. Estate management, when the Knights Templar managed for nobles who went on the crusade and wanted to protect their estates. And there you have it, the Knights Templar. Thank you for the banking system, you bastards. Okay, back to you, Robert.
Oh, that's wonderful. On this day, a long time ago, I'll tell you, if I was ever to name myself a pope, it would be like Honorius or Honorius or however you pronounce it right there, because it's who would want to name their pope like the Pope Devilish? You know what I mean? Like that's a really cool name. I like that. Thank you, Eddie. Mohammed, how we looking? We still stuck in a range up here, aren't we?
I mean, the market wants me to buy it. If it's not a trending down day, I will just buy it. I cannot buy it. I mean, according to day type, the market is just wants me to not follow my plan.
I don't really see anything worth trading
that point
right
of control
now.
moved up also. Yeah, JD, we're flat as well, correct? House account?
House count is flat, down 526 here. So,
and as we mentioned earlier, that point of control has
and also the buy. It's very difficult to put a stop loss for a buy. You can be wrong. I mean, where is the stop loss? If we see this, I mean, the stop loss can be here.
Stop. If we were to buy here, I would say the stop is below 40.
Yeah. Thank you very
Pretty
much.
deep.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So either you get in, just buy it, close your eyes without stop. Maybe you'll be successful. And that is not the way that I trade.
A lot of risk right now, yeah. Taking along.
A lot of risk. The hard trade is a buy. Let's put it this way.
Point, click, pray. That's what we're talking about. Pray. PCP, the point, click, pray approach. Yeah, we don't do that in house account.
And the tilt is only 52% long in the NASDAQ, so pretty much flat. Pretty even. Got MOC coming out in 3 minutes.
They really don't have control, buyers, by the way. They still don't have control. I mean, they took the control. However, you can see ranging inside. It's just flat inside the moving average. And you can see the traps here, the traps here. Even if we try one more time, we'll find ourselves stopped out. And guess what? After stopped out, strong red candle. So what is that? That's just
Muhammad
to buy a.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
What's up, Eddie?
Now over the wire here, just hitting the wire. Google Cloud formed a new AI sales team, and 60 human jobs were cut. It is beginning, folks. It is beginning. It's coming off the wire. Back to you, JD.
Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah, I think sales will be one of the profession that will be gone in the next 10 years.
Sales, really?
Yeah.
I can kind of see that. Yeah.
Except for selling some, high worth things like
Kush.
landlord or something that is selling TV or selling cars. Maybe that is gone. You cannot convince someone to buy a car that he don't want to buy it. Nowadays, you can convince him by digital marketing, digital selling. That would be enough just to remind him about the car, showing some features about that car. But he don't need human being now to sell something. Talking about that
Depends,
because
but some of those
I run a business
Yeah, the AI
actually,
stuff.
and I
You
never
do?
I never hire sales to sell stuff. I don't.
What kind of business do you run?
With all the AI
Mohammed?
stuff coming out and everything, there's all different types, right? Like you use AIs. I'm very kind of involved with the different types of them, and I just started using as a tip when I had to just look up the name of it from NVIDIA. I had one back in October. They released a new model. It's part of the llama called the Nemotron, Nemotron. I literally just started playing with that yesterday, yesterday and the day before, so over the weekend, and it's pretty good. But as we use them, we're just talking about AI going with sales. This probably wouldn't be a good one for sales. It's much more technical. You have like Gemini from Google. That
All right,
would
we
be
got
pretty
the
good.
MOC just hit the wire here, folks.
Good.
We've got S&Ps 475 million buy side, Nasdaq 531 million buy side, Dow 181 million buy side, and the Mag 7 453 million buy side. Now remember, these all can be changing as we speak, so I'm going to be watching this as we go. Back to you, Robert.
Nice buyer
Sounds
stuff.
good. Mo, back to the trading. Yeah, back to the trading. Does that get you where you looking for to go long, or you were still waiting to get over that 928?
I will try to sell the 20,929 with a 20 points of risk. I'm selling the high, the extreme. It is a range. I'm selling the extreme of this range. 20. Yeah, we have this breakout. It should be a breakout, but the stop 29, so it will be 49.
Are you in the market right now, Mo?
Yeah, I'm short. I'm short at 29.
All right, house count short at 33.5. And what's our risk again?
49.
49.
Yep. Or 50. Let's say it's 50.
All right.
Looking for the 900. 20,900.
Very good. Very good.
Tell you, my new friend here, Russell, getting very close to making some new highs here. Boy, I tell you, it's been treating me very nicely here lately. Russell. Want to check that out on your platform? It's RTY H for March 25.
Thank you, Eddie. House count short 20,933 half. Just one. Targeting 900.
Yeah, let's see if we get this. What? 20 points? 27 points.
A little bit of selling stepping in there.
Nice rejection. Now we need a follow through of this one.
Yep.
Keep grinding higher is not what we want to see.
Looking at a 5-minute chart. I'll move down to a 3-minute.
Just for the record, I'm watching the 1,000 tick chart as well. 1,000 ticks. I think Mo is watching also. That's what I'm looking at. Just the differences, honestly. Maybe one can see something somebody else can't on different charts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's the same. We have this range from the morning. Buyers, they got what they want. So give the seller what they want.
Jerome.
All right.
Nice. A
Nice.
little bit of selling. 6.5 minutes till the bell.
We break this 23.
Would you add on to this trade, Mo? Would you sell more?
I don't have time. I don't have time. And actually, what do you mean by selling more? Selling more lower or higher?
Lower. So we're coming back inside of our range again that we've been in for the last hour and a half or so.
No. I think our selling area is nice selling position. So if you sell lower, that will make the average lower. Oh, those buyers. That is the
Right back to our
retest
entry
that
price.
I was worried about. Yeah. So this is an entry long, actually. Yeah. It was an entry long. The retest of the range with a strong signal
for a stopper.
buy this. Yeah.
And we are stopped out again. Minus 844.
I haven't. Yeah, I'm stopped out. All right. We try to sell this market.
We tried 3 times.
Buyers win. Buyers win on that one. Everybody's flat.
Look at this move. Everybody's flat.
Yeah, actually, at this area, we should, and we would, but you can see that correction was testing the moving averages, giving a strong green candle. At that moment, the right call, at least, is to exit our trade. That was a strong green candle. After retesting, remember at the beginning what we said we would like to buy above this area. If we have a retest, so we buy it in the retest. But the retest was very quick. I mean, this retest is very quick. So the retest is now. This is what I'm looking for. If the market coming back now, then I will like to buy it. Anyway,
it has been an interesting power hour to say the least. Still pushing up, market's going higher. This is NASDAQ has been in its own world today, but I would say that lightly because it does this quite often. We're still pushing higher up to 960, 962, 963. So let's see where we're going to go. But anyway, with this power hour, let's see what our viewers and our traders have done. And I think, James, we may have some power hour content ready. We only have a minute or two right before the end, and then we'll end it up with,
we can run through the most of these.
Yeah, James, all you.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's run through these before we close. So, from Andreas, first payout of the year, 25K to start the year. Let's keep the momentum going. Slowing down, though, since I tend to go on tilt easily after a payout. So, good on you for knowing your triggers and knowing what you can do to help avoid them. We got a next one up here from YOLO Baggins. I locked myself out, $801 on the day on the almost blown XFA from $90 left in drawdown. Remained calm and only took his clean trades over a few days. So looking good. Keep up the good work, and hopefully we'll see you on TopstepTV soon. And please keep that moniker. Here are some more fun bits. Scotty Golf says, I wanted to share some trading wins. Plus, Eddie talked about a Henry Hill story. Along with the 35th anniversary of Goodfellas, I wanted to share a mob museum visit in Vegas years ago. I got some Henry Hill pasta sauce. I also got arrested with my wife. Yeah, just kidding. But the pasta sauce, the Goodfellas pasta sauce. So good, it's funny. Funny how, like a clown, we'll let you decide. from Lemon Trees, my new wardrobe. Look at all that Top Step gear. You got the Hoag shirt, the Top Step TV crew hoodie, the other Top Step TV crew hoodie, and the black on black Top Step hoodie. So hopefully everyone is commenting on how cool you look and how fresh you are in those new clothes.
Ready for Top Step TV?
Ready for
There's
Top
some
Step
sharp
TV
swag
indeed.
right there.
Yeah.
Super sharp
Two more
swag.
coming at you. One from Carl Hungest. I think he has an idea for Dakota's VIP name. The Dependables. Play on the movie The Expendables. If you've ever seen it, I watched it once and thought it was the worst movie I've ever seen.
Hey.
Finally,
Get your butt
it's got a lot of good names, but man, it was not good. And finally, another Carl Hungest. This one's too good to not let go. Great to see Anne-Marie Trades talking about Gamma on Topstep TV. She's got experience, and here on the cover of Gamma Queens is Deanna and Anne-Marie from their time in ABBA.
Carl,
Well
I
done,
love
Huggus.
how you think,
Well done.
man. Creative, man. Well done, yeah.
And that's all we have for Power Hour today. So back to you, Robert.
Hey, we're almost closing here,
Yeah.
boys and girls.
30 seconds to the close. 30 seconds. Here comes the sellers.
All right. We got folks in the chat saying we're doing this on purpose. They blow accounts. That is not true. You know it's better than that. Two
Come
things. No, we
on.
don't do that. And
Come on.
two things. One,
How
we
many
don't do
times
that.
we-
And number
how-
two, we don't ever follow
How many
trades
times
from
we had
anybody on
that
air
winning
ever.
trades?
Come on, guys. How we look
Oh,
on
we
that
are
bell?
closed.
JD, you
There
gonna
it
call
is.
it?
Oh my goodness. Wrong sound effect. But yeah, ding, 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 ding. We're
Closing
doing jab again. There it is. You got
There
it?
it is.
Okay.
Mo, thank you.
My
Mo, thank you
goodness.
very much for being here, JD. Always. Eddie's gonna take us home. It is 3:00 p.m. And he's got the
just to
hold
make
up going
sure.
on now. So Eddie, take it over, please. Outro,
right.
and we will see you all tomorrow.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's very, very enticing power hour here for you guys. And we're going to turn my camera on so I can be on. My goodness, I am just not here today. It's Monday, the 13th. And yes, first day of our full week in a very long time. And thanks for being with us here. I must say that today's community in chat, A+, 5-star, great stuff, great sharing, great participation, and we thank you for that. And hopefully you learned something today. Be with us tomorrow. Tomorrow we've got, as far as numbers go, I know we didn't really have much today, but taking a look at what we've got tomorrow, be here early because we do have core PPI, okay? PPI month over month for DEES is a big number. We're going to have CPI tomorrow. Also, we do got Redbook. Fed Schmidt will be speaking. Yes, third baseman for the Philadelphia Phillies back in the day. 11 o'clock, EIA short-term energy outlook. Got a Fed budget a little later on in the day, and then after that, I do believe about maybe 2 o'clock, Williams is going to be speaking. Yes, not Billy Williams, but the FOMC member Williams will be speaking. And later in the evening, the API crude stock. So a heads up there. But otherwise, my friends, we've got tomorrow taking a look at who we have on the menu. Tomorrow's going to be the 14th of January already. Already we're halfway through the first month of the year. And be with us here 8 o'clock, where Hoag and myself fire up the machine. Fast markets. We got Coach Hoop for a drop-in. Coach Dakota Isaac's going to be with us again. We got Isaac back with us here again. Pass with the pros. Hudson is going to be with the dynamic duo, Andre and Dolby. We also do have the power players. Stanley's going to be with us. Yes, Brooklyn's finest with JD and Dolby. And Power Hour, James D with, yes, once again, the dynamic duo, Andre and Dolby. So there you have it here. Don't forget, coming up at 3:15, just a little bit, we got At the Buzzer, Coach Jay and Coach Paul. We're going to rock it with At the Buzzer. Don't forget also, it's a different Stanley from Mississippi. Oh, thank you, Tim. Okay. All right, it's a different stand. Another Stanley from Mississippi. All right, thank you, Tim. I tell you, Tim's got my 6. Thank you, brother. Mr. Boston, always on top of things. Don't forget also Coach Ray at 6 p.m. Volume profile, supply demand. He's going to be in the Discord. Also, Coach Vince in the Discord at 7. Technical analysis, candle charts, if you want to check that out. Remember, this happens each and every day for you traders. If you're new here at Topstep, you're going to understand that we try to give you education as much as we can, and we are building that up. Also, Coach Dakota, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Slow markets. Okay, a lot of us are logging into that. That's going to be right back here on YouTube at the buzzer. Slow markets will be on YouTube. Coach Ray, Coach Vince on our Discord channel. And don't forget also tomorrow, if you are up earlier, if your time is for 3:30 tomorrow, the London Open with Deanna. All right, get your day started right away. 3:30 a.m. Central Time. Remember, these are all Central Times, folks. And we go there and keep that in mind. So hopefully you had a great day here. I did, I must say. Now it's your time. All right, your time. As I do say, go relax, go re-energize. Get yourself ready for tomorrow, right? Do that. And orders from headquarters, remember, stay safe, stay healthy, have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been TopstepTV. Have a great evening. Take care.